laws to importing and exporting, so that really at the end of it, the United States would be the only ones that would benefit. They in turn, like in 10 years, would be able to put like sanctions on any country, and it wouldn't like the United States would basically own the world. What country in their right mind is going to agree to this? And essentially the other thing they have to do is they have to go from a tradable to a non-tradable, I think it is. I can't remember. I always get them backwards. They would have to trade. They'd have to change the way you trade. And the whole purpose of this is to completely change how we do global trading in the world. They want to restructure it. Like, what are you talking about for the benefits of America? So everybody else has got to suffer and be second class, so that like no one's going to agree to that. So I don't understand. And really, because of what they're trying to do, it would completely tank your economy to the point where you guys would not recover for decades upon decades.
Trump is saying China could get tariff relief if it approves TikTok deal. You know, I was thinking about that's a surefire way to get China to say fuck you. I was wondering how this would play into the TikTok thing, but
they're never going to do that. They're never going to give that up. Not for tariff relief. They won't do that.
Honestly, they might be willing to do what I think they all fucking realized is that
China offered them an algorithm lease deal.
Yeah.
I
think they're looking into how to make that like technically fit within the law.
I think that is a better way of doing it than them doing tariff reliefs. But there's two things here. One, did you see Marco Rubio went into Jamaica and basically told them they had to drop out of the doctors program? Because what happens is there's a shortage of doctors. So Cuba, there's like a doctors program. And so the United States are saying Cuban doctors aren't being paid properly. You can't take these doctors. And so, which isn't true because doctors are surviving in Jamaica. So they have to be making a livable wage because America was quoting they were getting paid $100 a month. Nobody can live off $100 a month in Jamaica. Straight up. I'm going to tell you that right now. So this is what I was like, what the hell? But Jamaica came out as well as Carrie Con saying, yeah, because Marco Rubio said, hey, you do this for us. We won't disrupt your visas for your people to come to our country, and we'll help you out with your gang problem. First of all, the gang problems in the Caribbean are America's fault. Second of all of the prime ministers in Jamaica or in the Caribbean basically said, keep your visas. So then Marco Rubio was shocked during the press conference when Jamaica's prime minister basically said that. And he's like, oh, well, Jamaica's a really big partner to us, so we'll revisit the visa thing. Like, what? How do you push your embargo policy onto other countries? That's insanity. Absolutely insanity. So I was like, when I read that, I was pissed off. I was really pissed off that he felt that he could march into the Caribbean and tell Caribbean. And I think that's the big shock is everybody's turning around and being like, no, America, we're not taking on your policies. And then here's my other thing. If China was to cave, how does that stop any other foreign company having the exact same thing done to them by America when America can?
That's the point. That's like,
why would you want to do business with America at this point if this is the games they're gonna play?
Yeah, but that's the thing. They like for a while, like that's why some people are saying like, oh, maybe this is negotiation tactic or whatever, right? Which is like the assumption being, and I was saying this earlier, I guess it was right before you came in. I was like, this is how corruption happens, right? You put in some crazy ass laws that the only way people and companies, and in this case countries, are going to be able to get around is through like bribing you to make an exception for them. That's the easiest fucking way to be corrupt. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's the easiest form of corruption. Make a really fucking hard, difficult law to follow, and then which will force people to bribe you to be the exception.
Money needs to come out of politics. Not only does money need to come out of politics, but they shouldn't be allowed to do any trading while they're in politics. They shouldn't be allowed to go and be landlords while they're in politics. Do you know what I mean? These things need to come out.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not. Our dollar climbed? What? That's amazing.
Yeah, I was gonna change. I was gonna try to exchange some fucking U.S. dollars, and I forgot.
I've been investing in Europe. I've been moving like for the last couple of months. I've been moving my money out of American companies into European and Canadian companies, and I discovered one that's I think is gonna replace Starlink because a lot of companies are dropping, or a lot of
There's
countries.
a European version of it, right?
Yeah, I just invested in their company, and I can't remember what they're called, but I was like, you know
You
what?
invest.
Huh?
Market did you invest?
I don't know. My uncle did it. He just asks me what I want, and I say yes, because he's retired and he can do that.
Yeah. I gotta do that. I gotta fucking.
Look, Bren's in there. I moved my American money last night before it dropped. Good job, friend. Good job. Didn't Bernie say? I don't. You know what? I don't follow Bernie that much. Do you know? Do you know Brenna? Did Bernie say elections should be publicly funded?
Uh, Possibly. I mean, he's always said to get money out of elections and stuff for sure. Sorry, I'm multitasking.
No worries. No worries. I told my kid if it gets really bad and we can't get her out right away that I was gonna make her come to you. Just FYI, I should let you know that I volunteered you to be her pseudo mom.
Okay, that's good.
Just wanted to let you know. The other night, I was like, I should probably tell her that I did that.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I appreciate the heads up, but literally, if I had like a knock on my door and someone was like, "I'm Gracie's girl," I'd be like, "Cool, come on in." I got you.
I am like a little. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I really, and I don't know what's gonna come first. Like, is it gonna be WW3? Is it gonna be civil within America? Is it gonna be an invasion into Canada? I just don't know anymore. I feel it's so unpredictable at this point.
Yeah. And also the problem is like I think a lot of people underestimate like how fucking bad it can just be with a fucking depression.
Yeah. Tatus is asking if I can ship canned chili or you want Campbell's? And do you want like the Canadian special or just regular ones?
I'm getting worried too, and I started realizing like a few weeks.
Wouldn't they be maple maca, right?
I think like maybe a couple months ago, it really started hitting me where I was like, okay, well at least like at the very least like I'm lucky in that like right now like I literally make money from calling out the bullshit. So I was like, worst case scenario, at least I can just like keep doing that and I can keep paying my bills and you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, obviously I also do it because it's important, obviously. But I literally, like at one point I had to kind of ask myself, like, am I willing to potentially sacrifice my ability to ever have another fucking career by being this outspoken? And like I just decided like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah.
But I don't want to work for people that wouldn't hire me for being on the right side of history, right?
I agree. I 100% agree, and I've said that, you know, and I've talked about that with like Andrew and stuff as well, because you know he works in film, and I 100% agree. At the same time, I understand also that other people will choose not to hire me because of this. You know what I mean? And especially now with like now that companies are like you know caving so fucking easily to everything. Like I know for a fucking fact it would be impossible to make any of the films that I've written so far in the United States now. Like they were too political before, now they're complete whatever. Long story short, I was thinking about that and I was like, because I kept telling myself, you know, at least it'll be fine. At least I have this role I can play and I can pay my bills on it, right? Even if it's tight, even if it's whatever. And now I'm realizing, at least starting, you know, again, like a month or two ago, I started realizing like that was fucking stupid of me to think, because obviously, no, I'm gonna like, obviously no, they're gonna fucking kick people like me, like off of the things. People like me will not be able to make money because of what we say specifically. And I'm getting to that point where it was like at least I had that, you know what I mean? At least I have that where I was like, okay, at least I can like
Oh, I thought you were talking
fight the
about
power and pay my
lately,
bills doing it.
this week.
And now I'm like, oh no,
I've been
I haven't
really
made
good
any
about
fucking
wearing it
money
this week.
this month, basically. And like,
I've been wearing it a little
I'm
bit
very
more in general,
The
but
two things that we should probably look at is one, boosting
now,
your YouTube. You make more
the
money on
issue
YouTube
is
anyways, I think, if
also,
you can
and part
get
of it,
people
part of
over
the reason
there,
I've
and
been
you
good
wouldn't
about
get
it
kicked
is
off
because
on.
lately
And
I've
then the
been
second thing
too
is
not
that
busy, too lazy,
I am
too out of
just talking
energy
with a management company.
to
Somebody
like take
suggested
my
it,
makeup
so
off
I
at night.
I sent an email and I got an email I got an email back right away
Part of me
about
feels like guilty
podcasting
about
and
it.
finding sponsors and
Just
stuff
like
like that. So I'm just navigating that right now because I
shit, I
do
can't
think a
even boost my
cross-border
system.
podcast would be really
So
smart.
I put that on
And then
yeah.
one with
because
Canadian,
it's easy
and then a
and it
second
makes me
podcast
feel
with a
like I'm
bunch of
being like
Canadian
at least a
people.
little bit responsible.
So
Yeah.
I sent my idea and somebody somebody this afternoon told me to do it. So I immediately just sent out the decks of what I was thinking and somebody responded right. And they're like, they really love the idea of the cross-border one. She's like, let's sit down and talk. So I'm going to talk with her and see if we can like what that would
My
look like
sister and I are gonna play a
financially
game
and
tomorrow.
sponsors and stuff. And then I'll get back to you with a plan.
Okay, awesome. Also, I mean, like
light
worst case scenario to start, I would say we should also we can easily like
Protein
hop
bar.
on live. I have a decent
They're
mic
so good.
and like
Yeah,
I'm not like
I
a
actually have
big
some. I
protein
just
bar
never set
person,
them
but
up out of
really, really
laziness.
good. They're
right, but like worst case scenario to get it fucking started. I mean, this to me is easier than like
yeah.
honestly doing like sitting down and doing a Zoom call. And maybe that's like
There's a
you know what I
program.
mean?
I have a sound guy that's going to connect
Part of
us
me
and he's
was
going to
like,
set the
I just
thing
use
up so we can be side by side on the monitor, which is great. So there is a program that he's going to run. And
No,
so
I know. I mean more. I guess I mean more just like the process of doing. You know what I mean? Like the experience of it, right? Like I know that it wouldn't be like on Zoom, but I'm saying like
laptop.
there. Yeah, I mean just to start or whatever. I'm saying like if there's no funding or
gonna
whatever,
put
there's
some
also
shelves
a
up.
world in which it's like okay, like we should
that.
start. I mean, all my lives are
wanna-
recorded like video wise, but like if we started just like making sure we both were capturing good audio.
yeah,
And having creating a little bit more structure, we could have like we could record the podcast like on here live streaming and stuff.
right. And then we can post it on like YouTube and stuff, and then take the voice and put it on whatever platform. The other thing that's because one of the things that I realized that if things go south and Americans and Canadians need to resist together, having that voice where we can kind of send people places
Yeah,
is a big thing.
yeah.
So that was like my other point. Somebody just pointed out, what about the TikTok ban? Okay, here's my thing. I feel like this is a yo-yo thing. They dangle it, they'll take it away for 24 hours, and then you'll all be back again.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, and what I was just saying, part of the reason we were just talking about this, guys, is because like TikTok was helping me pay my bills this year. It was, at least for the last few months, and now my account is not. As of like literally, like it was like overnight. I mean, overnight-ish, right? But like I could see a steep fucking decline, like just a few weeks ago, where it used to be. At least like twice a week I would get like okay minimum once a week but like
guys,
usually
think,
maybe
where
twice a
could my
week I
laptop
would get like like videos doing
especially if
at least you know some tens of thousands
I see.
right now none
that was stupid.
none all of a fucking sudden and
I know,
like to
right,
the point where
Tiger?
they're struggling to even get like 1,000 and I'm sorry but I'm doing the exact same thing that I always have and like maybe it's because
you're
I've
saying
lost
if
my
they
touch
kidnap
maybe
me,
it's because people
they're
are
not
just
gonna
too
kidnap me.
exhausted and they don't want the same kind of content maybe
recording
that's
them.
it you know what I mean like
I don't think that's what it is. So I heard that they rolled out a couple weeks ago AI to filter things. So it's filtering comments, it's filtering videos,
yeah
and it's just created such havoc. I actually talked to a friend that works at TikTok. Well, I should say I met him at one of the film things, and we just cultivated like an email back and forth. Like, so I was talking to him because I was like, the last video that was that it didn't get approved to go back up. I was nice in it. Like I'm super confused. So he's going in to figure out what's going on. but it also drops my views, right? So then I'm only getting like 500 people looking
You
at
wanna put
it.
up some shelves,
So
but the
he
best
mentioned
thing
that they rolled
that
out an
keeps me
AI
focused
thing
is like listening to a
and stuff. But
podcast.
did you see the guy that,
But
have you ever seen the,
I don't
I
want to
can't
like
remember, his
listen to a
name's Jake,
podcast
but I
that
can't
you
remember
guys
what
can
his name is
hear
on here. And he has the
because
GFC club and he
not
changes
everyone's
what that
vibe.
stands for
Also,
each time.
you
Like,
should support
anyways,
people
he
who
just
make
got demonetized.
that.
So he hadn't really done anything wrong.
And
And then you had Dylan
that's a true
Page
typer.
that went down for like 2 days. He got his account banned because there was like a mass reporting. News Daddy.
Okay.
And there was like basically when he came back, he showed that
You know what
every
we need?
single
We need
one of
like
his posts
jewelry
had been
with
like
like
had
built-in
a
tracking.
content violation. So they're like
You know
there's
what I
like
mean?
bots going in and trying to kill people's accounts.
Because never in
So
a million
so
years
when
am I
I
gonna
just
like
emailed him today and I was like,
always have an
hey, if
Apple
people
tag
are like trying to
on me.
report your account and even though
But
you think
if I could have like
you think that it got
the equivalent
does the
in like
robots
a
think if
necklace,
people are like trying to
maybe.
report your accounts and even though you don't get it don't get a content violation for it, does that slow down your views? And he said yes.
I guess I could put an Apple tag on a
So
necklace, but
he's
that would
like,
be
there are
ugly.
problems that need to be worked out. So I'm not 100 like but I mean like that just screws
I
everybody,
guess
right?
Apple Watch.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, but so it sounds like it's not on
But I don't
purpose
want
that they're
no, I
like
don't want a
affecting
full-on
people
Apple
like
Watch.
us, or
No, I don't think so because you would have. How
I have
many
tiny
like have
wrists,
you had any
so
content violations where they
small Apple
take
Watch is
community
like
guideline
fucking
violations?
wrist.
yes, but when I appeal
Yeah,
them, they've been
exactly.
resolved.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
it's an AI thing then. If you don't have any violations, you should be
Where are
fine.
you, Ligma?
But
Yeah.
also, but it's just like all my views are like way fucking down. You know what I
That's
mean?
part of it. When you get a content violation, they don't roll your stuff out as much.
Oh yeah, that was wild. Hulu
So
dropped the ball.
Well, I'm also so I recently got
I was here
added
for like
to
a chill hang for with like 20
this like
people. You know what I
pilot
mean?
program
All of a sudden, it was
thing
like
that I
5,000
have to
people
like.
telling me to shut up.
Frank, I have to like,
Bitch,
and
this
it was
is
based
my
on
stream.
my
I'm
history
just here to
videos
hang out with,
basically,
like,
because it's more of
my
like an
regulars.
educational program thing.
Oh my
And like
God.
last month, I
It is.
don't think I made any videos that like qualified for it. I have to start
Why
doing
don't you want to go
more
back to Canada?
like educational content to sort of get like a, you know what I mean? Like to be if I'm an active part of that program, I think that it'll give me like a little bit more ability to like message the TikTok people I'm in touch with to be like, hey, like, what's
Yeah.
going on?
I'm actually just working with Slim out in
Do you think they
DC.
will?
Hi Slim. I
Like watching everything that's
am
going down in the U.S. Do you think they will?
I'm actually just working with I don't know if you've
What's
seen
weird
Bailey
to me
Colors.
is
She
that
does
like
Canadian
other
stuff like
countries
explaining
seeing
how
how
like
bad it's going here
public television
would
works and she
then
does it with
wouldn't
like
be, you know, like
illustrations. So I
spooked
sent her a
away
message last night and
of
we're gonna do that with like
electing
economic
their
concepts so they're
framework.
not so boring and dry and people
I
stop
think so.
watching me.
Yeah.
And I was like, so I'm gonna do
That's
something
wild.
similar like what you're doing,
Like
more educational.
Oh, cool. Okay.
you put
Nice.
money on it.
That's yeah. I mean, I used to pull out my whiteboard
It's
a lot
wild. No,
more,
like they're
and
here.
I think
Like I mean,
that's a very
Gracie's gonna
powerful
be here
tool.
in a
You know,
second.
powerful as in people like it. People find it interesting. I used to use magnets as well.
Oh,
To like,
Magnet would be good.
He's got the fucking
yeah.
lowest
That would be
approval
good for economics
rating of
as well.
any
So I'll have
president at this
to
point in his term, except for
I'll have to
one
look
other
at some
president.
things,
You know
but
which
yeah.
one?
And then my other friend, he's an
Himself
animator, and
during his
he's like,
first
"Why don't
term.
I just make like a little Gracie and cartoon, and then you can we can have little videos of you doing that. That'd be so
Actually, I
fun."
think
I
it's
was like,
lower
"I'm
now
down."
than
And
whatever.
then
It's the
I'm
lowest
actually going
was
to
ever.
Victoria, and I'm going to meet up with some other content creators. And one of them has like this puppet named Franklin that explains civics.
Are you kidding
So we're
me?
going to do
Really?
some
And
content with
their
that.
solution
I
is
just told him he
to
doesn't. I don't know if
pick a
he's
guy
responded,
just
but
like
I was
him.
like, "Hey, we're going to do content with Franklin when I'm on the island." So
Sorry, Ricky Recon is claiming that I've had
Lying,
multiple
it's not
videos
true.
posted in the
Okay.
past year that have been factually false. Like which
I don't know
ones,
why.
Ricky?
So you're saying
ones?
that a lot of people who love him
Let's
lie
play.
to the pollsters and say that they don't? That's what you're claiming?
What videos were factually incorrect?
Weird choices.
We
by
fact
some
check here.
supposed-
How's that fucking economy doing for you, Ricky? I'm willing to bet you're fucking MAGA. How's it going?
winning? Are you winning?
You're
Thank you
winning
for
Yeah.
So what?
thank
are
you
just
for
doing the results
driving
you're
up the Canadian
assuming
dollar
that
today a
people are
little bit.
lying
We
to you?
appreciate it.
Let me guess.
Thanks
You
for
lie
fucking
and you
crashing the
write it
American
down
economy.
differently?
You proved me right.
I have a
Ricky.
lady crashing out in my.
Ricky. Sorry.
Oh my god!
Mr. Honey,
I have
okay.
this lady crashing out in
So you're
my
getting
my
lied to
comment
constantly, so you're
section.
claiming. Why do you think they're lying?
Because I like gave her the reasons why homelessness exists, but
What
she
does
thinks it
how
has
does
to
it
do with
work then,
mortgage
Benjamin?
rates, and I was like, no, that's it. People had
Educate
to
me.
have
How does it
privilege
work?
to buy a
You claimed that the
house.
polls are
If
lying,
they
or
default and
that
become
people are
homeless, it's
lying in the
different. We're
polls.
talking
Yes,
about
people are
why
lying in the polls. You're a
95 to
pollster, so you're claiming that all the
97% are
people
on
you
the streets
poll are
right now.
lying to you.
It did not have to do with
Why are they lying
mortgage
to you?
rates. It's not even a factor. Stats Canada didn't even put it as a factor.
Mortgage. I mean, also just like mortgage rates. That's what it is. I mean, if you want to talk about housing costs, sure, but mortgage rates, that's not.
That's
But I'm
not it.
not.
And
I'm
she's
talking
like,
about approval
people,
rating.
and then she's like, because they can't afford to get it tied together for higher,
lying.
and I'm
I'm
like,
talking
dude,
about
the
real
reason
approval
why
rating.
people are homeless
You're just
is
mad.
because
You're just
they don't get paid enough to be able to save to get their house.
You
They
feel
have mental
triggered
health
that
issues.
so
Like
many
there's
people
so
are
many
fucking
things, but
disgusted
mortgage
with what
rates are
he's
not
doing?
one of them.
You
And people are
embarrass
in my
me?
comment section
I know
telling
the
her
world
this,
laughs at
and
you,
she's still
right?
arguing.
Ricky,
So-
yeah,
Gonna
thanks.
keep laughing.
Spoken like
The
someone who
worse it
knows
gets.
he's fucking
They're
wrong.
horrified, but
Not,
they're
he
also
says,
laughing
Ricky
at you.
says, not gonna get ganged up on by women. Oh, you were scared? The two girls are gonna.
I was saying
sounds like-
earlier, I've been
that
working
sounds like-
on it.
That sounds
girls are gonna best you.
You know
But
what's
clearly-
funny?
clearly on the wrong
It
side of
sounds
history.
like he's
Okay.
not a real
Got
boy.
it this week. So
He's
it's
not a
been-
real
it's been
boy.
working out real nice for me.
I can't believe you're scared of two girls. That is sad.
I can't believe you're scared of two girls.
And he announced it to the internet.
I was trying to pull up my.
Why would you do that?
Oh yeah.
I would
Yeah,
just
it's not fun, right, Jam?
I would just lie and say I'm out for dinner. Like, don't tell people that you're afraid of women. That's not a good way to go.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing for you, dude. You're scared of girls.
Like, wow. Although I feel pretty proud of us.
Oh, you got things factually wrong. I'm not gonna tell you what they are.
Something where I was
Okay.
It's gonna come.
Okay, you sure showed me.
Rando on the internet. Well done, sir.
Leave a flag
Why, what
back.
did you say,
Whatever. The red pill alpha bro. Yeah, right?
Hi, man.
I mean, that's all they want. They're just doing this because they want mommy to pay attention to them. There you go, right? Erica had the same thought.
What did Erica say? Oh.
Hi, Issy.
Oh, Slim. Oh, God. This world is crazy. I love the people that double down, though, right? Double down.
Were you in here when I was complaining about that?
No, I wasn't. I just saw you, and then I was like, oh, I miss your voice, and I miss talking to you, so I'm going to give you a call.
I was ranting earlier, where I was saying it's not only a problem on the right. We have a problem with that, especially like the super leftists right now. Oh, someone's requesting up.
Who's requesting up?
Slim. Hi,
Slim. Slim's in DC. He's cool.
Hello. Good
Hi.
evening. How is everyone doing?
Good. I'm just having fun watching Ricky realize that he fucked up.
He's crashing out in the comment section.
Actually, no, now letting y'all speak your infactual info, but whatever. Okay, Ricky, the infactual information you can't fucking
Wait,
even.
Ricky, what did I say that was infactual? What did I say that wasn't fact? I really would love to know what I said.
I mean, I'd love to know what I said. The accusation was that I've repeatedly or like on numerous occasions said like unfactual stuff. I'd love to know what it is, but clearly you can't actually find any. Clearly you're fucking wrong. If you were right, you would point out what I got wrong. If you were correct and any of it was wrong, you would be able to point to it and say, this.
Hey, Ricky, did you know by our boycotts, you're about to lose $2 billion
Why, Alex?
from Canada? Not to mention 14,000 jobs minimum. So
Why
suck
is
it.
that the date?
Oh, sorry, Slim. I love you. And to the nice Americans on this call, I love
I'm
you.
fine with it. My head is still spinning from earlier this morning when I woke up. Because every time I wake up
Yeah, didn't you just double
from
down
1.0 to 2.0, I'm just like, what the fuck am I going to hear today? Every time I wake up. So I'm used to it by now.
What was this morning's like? Were you like, what the?
Yikes! Whoa! What
Was it your stock market?
That was one part of it. The other part was that they passed this stupid tariff in the Senate by 51 to 48. even though 4 Republicans went against it, I'm like, why in the world would y'all do that? But
No, they
okay.
voted not to
my
tariff
God.
Canada.
Did you guys hear about the judge
They
in North
voted, yeah.
Carolina?
So the vote, if I'm not, if I know what you're referring to, if I'm not incorrect about what you're referring
There
to,
was four
they
Republicans
voted
that
on it,
voted
but it
against it,
doesn't
but
have any
apparently
power.
somehow it went through or something like that. That's what I heard after I saw that clip
That makes sense.
of
They
that
switched
news.
sides.
By the way, guys,
Slim, they
TikTok
switched
is-
sides. They
the
decided
TikTok
not to
ban is,
vote
Okay.
Republican. They voted
the extension
Democrat
is
because they don't
unblockable.
think
Correct.
Canada should be tariffed.
So
Yeah, but
No,
it
that
doesn't
part
have,
I
it doesn't have any
understand, but they're
power to
still
actually.
going with something else. I look. I wake up 5 o'clock in the damn morning. When I saw this, I was just like, you know
so
what?
there's a judge.
I'm gonna go to work like I'm supposed to do so I can pay my bills.
Basically, so
I don't even
Judge
care, but
Jefferson
I just saw
Griffin
that, you know,
in
the four
North Carolina
Republican
Court
people
of
that voted
Justice College
to go
ruled
against. I saw that part,
for the
but
state
then I
Supreme
saw
Court election.
on what is
He
it?
asked- so a
MSNBC.
judge- sorry,
I
the way
forget
this
the
is
guy's
written,
name. He was talking about it, and I was just like, hold on. So did they go for it or did not? I haven't checked on it because, to be honest with
Thank you,
you,
Oscar.
by the time I come home, I'm like, okay, I need to take a nap because I've been up so early, so that way I can able to do what I need to do. Then go back to sleep, go
At
back to
least
work.
YouTube
So
pays.
Well, they
Not very
voted, they
much.
switched sides, but Donald Trump went on to Truth Social, basically threatened them
But
for switching sides.
Well, but also it didn't.
I mean,
It was
stupid
sort
is
of like the
stupid
equivalent
does.
of like a
If
censure.
if you're gonna
It
leave me
didn't-
off of a cliff, I'm not gonna follow
I'm
you.
gonna have to start making more free.
Well,
Right,
yeah.
but they voted. They voted with Dems to basically be like the tariffs are bad and we disagree with them, but it doesn't have any power.
Honest, the other
That's the
thing is
problem.
with TikTok,
It doesn't change the tariffs.
TikTok is great for filming.
I mean,
still
these
has
are
to go through
these
the
are
House,
these
right?
are the dumb people that
Way
voted
better than, like,
for this
IG
guy,
or anything like
thinking
that.
that tariffs is good,
So,
not knowing that tariffs are
if
only nothing
TikTok
but
goes
taxes, and it's
away,
going to increase their stuff regardless. But
that's gonna make it
Yeah.
really, really difficult.
look at
Although
the
there's been a bunch
slumlord
of. It's
and,
funny.
and the person who's
Currently,
been in
like,
debt
green
his
screen
whole
stuff
life
and whatnot.
and bankrupt a whole lot of times. You want to follow that guy to lead the whole country? Well, hey, if it's good for you, cool. Bye. You know what I mean? Have fun at it.
My big thing is that it still has to pass to the House. And even if it passes through the House, Donald Trump's going to veto it,
Yes.
right? So it's kind of like a pointless.
Yeah.
What did he
You
say?
know-
Donald Trump
you know-
supposedly went on inflation because more inflation.
Right.
I
But
know,
Gracie,
right?
you know,
Yeah.
you know what the funny part about the whole thing is? You know when you just go to as a child, you go to an amusement park and you go on a roller coaster, you just strap in, you don't know what the hell is going to happen. You just strap in and just hope that you don't fall out of the roller coaster. And that's where I'm at right now.
See, here's the thing. I don't ride roller coasters because I think everyone that rides roller coasters are crazy people. You have to have some sort of death wish to get on those rickety ass things and be strapped in with just belts and go upside down. Nope, not doing it. Can't do it.
Gracie, I'm hurt. Are you calling me crazy? I like roller coasters.
I like roller coasters too.
Yeah, see? Y'all crazy.
I'm not crazy.
I will keep my feet on the ground and cheer you on and then laugh at that picture they take of you when you're on the roller coaster and your mouth's wide open. Those are like the most unattractive pictures, but I find them really funny.
But you have to get on the roller coaster in order to get that picture.
Yeah, but I look at everybody else doing it.
Oh, we need to get one of you.
Nope.
You never been on a roller coaster, Gracie? Or
Never been on a roller coaster.
wow.
So my mom was a nurse back one of the hospitals my mom worked at, and this is when I was a lot younger, was right beside West Edmonton Mall. And I don't know if you know West Edmonton Mall, they have like an amusement park inside the mall. The roller coaster went off its tracks one night, the night she was working. And so she dealt with those victims. And when she came home, she told us we were never allowed to ride on a roller coaster. And I have never been on, I listened to her. I've never been on one since, like ever, because of that.
Fine. That's a fucking good reason.
Yes, my mom would beat me even at this age. No, she wouldn't. She's never hit me, but well, no, she has, but not beat. She's never beat me. Different time.
So you get in a car. So you get in a car accident. You never get in a car or drive a car.
No, but you know what my mom did when we were younger, when we got our license? She took us to the burn ward so that we would never drink and drive and we would drive responsibly. when she caught my brother
Oh, come on.
smoking.
That's just a given at that point. Like you're
Yeah,
not supposed to do that
I'm a
anyways.
cautious driver because of it. And then my brother got caught with like cigarettes. So she brought home a smoked lung in formaldehyde and a non-smoked lung in and a non-smoked lung in formaldehyde. Put it on the kitchen table, and for the entire weekend, looked at it while we were having dinner. My brother, to this day,
Beast. What the
to this
fuck?
day, my brother says that he was holding the cigarettes for his friend. Like, swear, this man is like 55 years old. 55 years
I
old.
love it.
Careful with the
You got
word.
me some fresh, and I like.
Oh, what did I say?
And that was
The
definitely.
C word. I think you gotta be careful about it. Maybe.
So yeah, to this day, he swears he never, ever, ever smoked. Ever. And I think it's fine. But as a kid, I remember turning to my brother. I turned to my brother. I'm like, what is
My dad was a cop and took my 5th grade class to jail and locked us in cells.
Where's your respiratory?
These are some fucking brutal parents, man.
it's the
Brutal.
shock and awe tactic, right?
It's the scared straight thing, right?
Yeah. But I remember sitting at the kitchen table and looking at my one brother being like, what are those? And he's like, human lungs. And I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. I think I was like 6. I might have been 6 at the
I've
time.
been really good about wearing my.
Hilarious though. My mom's cool though. She's a cool lady. She sounds scary, but she really isn't. She's this like little 5'2".
It really, really helps. I just don't always.
He wanted to take us to the morgue in 6th grade, but other parents wouldn't allow.
That I can keep at my boyfriend's place. Because that really.
Sodas eat your stomach lining, and it terrified me. And I don't like soda. I wish my mom told me that.
Chance, Dandy.
I wish. Soda's bad for you anyways. I love that you guys use the word soda and not pop.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the color thing. Yeah.
Pop is wild.
I met that yesterday on a live. There was a girl from Michigan. She says pop, but that's the first American I've ever heard say pop.
Now,
It's very regional. There's some, I think, like Illinois, like Chicago, Northern. I think, yeah, Northern, that makes sense. They usually say pop. Some places say, like,
energy.
Coke for all sodas.
Take my makeup off at night.
But, yeah.
But
What do you mean, like the brand Coke? Like to say for ginger ale?
Yeah.
How are you supposed to differentiate what you want?
Well, then they'll be like, oh, I'm gonna get a Coke. What do you want? And they'll specify, I guess.
and it makes me feel
That's
like
weird.
I'm being like at least.
Yes, fizzy drink. It is fizzy drink. I remember when my cousin said that to me in England, and I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
I'll be here probably.
Can I just ask a random question real quick from both of you ladies?
Yes.
How do you say the last letter of the alphabet?
Zed.
My sister and I are gonna
Z.
play a game tomorrow.
Okay.
Canadians say Zed
The light probably. What do you mean?
because we're British.
How do you say H?
It's a.
It depends. It's because I'm Canadian. It's H, but my parents said H. H. H.
H is H.
That's what I was gonna ask. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
but
H
it's
is
not
H.
right? Huh?
Oh yeah.
It's the same with aluminum. My mom does not pronounce it. She pronounces it aluminium. Is that how she says it?
Aluminium.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I only asked because, I used to say it the same way, and now I don't say it that way. So that's why I asked.
You used to say it which way?
Z, not Z.
You say Zed now?
I was gonna put some shells.
I don't even remember, to be honest with you. It's been so long, but I say the opposite of the way Canadians say it. I used to say it the Canadian way. Now I say it the American way.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Find my laptop.
You know what was also really weird is when I got to Australia, and Australia does not, you know how we say green peppers? They call it
Capsicum.
capsicum, and they kept saying, okay, do you want capsicum? And I was like, and I didn't want to ask what that was. And
I
then
don't even know
when
what
we
that
had
is.
it, it's green, it's peppers, like, green.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know what that is what I'm saying. Like if they asked me that too.
Yeah, and so one day I saw somebody eating them, and I was like, how come I didn't get any? And they're like, because you said no to them. And I was like, no one asked me if I wanted peppers. And they just all looked at me like I was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always shocked by it. That's something that I always forget and then have to like relearn. And the only reason I knew you were gonna say capsicum is because like recently, like a week ago, I saw a video with I think an Australian and they said something capsicum. I was like, oh right, that's right. I was like, oh.
I'd love to see the comment section for that video because I can imagine what it's like. Because I did a video and I said spelt like with a T, and somebody came in and they're like, that's incorrect, and we're making fun of me. And then Australians and Brits came in and they're like, what are you talking about? Like they were just everybody was arguing about is it ED or is it with a T? And I was like, dude, I learned with a T. Like I don't know what you want from me.
Oh, I see it.
And Brits call eggplants aubergine. Yes.
Yeah,
I sometimes call them aubergine, but just because I prefer the word.
me too, actually.
I also like college. I say uni a lot, which is very British.
Do you know, for the longest time, I didn't really understand the American. I didn't realize college was university as well. Like, I thought it was like our colleges.
Yeah.
And then I learned, no.
That's smart, Christina.
Very different.
Very different. No. Anyways, I wanted to hop on and say hi, but I need to go get food.
I was about to say, I just wanted to say hi, but
I know you haven't been on.
because I seen Gracie was on here, so I was like, I know Gracie's over there stirring up mess, so I was like, let me listen in real quick, and it was funny to me.
No, so I'm going to tell you, you need to follow Brenna because she is brilliant and she's American, well, part American, and you'll really like her posts, I promise, Slim.
Where you from, Bernie?
I was born and raised in Spain, but my mom's American, and I live in New York City, and I'm stuck here, you know, in America.
Oh, habla español.
Sí, sí, sí. ¿Dónde eres? You're in DC?
Vamos a hacer mucho mujer amigo, no te preocupes.
Sí. Muy bien. Wait, are you in DC, in Washington, DC?
Yes.
Nice. I'm going there on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
What's in Washington, D.C. on Saturday? Oh, it's the 5th.
It's the March. That's why I'm testing out this Snorri Cam thing. I've got my phone on.
To be honest with you, I don't keep up with all these events that happen down here.
Mm-hmm.
I was driving, what was it, 2 weekends ago, and I ran into the craziest traffic because I had to cut down through the tidal basin, and I totally forgot that it was the peak of the cherry blossoms, and I was like, damn, I should have known better than to come down this way, because now I'm stuck in 45-minute traffic just so I can get a mile. So
cherry blossoms.
anytime I know there's an event, I try to go around.
Yeah, that's smart.
Stuck into that.
Yeah.
But
when are you
enjoy the city. There's a lot of things to do.
I mean, I'm only gonna do one thing, basically. But thank you.
I mean, whenever you're done with your event, there's other things to see. You know, museums. You can go out to eat. There's a lot of things to do.
I have a
you don't gotta be.
I have a feeling it's gonna be quite overrun because the last time I was there for a March, it was pretty crowded.
Oh, yeah,
And it was like, the whole city basically came to a standstill that day. And this is even bigger than that.
Yeah.
So, because I did it for the Women's March, years ago. And this is supposed to be a lot bigger.
I'm excited to see it. I'll make sure to pay attention on Saturday so I can share it with everyone.
To be honest with you, when you live in this city, you just get used to it and you just know how to navigate and move around everything. When it comes to traffic, because so many streets is blocked off and traffic builds up or whatever, so you know when to move, where to move, and how to move to get to where you need to get to. You might sit in some traffic, but again, we welcome all that because at the end of the day, this is where regulations and everything is done. So kind of living here, you kind of sign up for that at the end of the day. So we don't.
Slim, I don't even think you're going to be able to drive with the amount of people going down there. Like it's supposed to be like one of the biggest gathering, biggest gathering ever known.
You never know. I might be on the metro with you. I might not drive that day. Like I
metro was
said, you just kind of figure
crazy.
out how to move around.
Yeah.
You know what I
The
mean?
metro for the women's march, which again was like a fraction of the size of this, was crazy that day. And
Right.
and so what we're doing is, yeah, we're driving. My aunt's friend lives there, and
Mhm.
she's not home, so she's letting us park in her driveway, and then it's like a 20-minute walk to like the subway to the metro. So I think that that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna park in her driveway and then walk 20 minutes to the metro and then get on there and then get into the city that way. Because when with the women's march, for example, I drove in with some friends and we did something similar. We went to like my friend found this like completely residential area. That's all it was, residential,
Mhm.
but it happened to have a metro stop. And we found parking there, but it was really hard to find parking. It was like chock full, and that's what people were doing. They were like, like finding outskirt spots, like residential spots, parking there, taking the metro in and stuff. So yeah, I think that's probably what we'll do. If not, I mean, if not, then I'll
Is
march in New York. You know what I mean?
you're in New York, so parking is at a premium.
Yeah.
The same here in DC. So if you find one, and then if you don't have a zone stick or this or that, you get tickets. People park in the wrong spots, and you
That
get
happens in
tickets.
Canada too.
So so again, if you can find a garage near where you're going, I would just say it's better you just park in the garage and just pay that, 25 dollars per day or whatever.
Yeah.
Or if you're staying in a hotel, you just pay the valet to keep your car while you move around and just
Yeah.
do that instead of getting, a 35, 40, $50 ticket for parking in the wrong spot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
You
That's
get
what I
better
advise
tips
people to visit
online.
because you have a pole that has 5 different signs for 5 different timelines. When you can park, when you can't park, with this or that, and it's for somebody who doesn't live it. It's very confusing, and you're gonna end up parking there thinking you're fine, and you feed a meter, and you think like I'm good, and then you come back to your car and you got a ticket.
Wait, does your meters not tell you when, like, 'cause in where I live, once there's certain times that you can't park in certain ways, and the meter will only let you pay up to that point so that you know that you can't park there
The
anymore. Do your
meter,
meters not do
the
that?
meter, Gracie, yes, the meter does do that, but the meter does not do it during the certain times. The meter is set from you don't pay from this time to this time, you don't pay. But in between the time the meter is working, there's different rules on those posts that say it's street cleaning or is this or
Yeah.
this is only from this time, only trucks can park there because it's a loading zone.
It's the
It
saving.
gets very confusing. If you ever look at a pole in DC, you'll get 5 different conflicting signs. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Beware.
That's hilarious. Anyways, all right. For all you people going down there, with Brenna, be safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I want the best for you guys. Plus, you're also fighting for my democracy right now, so show up. Canada doesn't want this to happen. We really
Don't
appreciate
touch the bricks. If anyone's planning on showing up at them and you're marching and you see a conveniently placed pile of bricks, don't touch the brick. The bricks are also a, general thing. If you see anything that could be used for destruction, do not pick it up. They are trying to tempt you into doing that.
Yeah, this isn't 0106, guys, because they'll treat you differently.
Yeah.
So
It's
anyway,
Brianna, I wish you the best of luck. Go ahead and do your civil duties. Do whatever you got to do. Welcome to the city on my behalf. Even though I'm nobody, but enjoy yourself. I hope you have a great time, and I hope everything works out for you. And I look forward to talking to you again. You know what I mean? So have a safe time.
sounds good. See you later, Slim.
All right. See you later, Gracie. Good night, everyone.
And
Bye bye.
and to you, Brenna, make sure that you message if anything goes sideways.
I will try. Yeah.
I will figure it out. I will get you out.
I'll probably be live streaming unless TikTok goes dark that day, obviously. So if anything goes down, you'll see it.
Oh my God, God just wrote soup for my family. I love it. I love it.
Be aware of friends in plain clothes trying to escalate too. Yes, exactly. Do not fall for the escalating tactics. Do not fall. If other people are causing trouble, escalating, like make clear that you're not with them. Do not support them. Do not encourage them. Do not anything. Do not, like, you know, what they used to do in the olden days was if there was an agitator in the group, everyone around them would sit down and point to them.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Thanks. You just taught me something new.
But now I don't think that that's a tactic anymore. So not enough people know that. But yeah, film them or live stream them. Yes.
Okay, we'll be safe.
Document every. Thank you, Gracie. And thank you for helping out.
I gotta go pay. I ordered sushi and it's ready, so I'm gonna go grab it. I've been craving it for 3 days, and I thought maybe I could like not do it. I can't. Once you have a craving, that's it. Like, I'm no good. So, anyways, everybody else have a good evening. Thank you, and for everyone that gifted me things, I appreciate you. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Why is that the date?
What's the deal with Ardon saying every time to let that what? Saying agitators only exist to the liberal cause. They're making shit up.
Yeah, didn't he just double down, triple down, whatever, quintuple down by now?
I don't know what that means. To the liberal cause? What do you mean? There are photos floating around.
Yikes, whoa, what the?
And it's well fucking documented. It is well documented that that authorities have always historically inserted fucking agitators, especially among leftists, to try to get leftists fucking imprisoned. It's always been true.
Oh my god. Did you guys hear about the judge in North Carolina? Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. By the way, guys, the TikTok ban is, the extension is up on April 5th.
I'm sleepy.
So please consider finding me elsewhere.
Philippe, are you in here?
So there's a judge.
Also, hi God.
This is wild. Basically,
I'm testing out my snorri
Judge
cam.
Griffin.
Testing out the setup I'm going to be like walking with
Wait, he has
while
to
marching.
pause on okay. For the state Supreme Court election,
I'm going to
he
be
asked-
filming with my
so a
camera.
judge- sorry, the way this is
and
written is like a little
This
bit.
will be
I
on.
mean,
Obviously, there's going to be times where I'm going to be like,
thank you, Oscar.
yeah. Because when I was filming on last Saturday,
I'm gonna be so bummed.
it was like, it was fine, but it was like, there were times where I was like holding the holding the camera and I was holding while worrying about, see, this is why.
I have to start making more YouTube stuff.
Because the camera shakes when it's like,
Where will I be most active? I don't know.
I need a better
I'm gonna have to
fucking,
start making more for YouTube. Honestly, to pay my bills. Probably. And like, honestly, the other thing is with TikTok, TikTok is great for filming inside the app. Way better than
I
like
need to,
IG or anything
so
like that.
this shakes.
So if
It wiggles
TikTok
and it
goes
drives me
away,
crazy because I can see it in the
that's
video.
that's
How
gonna
can
make
we
it
fix
really
this?
difficult to film a lot of the stuff the way I do currently, like the green screen stuff and whatnot. IG fucking sucks for it. The other program that does it really well is CapCut.
We just
which
took
is owned
some-
by the same company, obviously, so same issue.
Yeah, it's a GoPro.
Do a Patreon. So I just
Do I
started
have
posting
mirror
all
to
my
show
stuff
what
on Substack.
gear looks like? Yeah, post processing. Yes, I do smooth motion, but it's still pretty. It would be better to not have to do that.
Yeah, so I have a camera.
Or to
I
have
a
to like
camera
not
and
have to
I
do
have
it to the
editing
extent
stuff,
I do.
But it's like fundamentally like a different approach to making content. You know what I mean? The thing about TikTok is because it's so easy and convenient to make it like on your phone and directly post it, because it's so
Let's do
I mean, it's got plenty of issues.
maybe put some,
you
like,
know, the editing and stuff, but because they make
plastic
it
weld
so
on it or
easy
something. Try
to
to
do it
you
so
know
quickly, that's how you get. It just cuts out a lot of steps.
gimbal.
Right? I do have.
No, the reason I don't have a
videos
gimbal
on
for this is because I often,
videos.
the reason I have it on a selfie
I film on
stick is so that I can like,
actual camera.
the reason I have it on a selfie stick is so that I can like,
It just takes so
you
much
know,
longer to
angle
film.
it down and
it's so
point
much longer
this
to edit.
up and like
It ends up
catch
being a
actions that
whole
I can't
thing
see.
to make a
You
video,
know,
to
I
post
get,
it, you know what I mean?
I'm able to film things that that most
technically
people
it's the same
can't,
thing,
just
filming
because
and
I can get
editing,
this way, way, way higher, and I can
to edit on
also
a computer
stick
on my
this
phone.
through,
Just something so
you know,
much more
between
easier
tops
about it.
is what I've
Just
done
easier
quite a
when
bit.
it's going. So
I can stick it between people and whatnot.
there is a
On a
difference.
gimbal, not only does it make it more
There's a
bulky,
use
but
the
if I wanted to point it to angle this
not really
down or whatever, have it look to, because it's like high up and pointing down. A gimbal is gonna make it keep it looking straight. No, I'm explaining that it's not gonna work.
Yeah,
Because
no,
it doesn't
I
allow
use it.
you,
That's the
it's
thing.
literally
I
always
use
going to
it
be
because
straight
it
on the
makes
horizon. The whole point is
But
that
it
it needs
doesn't
to
make
be
sense to do
small
it
mobile,
for,
and I need to be able to
you
angle.
know what I mean? I try to post at least once a day.
It's a
and it
tough
doesn't
center
make
of
sense
gravity to
do
handle
it
jostles.
for,
Yeah.
for like daily videos and stuff.
So I'm thinking,
Also, because like part of the workflow with the phone that makes it easy, like especially natively, is like
I'm going to do some plastic weld
when
on
I
it.
record like multiple takes.
Why not?
What I try to do is like if I mess up, what I try to do is delete the clip immediately and then just refilm it. But if you're filming on a camera, this sounds like so minor, but I swear it affects it. If you're filming on a camera, you can't do that.
Well, no, the thing is, gimbals that allow you to tilt exist, but they're motorized.
So
And you need a
do
whole
that,
other
and then
fucking
when
thing. You need to be able to like
transfer into the editing
to
phase,
control it so that it does tilt and whatnot, but it's motorized, and that's a whole other setup, and it's way more the whole point is that this has to be simple, small, mobile, and like sneaky.
You know what I mean? It's like little things. Yeah. Yeah, it adds up. Exactly. It's a whole. And also because like you can't record in the same. I mean, there are ways of doing it, but like I record. The way I tried to streamline it as much as possible was the camera I use it for my live streams. Use it. I'm on my phone right now, but I use it a lot for live streaming, and so I have it hooked up to OBS. So I wanted to, instead of filming on the camera, transferring it to the computer, importing it into the editing program, and that I actually keep it hooked up to OBS and I record in OBS, right? Firstly, I have to change all the settings for the camera between the live streaming and recording for video. That's number one. I do have different profiles on OBS for it, but first you have to record all of it. Then you have to remux it so that it's like basically transcoded. Then you have to import it into the program. It's like the whole fucking process. And it already takes me a couple of hours to make most of my TikToks like on my phone. I know it doesn't seem that way sometimes, like you wouldn't think so, but like recording, trying to firstly doing the research, getting all the photos. That's the other thing, right? So like the green screen thing. It's so easy to do in the TikTok app.
I love you, Reese.
Green screen thing. But with like a normal camera, no, I would have to actually set up like a proper green screen and then process each shot after the fact. So I wouldn't also like be able to like bring up. I guess I could do it in OBS, but it probably would glitch out. It would be too much processing to do it live. Like, you know, to have the thing and be able to like point to each thing that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? What if I had an editor? Yeah, I mean, I could, but that doesn't fix, like, again, I mean, firstly, I'd love to hire an editor eventually, but I don't make enough money to hire an editor yet. But also, it fundamentally, again, changes the type of content I would be making, right? Because so much of the content I do is talking about, like, new stuff, like, as it's coming out.
Reminds me, where is my
So if I have to bring in an editor, like, I can't just call someone up and be like, hey, I'm going to transfer all these files to you. That would actually slow things down a lot more.
Here we go.
Exactly. I don't know, Magda. It's fucking wild. I know. I saw that too. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. What the fuck is Liberation Day?
I look really stupid with this thing on, by the way. So the fact, look, I'll show
I
you.
like that he's panicking though. Peter Thiel. No.
This is what I would be wearing with the phone here. Which reminds me, I gotta tie a little lasso to it. This is what I would be wearing in public for you guys. Can we fix it? Yes, we can.
Oh, so what I was telling you guys before, Liberation from is that there's this judge in North Carolina who lost the election.
It is pretty neat, right?
He lost it according to multiple recounts.
I gotta.
2 recounts. So the count and then 2 recounts confirm over and over again he fucking lost.
I don't know.
And he refuses to concede, and he's asking his colleagues on the North Carolina Court of Appeals to retroactively change the rules for the 2024 state Supreme Court election and throw out tens of thousands of ballots. He fucking lost. He lost. And he's asking them to go and change the rules.
Oh no.
Like
I don't know if this will
retroactively change
fit
the
through
rules,
here.
or maybe it's possible that like something was passed since then, but he's asking them to retroactively change the rules so that they can throw out 60,000 ballots. It's his big tariff day. His, liberation from what? Having any allies? Liberating us from any sort of soft power. Jesus. Total recount.
Anyone wants to hop up? God, do you want to hop up? Hi, Brian. You're out in an oil field? Hi, TZ. Sorry, I missed that earlier.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry.
How can I get this out? Hi, Tommy. Why Savior? Oh. Hello, God.
Hello. It's been a minute, I guess.
Yeah, it has. I'm just gonna say that. How you been?
Make sure. Oh, I can't complain. Busy, just busy.
That's good.
When you go to another protest, don't forget to wear your bright, stand out like a sore thumb pants.
I will. Don't you worry. The plan. You better keep an eye out for me on Fox News.
Yeah. I told you before, I have to watch all of them. That way I know, what to expect whenever I'm talking to these people.
That's smart. I love that. I love it.
It's so horrible, though. It's so much torture. It's so bad.
Oh yeah, where are you going?
Somebody's got to do it, though, just in case.
Someone does gotta
That's
do
the other
it.
thing. I'm
God bless you.
trying to save up to
God
to
bless
battle
God.
too. But if TikTok isn't,
I'm trying to attach this little clip
also
thing.
this month, like, God, my
to-
account is in a weird shape. Take it. Absolutely, you got it.
This
My account
these
is in weird
holes
shape.
on
I'm
my
having, like,
phone
multiple
case, you
videos
know?
over the last
Yeah.
few days,
so
like,
that
not
I
even
can wear this on
hit,
that
like,
little
1,000 views, which never
on this,
fucking happens.
like
Yeah.
and without having anyone just like run off with my phone,
But
Yeah, do
for the
people?
month,
I guess people do that.
that I usually do.
I
which
guess,
isn't
I don't
that
know.
much anyway, but like
Feels like, I mean, it could, excuse me, it could also just like drop out of there if I'm bumped or jostled, and
Yeah.
I already cracked my screen at the last protest, so. Or my screen protector, I should say. Excuse me. Oh,
I understand that, Jules.
what is that?
My screen is all kind of messed up. I'm not getting a new one.
No.
They cost too much money, and I'll just break the next one too.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same. I'm like, I usually hold on to the phones until they're just like destroyed. Although now I have something that's supposed to like give me like a free trade-in every couple years or whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Yeah, I always hold on to the phones until they no longer function.
Yeah. Okay.
This one I've tried to be real careful with, and like not keep it with me when I'm working and stuff. Just leave it laying somewhere else away from me,
Yeah.
and that helped for a long time. But if I keep it in my pocket, it's gonna get messed up.
Yeah.
What will Cuomo cost me when he gives in?
Also, I don't know if you have this. I mean, I can just be holding my phone and I'll just drop it.
Just yeah. Just suddenly it's gone. It happens.
Well, frustrating. Are you doing anything on Saturday, God?
Probably just same old work stuff.
Okay.
We've had all this rain and weather and stuff, so that leads to more work and stuff for baby excavator and things.
I wasn't sure if there's going to be like a march near you or anything you were going to go to, but I guess you don't like crowds either.
I don't really like crowds. If they were closer, I'd go to some of them, but I don't really want to drive all the way to Houston. It's like 70 miles.
Yeah.
One way, so. And nobody's going to do anything in our little small town. There's nothing there to protest.
Well, there's always something to protest, but yes, I feel you. Gesticulates wildly.
Now that my kids have gotten older, my son's home from work again. He's all like, "We should have went to that thing. We should go to the Tesla protest."
Yeah. It was great.
But also, we had the horrible weather, the storms and things.
But he's hating it. Everyone's hating it, which is so funny. I love it.
Yeah, even without all this, he was bound to go broke sooner or later.
Yeah. Someone was down to figure it out. Realize like, okay.
A lot of people already knew what he was, just not enough people.
Yeah. Well, I think the part of it was also like not just enough people, but enough people, especially when we're talking like stock market and stuff. I think a lot of people who owned the stock knew who he was and understood that the stock was overinflated, was overvalued. But they also knew that until most people felt that way, it doesn't matter, right? Like
Yeah.
I know people who hold the stock who are like, yeah, it's super fucking overvalued or held the stock and have always said that. But they're like, but until people figure it the fuck out, like it's still a good I mean,
It's still profitable, yeah.
you're investing in other people's stupidity more than anything else. And then unfortunately, there are the people who are like, who just don't see that. And they're usually the ones who are going to be left holding the bag when all is said and done, when the rest of the, market realizes like, oh, okay, tides are turning. It's no longer, people are going to start figuring this out and, whatever.
Yeah. There's a little bit of everything in there.
Yeah.
And as long as it's making you money, I guess, and you know what to expect there, it could be profitable.
It's not, I mean, I don't hold Tesla stock.
I don't do stock at all. I consider it kind of like playing the lottery or going to the casino. It's still just gambling. And if you're not going to keep up with it and stuff and learn everything and just constantly, it's work. It is work to do that.
Yeah. That's why it's like I used to swing trade, and it's just like after a while it just gets really fucking boring. And when I've got other stuff going on in my life, like I'd rather do the other stuff, so I just like don't pay attention to it, so I can't stop.
Yeah, and unless you have a lot of money to put in there, you're not really gonna make that much anyway.
Yeah.
It's again like a casino. There, the more you risk, the more you can gain. If you don't have a whole lot to put in there, there's not a whole lot you can gain from it.
All right, I think I got this. So now I've got this little guy on here,
A little snap lanyard.
and then snap, and maybe I'll attach this to the holder or something. I don't know.
Is Philippe going with you?
Usually,
Yes.
I think it works best
Okay,
if
awesome.
you watch from the FYP. So if it
That's
comes
even
from
more
the
awesome.
FYP, best thing you
I don't know if y'all allowed to fly the drones, but it would be neat to get some above footage.
to the end, like let it.
No, there's like the regulations about flying drones over crowds of people are really strict. And I can almost guarantee there will be helicopters there, especially in DC.
Oh, okay.
Flying a drone
Yeah.
in DC is gonna be a really fucking stupid decision. Someone's gonna try it, and it's gonna be stupid for them to do that.
Yeah.
Don't want flying drones over protected airspaces and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, no.
I know. Well, with most of the protests, like that thing that you were at the other day, or this last weekend or whatever, on like the Fox News. I don't know if you watched the whole episode or stuff. They're like, oh, it's just a few people, so they always try to pretend it's just a few people.
Is that what they said?
I think it.
Yeah, only just a handful of people.
I bookmarked it because I saw some of the like chyrons that they had, and I thought it was so funny, like where they were like psychopaths,
Yeah.
and I was like, Jesus, I gotta go back. I gotta take screenshots of every fucking.
Comrades, you bunch of comrades. They use that clip on quite a few of their shows, also.
Yeah, Sarah. You're saying be careful. I mean, I'm gonna be live streaming while I'm there. You know what I mean? So I forget. Do they take all the data, or I don't know? Philippe keeps making jokes, and I keep fucking. Philippe, are you in here? So I wanna see if I'm crazy in being like, don't fucking say shit like that. He's been making jokes like, and sniff the data. Where did he say that? What did he say today on the phone? We were on the phone, and he said something like stir up some trouble or kick some shit, kick up a fucking whatever. We're gonna go stir up some trouble and fucking. And I was like, you can't fucking say jokes like that. There are people fucking listening. I can almost guarantee if they're not listening now, they'll listen eventually to our fucking phone calls. He texted in a work text. He sent me a screenshot where he was like, someone was like, hey, is Saturday okay for XYZ and stuff? And he said, yeah, it's okay. And then he followed up. He realized that, our plan. And he was like, oh, I'm just kidding. Like, I'm going to be destroying Teslas, or I'm going to be vandalizing Teslas on Saturday or something like that. And I was like, bro, I get it. It's a fucking.
We know that he's not serious, but it's still funny to say it. It's entertainment.
Yeah. Well, but the
It's
thing
funny.
is more like if we ever get fucking hauled before a judge, it doesn't matter that you're joking. That's going to end up used as evidence of something. You know what I mean? Like
Premeditated stuff.
Exactly. That's more my problem with it, where it's like, I know it's a joke and it is funny and I want to be telling these jokes and whatever, but at the same time, if one of us were to get hauled, if some shit were to go down on fucking Saturday, not because we planned it or anything, but if we were in the crowd and we were hauled in and they were trying to fucking claim that we were there to do whatever, that could be used as evidence as like, oh yeah, we went there to go fuck shit up or something like that, which is not the case, to be clear to everyone.
Obviously not the case. That is not the plan. Yeah, I try to be super careful what I say and or type on the internet. Always. Try my best.
2 years ago when I was there that I hadn't seen when I was a kid.
Because you really do never know.
My aunt and uncle and both my cousins.
And they really are taking advantage of the
Dad had like a rift with
people
part of his
toting
family.
cell phones with them everywhere they go and stuff too.
Because I like moved
Yeah.
to the U.S. and like didn't return
It's a
back
tool
to
against us.
Spain for years.
Yep.
Like I just sort of like didn't really keep in touch with like a
Way too much.
extended family there, unfortunately. Because they also didn't live where I grew up. They're in like very
Homemade ice cream.
country. So it's like, I mean, it's bad, it's terrible, but also I have ADHD and we're like.
I'm sure you'll get around to it eventually.
Getting in touch with people if they're not like.
I was thinking about that today again.
But
I can barely fucking.
yeah. But yeah,
You might end up in a signal chat you're not aware of and spill the beans to whiskey leaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, these are nice.
Yeah, I was kind of picking on you about the ice cream maker the other night, and then I had the algorithm picked up on it, and it kept showing me people making homemade ice creams, and then it showed me a video where somebody has a PTO tractor driven ice cream maker that was huge, a whole barrel of ice cream at once.
That's kind of cool.
I'm like, yeah, I could do that, a tractor powered ice cream maker.
Yeah, why don't you got tractors, right?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds
I
like
can
you got a nice
make-
maker too. So
Make 55 gallons of ice cream at a time if I had one of those.
what do you think? Should I just yeah, maybe I'll just fucking put this all big old glob.
I have no idea what you're getting into. I couldn't see it good earlier. I didn't have my glasses on or nothing.
I'm trying to fix this wiggle. There's no real way to do it, so I think I'm just globbing on. Oh, sorry, I thought I was showing you right there.
A little bit of epoxy.
Yeah, basically using plastic weld epoxy on here because this wiggles.
Yeah.
On the metal. I know. So I'm just kind of globbing this whole thing on.
That's where the metal is cramped onto the plastic is the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna struggle to get work that pays for much. You know what I mean? Like,
Probably could have
I don't
tried crimping it a little bit harder first.
stay at.
And
I
then
don't.
done this,
I'd be
but-
starting with nothing, so that's
Maybe.
why I have to like save.
Or
up
just
for
order a new Vivor one.
for browser extensions.
Vivor makes the best stuff, just saying.
Vivor makes the best stuff, or what?
Yeah, Vivor, that's the TikTok shop stuff. As far as tool goes, Vivor makes everything. They're just the best at making stuff.
You're the best at making stuff. This is not a TikTok. The thing is, like, I tried getting something similar to like replace this, and it was just not. It didn't have the right connectors and stuff, so it doesn't work the same way that that I needed to. This was part of like a larger kit of GoPro stuff. And I'm just gonna spin it slowly now.
Like no one says
Yeah.
España.
I bought so many different phone holder things thinking I could attach a phone to the tractor and do some live streams like that, but they're all too shaky. The screen is too shaky. Tractors ride rough. They don't have shock absorbers or nothing, so.
So you need one of the shock absorbing ones then.
Yeah, and they're expensive. The good ones are. I'm not paying all that since we might lose TikTok anyway. I guess I could make some more YouTube videos, but hey, I Spy, how's it going?
And what I was gonna say is, if anything, technically, it's
How's it
people in
going?
Latin American countries that have a reverse list.
Philippe, are you in here or what?
They have no pronunciation.
Is he still the barbecue king, or is he over it already?
Pronounce it all like an S.
So, he was just in Chicago for a couple of days, and he
Give
flew
example.
back
So my last
today.
name Perez. In Spanish, it's pronounced Perez. because
Yeah,
Z
cool
is-
beans indeed.
is our
Uh-oh.
TH sound. We don't use TH.
Oh, I can't complain. I spy I'm doing pretty good.
Like double
I've been
L
trying to
in
stay off
Spanish,
the internet more than what I had become chronically online almost.
It's just how.
But that you literally had to because it was doctor's order.
But
Yeah.
people from like Latin America.
But now summertime's here and there. I can go outside and do things and it's nice and warm.
That's not how you pronounce it in Castilian Spanish. Thank you, Jolly. I use not your mother's hair care for the most part. Yeah,
one.
No one
I
says
hope that this
España.
cures correctly. I hope it's the right ratio.
That's written with an S.
I feel like 50% of the time, even though it's one of those like
Because the sound is
squeeze bottles,
2-in-1 tubes. Yeah.
it's like half the time it's not the right ratio and it
Yeah.
ends up soft anyway.
Yep.
What else is new? So how did you enjoy today? Liberation Day and post-Liberation Day.
I was working all day, so I really, yeah.
You got to miss all
Said
this.
it's, yeah, I tried to catch up this evening and some whenever I was eating lunch and stuff, so
Yeah.
kind of hopped online for a little bit. But I didn't do anything special. I worked on air conditioners and stuff.
Nice.
That's what happens when summertime gets here.
That's true. You excited to help me fix my AC again?
2012, state authorities in
Yeah.
Maryland found that he had been practicing medicine without
You need a new one. That's what you need.
His father, Mark Geyer, who was a
God, can you imagine how much they're gonna cost now?
Yeah, I'm sure. What was it? 25% on everything from China?
Isn't it like 35%? I think now.
Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't remember now because he says so many different things.
It's possible that it was 25% added to the 10%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably. I think that's what it was.
Maybe, but it might have also just been 25%. I think I saw 35% mentioned quite a few times.
Yes and no, Jill.
So-
There's like
Because
some,
I'm pretty sure there was already a 10 or 15%, probably 10. So that's where the 35 comes from. I bet you. And that's on a lot of stuff.
golden, or the gold card or whatever.
And we get a lot of stuff from them. A lot of good, cheap stuff, like all those fine Vivor products.
Exactly.
I'm going to get Vivor to send me some stuff.
Yeah, clearly.
It's annoying
You
to
should.
me. I think it's ridiculous. But also the argument is like,
Yeah, it was a
okay, well, if you're gonna
Trumpster
bring, like,
fire
rather
thing,
than
I spy.
have,
I spy's Canadian.
like,
Canadian. We have a lot of Canadian.
labor
Yes. Trump's the
migrants or whatever. It's like,
Yeah, Liberation Day was what he was calling yesterday as like the day where he like announced all the tariffs.
approach, you know what I mean? But it's a
Yeah.
thing that some countries do.
Phone call.
But yeah, merit based. I wouldn't say. Here's the thing, like,
Is there any other news that we missed? I was trying to hide out for a while. I did post something today trying to like
more in the sense of
summarize
like,
all the tariff news.
not merit based, but consider it like
Got, like, no news.
benefit based, right?
They're tariffing the cats. They tariff the dogs.
You gotta prove that you're gonna benefit the country in some way, right? Like that's the idea behind it. In the same way, so like
tariff the
there's a
dogs.
program I just saw this.
Yeah, the ones on 2 uninhabited islands. Yeah,
They gotta tariff the penguins.
Allowing people
tariff
to
the penguins,
get,
but not
like,
Russia
leave
or
to-
North
I don't know if it's,
Korea.
like, get citizenship or just
Right,
live
because that
there.
makes a lot of
If
sense.
they spend.
I don't even know what we was getting from them penguins, but I'm sure it was fine stuff.
$100,000 or pay $100,000, you
Those
like,
people.
win, like a historic.
They just keep on winning.
like a mansion or like an estate. Or
Are we
something.
sick of winning yet? You know what's fun? I've been checking
You
the conservative
probably
subreddit
technically
and
have a lot
stuff.
more, and you have to
And
agree
just to
to,
see
like,
what they
either
say. I don't like engage in it or anything like that, obviously. I
or
don't want to
rent
like
it out long
affect-
term, like not Airbnb.
I don't want to
And the idea
insert
is
myself
these
and affect the
mountains,
data.
towns and stuff are basically, like, dying off.
because they're constantly complaining about being brigaded, like anything where people like things, like, and they don't realize that half the time they're like, there's like other people in there that I'm sure there are some like leftist or liberal people in conservative that are engaging and stuff, but like the way they fucking complain about it is like it's kind of crazy. Like, but I went in because I want to see what they're saying, and like even this, they're like, this is really fucking stupid.
Right? That's
Yeah.
technically if you have
This is really
100,000,
fucking
you can't
stupid.
drop the, drop of a hat to move to a country.
Well, I must send some invites to some of our
That's
some
not
of our
available to
MAGA people.
everyone.
See if we can get them to come and join us. And tell us if they're having fun yet. Because
Because
oddly, we haven't seen them. They've not been around.
You have to, but sometimes you need to.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't really been doing debatey things
They're
either.
not.
We did hear, were you, yeah, you were in here, you were still in the comments when the guy came in here and claims that the reason that they renamed Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America was because that means that now we can drill in it.
Yeah.
Earners,
Sure.
immigrating as well.
That's not the first time I heard that. I'm pretty sure they picked that up from Sky News guy.
Countries are like, well,
This is
if like
Sky
we
News guy?
need
Yep.
our population.
I forget his name.
To
That
replenish in
I
these
don't know.
specific ways.
If I call him what he is, they won't like
So
the
they-
algorithm
and
won't like
also,
it.
by the way,
You know
in
the guy
Europe, where you have like social safety nets
with the slick back hair on
right,
Sky
you have
News. I don't remember his
universal
name.
healthcare,
You heard that
and
claim made twice now?
You just
Jeez.
have so many more like social programs. There is
Still wiggling.
reason for the government to want
Sky News, Fox News, they're exactly the
to,
same.
like to for a fact to know that for a fact they will be paying.
Sky
into the
News
system
didn't
that they
used
will
to
be
be like
using,
that.
right?
They've always been pretty
literally
bad.
anyone could show up and
You know they're a Murdoch channel.
Hospital in Madrid, you don't have
Oh,
to be
really?
From, or, sorry, in Spain. You don't have to be from
Okay,
Spain.
well, when I was a kid, we had Sky. I mean, I guess we had Sky. Yeah, no, we had Sky and Sky News.
And that's
When
because
did he acquire them, or did he?
Yeah, he acquired them in the early
not,
90s,
that it's not just
Okay,
Spanish citizens,
maybe.
people who work there and pay
Maybe that's
taxes.
if I remember correctly.
So the idea is to
First the
not
ones in
have
Australia
people
and then the ones elsewhere.
and don't like
Hi,
contribute to
Philippe.
the
Did you just
economy,
get in here?
but
Or have you been here the whole time?
take advantage of all the social safety nets. The thing is, the U.S. doesn't have any fucking social safety nets, so the U.S. doesn't
The
give
world
a
would be a
fuck,
better
like-
place when that old man is gone.
Yeah, exactly, Ebony.
You know, Murdoch.
Well, have you been? Did you see anything about the drama with his kids?
And is there new stuff? I hadn't seen anything new.
Oh, you did. Not new stuff, but just the fact that like he only likes one of his kids.
Yeah, because the other one is too left leaning.
Skywatcher on YouTube says, I doubt it will be any worse than 2022 when the shelves were bare and inflation was 11%.
I know, right?
When were the shelves bare in 2022?
Exactly, Ebony.
I don't recall that.
Exactly. I fully agree.
Oh, nice.
I don't,
But also,
I don't
like,
recall
yeah,
the
I would
shelves
pay
being
higher taxes
bare in
for it, but you
2022.
also- But like the idea is also, you know,
And
in a
wasn't
system
didn't
like that, you
inflation
have to
top
have
out at like
people- you have to have
9.9%
the
or
larger
9.8%? I
idea.
believe that was the
You have to have like the larger
Highest
kind of
percentage.
Yeah.
cultural understanding. that, like,
9.8, something like that.
No, like want to pay into taxes. I mean, no one enjoys.
I mean, I've
paying
got a
taxes,
chart
no
on the
one
other
is
phone I could pull
humble,
up, but I'm
but
pretty
there
sure it was
has to be, like, a
9.8.
certain kind of
Ironically, their
level of
username
knowledge.
is
And I think it also
Skywatcher,
comes
so-
from having systems like that, right? Where people are like, I pay into my taxes.
For some
I pay
reason, my
taxes
fucking
in
my
order to
TikTok
get
comments aren't
these things,
updating
right? And, like,
on.
whatever. So like in Spain, while someone might complain like, "Oh, my taxes are high and stuff," no one in Spain
Oh,
is
we got a
complaining
request.
that they pay taxes at all. Because
Yeah,
like
request
no one in Spain
Oh, it's
wants not
search.
even the most right-wing fucking Christo-fascist motherfuckers.
Hello.
Howdy.
Which I know a couple. 'cause
How's it
I
going?
went to school with them growing
I
up.
just wanted to bring
Like,
my big
even
Brian
they
to
are
the
like, "No, you
conversation.
don't fucking get
Your
rid of
big
your
Brian.
healthcare." No,
Ah, yes.
absolutely not. You know what I mean? And
What does your
even
big
they are
Brian
like,
say?
You pay taxes for healthcare.
Someone was saying earlier that these tariffs will equate to
There's
larger
like a certain
hike.
idea
a jeez, there's my Brian going. A
There's your
bigger
It doesn't work
tax
in the
hike
system. It's not that it doesn't work,
than
but it's
the
harder to maintain
tax
a
hikes
system
that
like
were
if the
implemented
vast majority, if the,
during the
like,
wars to
prevailing goal of
basically
everyone
pay
is
for
to
the
not pay fucking
war
taxes.
efforts.
But what do you mean?
You know?
Like the like taxes went up after like World War II in order to, or during the World War II in order to fund the war efforts, and that
Yeah.
these tax hikes are higher than those taxes that were implemented.
Federal judge ordered Trump officials
I hadn't
to
thought about
preserve
that, but
their
possibly.
signal messages.
Maybe.
I feel like we're super hosed.
Fucking hoes. Good God. Good God. I don't know. It's Curing.
Well, I sent invites to some of our MAGA people, so I can get some input from some of them.
MAGA people.
I have Jesus Loves Cadence and Scavenge.
Oh, Scavenge.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
Those are my two MAGA people.
The only two you can handle, or you can withstand.
Yeah.
British Parliament.
Well,
signaled
despite
respect
the
for
fact that
privacy,
Scavenge being a MAGA, a Trump supporter, that he said openly says he is, he still makes good music.
No, absolutely not. Nope.
They fucking, dude, Sarah, they put tariffs on Is. 17% tariff on Is products.
This summer and stuff, you know.
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
Also, like
That's
a
so fucking
bachelorette
funny.
thing.
But not on Russia and not on North Korea.
Yeah, but I'm like looking at spots.
Yeah, not North Korea, not on Russia. Them's the Cheetos as friends.
Yep.
As buddies.
See my stuff on the For You page. Please watch it through, or just you don't even have to watch it. Just let it play.
I mean, I'm under the impression at this point, it's my opinion that crashing the economy is the point. Like, it's entirely for the sake of running us out of jobs, so we can't pay our property, so the billionaires can come in and scoop it all up for pennies on the dollar.
Also, like, I feel like
And it also does the same thing to small businesses, whereas bigger corporations can come in and scoop them up for cheap.
Yeah.
More monopolization.
They have not been in my FYP.
I think it's a little bit about, listen, I don't think it's necessarily
and I feel like
planned, but like, and also it depends, like when you say, oh, it's the point, I also like, for me, it's like, okay, maybe it's someone's point, but I don't think it's everyone's point. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I agree. It's a little bit of a bunch of things.
Yeah. And I also think that, like, while they will obviously be the ones that come out on top of something like this, I also think that in many ways it's also still not great for the billionaires when the economy fucking crashes. Like, it isn't. They come out on top at the end of it for sure, but also, you know, it's still not ideal, you know, but.
Hello, friends.
A
Long time.
worker-friendly moves Alex. I don't know what you're talking about.
The most worker-friendly move in 100 years? Is that what this is, Alex? Come on up. Why don't you fucking...
Yeah, explainerize yourself. Extrapolate.
Please explain how crashing the economy is the most worker-friendly move.
Can I tell you my favorite conspiracy theory about all this?
Yeah.
Imagine if the left had been the one to be like, you guys really should stop buying cheap shit from across the world and shipping it on really carbon heavy ships and buy local. And
right.
So really he's just doing like he's a secret leftist in that, or environmentalist. He's a secret environmentalist. I'm absolutely against, in case you're confused by that, but that is kind of make me go a little.
Yeah. That is actually a good point, though. The like less shipping and stuff. That's actually nice. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, he will bring gas prices down when there's absolutely no demand for gas.
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous.
When no one has jobs.
Not really. It might come down a little bit, but then they'll just cut production to keep the price up. They can use any excuse they want to add to or cut production at any time.
And then people have to ride their bikes more and get healthier. Really, it's all just like a big leftist plot.
Because you wanted to.
He's a leftist op.
Right.
All of its fucking taxpayer
money. I mean, watch them do that. Watch them fucking cut like that.
Quiet! Don't reveal our leftist secrets.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And Trump is our guy.
Trump is our guy.
And no one being able to like afford food is really just his plan for like to combat obesity.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna fail, but
Yeah, they were like, this is just a continuation of Michelle Obama's plan.
It benefits a little bit from the fact it's slightly harder to attack from afar.
It's wild to me that we live in a
it
country
also,
where
like,
like
makes it
we
a
have
lot
such an
more vulnerable
obesity
and
crisis,
a
and we
lot
also
more
have like
unable to
1 in 5
return
children
the
are
attack,
malnourished.
like at the drop of a hat.
Wild,
That's why
right?
fucking Pearl Harbor happened the way
I
it
mean,
did.
Well, the obesity
All they
thing
had to
was
do was
kind of
fly past
flattening
Mexico,
out.
right?
It was getting better. Has been for the last couple of years.
They didn't
Was
fucking
it
see it
getting
couldn't be
coming.
better or
getting
was
much
it
worse.
flattening
They didn't
out?
see it coming. Why?
It was actually
Because
getting
they had
better.
no fucking allies that had to be like
Because more people were going hungry?
and
They didn't say. I did read a paper about that recently. They done a new study thing to check in on it, but they didn't know why.
Maybe it's all that Ozempic.
They could get to fucking
Oh,
Japan.
I don't know. Did you see the price of Ozempic? So I doubt
with
it.
actual troops on the
What is the
fucking
price
ground?
of Ozempic?
Yo,
Oh,
like
about $3,200 a pill
With
or a
actual
shot
troops
thing.
on the fucking ground
Somewhere between
Ozempic is
32 and 8,000.
without using
oh yeah,
fucking
but you
other
can get the
people's
like
territories,
what's it
setting
called,
up a
the
military presence.
compounded versions for like $300 a month.
Yeah, somewhere between 3 and 700. But
which is
the
actually
healthcare
really
professional says avoid those because a lot of
Yeah, I
people
feel
have been
that.
getting a lot of nasty side effects.
well, they're the same thing, really. But like,
Yeah.
what's happening in a lot of cases is that they're finding that people that are taking Ozempic are also ending up with like early onset like osteoporosis, and it's because they're losing weight, but they're not
Independent
exercising to lose weight either. Like exercising isn't a part of like you can diet yourself out of being overweight, but if you don't exercise and your bones and your muscles aren't getting exercise, then your body's gaining it or taking its energy from somewhere,
I mean,
and
Mhm.
it's taking that energy from breaking down what's
Also
already
not
in your body for fuel.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
calcium's
saying
a separate
like
issue.
it's a great medication for those that need it. Like, obviously, there's no
Oh
silver
yeah.
bullet, right? But like, I mean, what are the pros and the cons, the side effects of this, like versus like heart disease and
Yeah.
all these other things that come with obesity. Um,
Have you guys seen the studies as a side note? Because ADHD about osteoporosis, where the milk drinking countries actually have much higher rates of it.
I thought you were going to bring something up about the milk.
I
I
have not.
had not, but I do know, I know a lot of the whole got milk thing is obviously fucking, big milk propaganda.
Yep, the dairy industry.
Yeah, big milk. That's the right word for it. The dairy industry. Yeah. I didn't know that.
I'm sorry, Ethan.
Do you know why? Like, is there some explanation for why?
He's using his backup account? Why?
See?
C-Star?
You start?
Did we lose her?
I feel like it's going to be like a correlation, not
I
causation.
made a post recently. Also,
Oh,
fucking.
man.
A lot of times it is.
So I made a post recently. So
Yeah.
I'm Spanish. I'm half. But I was born and raised.
Oh, I
in
thought it was
Spain,
my internet
in
went
Madrid,
that went
right?
bad.
Oh, you're back.
We had
It's hers.
11M.
No, it was yours. We could hear everybody could hear each other, but we couldn't hear you.
Or is it mine?
Fucking
It is
supporting
mine.
the US, making the fucking mistake
Do you
of
hear me?
helping or supporting
Kinda.
the US in its bullshit fucking dramas that it caused.
I can hear you, but I
Across the
can't.
world.
I
Because
need
make
to
no
reset
fucking
one
mistake,
sec.
the US has caused every fucking conflict it's ever entered itself into. Always. Including World War II, by the way. The US fucking did all this shit. And Spain made the fucking mistake of supporting an ally when they presented false information.
I've kind of decided
false
with
intelligence reports
our
to
march
justify
into
a bullshit fucking war.
the imminent future and how
we
things
got
are
attacked
going,
for
that
it. That was my community.
maybe I should start
Like
conditioning
teachers
a
at
bit.
my school
Uh, so I'm doing more running and more lifting, and which is something I should be doing anyway. But I kind of feel like, we got some potential tough times ahead, and for those of us that are ten toes down in this place and gonna
the United States when they
stand and ride it out, we should probably
at the UN. And
be in as good of health as we
how
can.
many fucking military brats I went to school
fair.
with?
That's a good idea.
Do you know how many
Thinking about
fucking American
that a little bit more.
brats
Just
get sent? God said, listen, I'm privileged.
if I need to run, I need to be able to run.
Let's say.
Exactly. Most people can't, get up from the couch and run a 5K.
In Madrid
And
that they could never afford.
If you can do that, if you can train yourself to do that, then that's in most situations your best defense is to be able to outrun anybody that's coming after you.
Because Spain fucking allowed
So in
Not
that idea,
necessarily be faster, but run further.
base
Yeah.
in Spain.
so another thing I'm blaming Trump for is for almost a month now, I'm experiencing my first MS relapse in 17 years. The running is really hard right now, and I'm totally blaming Trump for it too.
And they're gonna put it on Europe. They're gonna make a whole thing. Oh, it's about Europe this, Europe that. The reason the U.S. has a fucking presence in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, it's all his fault.
Because we allow them to.
Cramps, his fault. Actually, it's funny because I sorry to the men if you're sensitive, but when I get stressed, my periods get so much worse, and definitely I've gotten really bad periods, and I mentioned to Felipe at one point, I was like, this is how I know I'm fucking stressed because basically fucking
It makes sense.
yeah. It's bad. You can tell, your body fucking reacts to
I agree, John.
Stress really badly.
really, really bad.
I think that's most of the people's obesity problem is too much stress.
Yeah, that's part of it.
I read a paper a long time ago about correlating obesity with actually the minimum wage stagnation, and I fully believe it. Make people work more and make less money, and
Yeah, they're not having enough fun because they can't. They're at work all the time, and then they're too tired to have fun, and they have
Too
other
tired to-
responsibilities to do.
cook healthy and too poor to buy healthy things, and we're all just looking for the little bit of dopamine that we can afford and access.
Yeah, and all the studies, all the real big studies that I've read about gaining and losing weight, it's stress. Most of the weight gain is due to stress.
I think
It's not so much the food. It's more the stress and the stress you're putting yourself under mentally leads to a lot of it.
I drink too much brandy.
I think it's a good time to point out that one of the most underrated things and most important things that we need to do is get adequate sleep.
That I don't do.
Yeah, most people in modern society do not get enough sleep. If you think about how most of human history is we would go to sleep when the sun goes down and wake up when the sun comes up. Those are all sorts of messed up things. But our circadian rhythms are all sorts of messed up these days. And if there's one thing you can focus on, making better is your sleep hygiene. And with that, other things fall into place. Your mental clarity, your decision making, your body's ability to heal itself.
You know what's extra fucked up about that with multiple sclerosis? You literally need more sleep, because when you're sleeping is when your brain becomes less inflamed. You clear out some of the gunk, and it makes it harder to get quality sleep.
Damn.
Yep.
Colonel Alejandro, I'm moving to Mexico. You all are screwed. Yes, thank you so much.
I will be okay.
God will
I
be
don't mean to brag, but I'm gonna be fine. Yes, I've been trying to help fix things and try to make things a little bit better, but that's mostly for you other people. I'm gonna be all right.
It seems like maybe I'm hoping not. I'm hoping maybe it's
I'm
something
looking at
else.
New Zealand or Australia,
I'm gonna be bummed if it turns out that I need to go live just to get my.
but it's
Look
just in
at
Mexico.
Mars.
My brother got married there.
Where? In Mexico.
Oaxaca. It's interesting seeing the graffiti like add up while I was there, increase. There's things like tourists go home now, refugees welcome, and some less polite ways to say that.
You haven't? Yes. People are saying that.
Yep.
Hey, refugees, when you're on your way home, can you take me with you?
Yeah. April 5th. April 5th is the extension.
The fucking irony of how many of these people are gonna try to like escape this country.
Of my life during the first.
Here's the thing, like,
Be like, hey, in honor of us being banned again, here's like.
if I ever have to fucking like seek asylum in Canada or something, or I don't know, just anywhere, if I have to like figure something else out to work, I will happily fucking volunteer or take a job with like whatever, you know, office helps process like American asylum claims and stuff. And I will dig deep into people's social media to make sure that no one who supported this gets granted any fucking asylum.
I love it.
Yeah.
Like that is I know that's a little bit crazy, like that's a way far off, like, I don't know, weird thing to like fantasize about, but seriously, I'm like, okay, no, if I ever am in the position where like that's where people are like, I'm gonna go out of my fucking way to make sure that they're not allowing, you know, MAGA into other countries. They can be stuck here.
Yeah, go back. You get what you wanted. Now go and enjoy it.
Go and enjoy it. Go fucking, yeah. Oh, Lord.
They're not really hard to spot.
You're in berserker mode.
It's going to be a questionnaire. Question 1. What shape is the Earth?
Yeah, what shape is the planet?
Well, the thing is, I think a lot of them are gonna like wipe their socials. You know what I mean? When trying to get in somewhere else. And
Question 2. Who won the 2020 election?
Speaking of, is this app gonna close again tomorrow?
Possibly.
Tomorrow, I think on Saturday.
Oh,
Saturday. And oddly enough, I've watched a lot of news over the last few days, and nobody mentioned it. Nothing I seen about the TikTok shutting down again.
I keep looking.
I still prefer Red Note. I think it's the one thing that like they weren't expecting.
No, on Blue Sky.
I've heard some people on
so when I post on TikTok
on kind of our side of the aisle say, not great things about Red Note and security concerns. I don't know if that's founded at all, or, I mean, to me, like, I feel like anything that's carried in the App Store has probably been somewhat vetted by Apple.
Oh no, I disagree. I think all the apps are security concerns. They all are. Every single fucking app is a security concern. But it's also like you gotta, the one thing we were saying, like, I understand the security concerns for TikTok and I don't disagree with them. For me, it's more just like, I would rather that at least that like my data from TikTok be in the hands of the CCP than in the hands of another fucking American billionaire. That, like, it's as simple as that. The American billionaires already control so much of our information, so much of our data. Like, our data is there. They're also able to like sell our data And there's other apps, like I have some sketchy ass fucking game apps on my phone and whatnot. And like, I know that all my data is being scraped. I don't like it. I'm not okay with it. I think we need laws like Europe has. But if we're stuck in the fucking United States and like, and someone's collecting my data, like if TikTok is collecting my data, I don't want that data in the hands of another American billionaire. I just fucking don't. It's not
Yeah,
safe in their hands.
I mean, from all the data breaches there have been so far, like Target, Solyndra, fucking Facebook, like TikTok hasn't had any, from what I understand.
Yeah, well, that, but also
Or at least
just
no
what
major.
they can do with, they're way more corrupt. Shut the fuck up, Eagles. Come on. They're not way more corrupt.
Eagles always want to show up and say some off the wall stuff.
Always want to say some shit, Eagles. They're way more protective of consumers. All right, I'm done with your bullshit, Eagles. This is fucking. Eagles is a Russian who came here to escape Putin and then voted for Putin again.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I knew that they come by several. They've been in a few times.
Yeah.
I didn't remember. I forgot that they were Russians. A Russian.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. Like, of all like the racist shit that I've seen on here, like the people that have most shown like the most blatant and some of the worst like racist takes I've heard have been like Russians and like South Africans.
The hard part,
I'm sure.
So I just try to post it across.
That doesn't shock me.
I'm not making
Like even the clearly racist like hillbillies from Arkansas and shit. And to be fair, there's a lot of like Boston too. But like at least they're like, no, I'm not racist. I just blah blah blah. Then they go on to spill a bunch of racist shit.
So, but
at least they try to hide it.
Tube specific content.
Exactly.
I don't know. I know a whole bunch that don't. In my part of the world, anyway.
They're not very good at hiding it, but
I've been trying to post a lot more.
They at least just claim not to be. I guess. Yeah. It's not that they hide it, but they just try not to claim it.
It's so fucking weird. Sometimes it helps.
Kayla, you're trying to get everyone fucking added to a list.
Seriously.
By the way, guys, that's another thing you should always be fucking aware of. There's a lot of fucking agitators online trying to get you to agree with violent rhetoric. Don't fucking fall for that shit. It's bullshit.
Yep. Don't even engage with them.
Yeah, I don't even like a lot of them comment that shit on my. And I'm sure some of it is real people, but like a lot of it is fucking.
It takes a lot of time.
You're just being a derp gal.
My stance on like the whole violence thing is don't be don't cause violence, but be ready for it.
You know, if it's like
don't. God damn, that is a vibrator, man. That is a strong phone.
Careful with that fucking word, dude.
Oh. My brother, he can sleep through any alarm, so what he does is he puts his phone on the silent jiggly mode and puts it on a bunch of change, and that wakes him up for some reason.
I feel bad my fucking audio on the other apps.
Where'd she go?
The BRB. Automated language desktop. They are dark times that we live in. I am a little bit comforted though. I'll say this week was a little bit more comforting just because a little bit, okay? The fact that in Wisconsin they couldn't win that, you know what I mean? Means they still don't have full control over what's.
Yeah.
And also the fact that in Florida, even though they won the 2 special elections, like everyone knew, like I guess they lost some ground. And
Yeah, they lost like 30 points.
yeah, and they're getting
And that's
nervous. The fact that they were getting nervous close to it, and we're like, we gotta like actually work a little bit harder in these areas. You know what I mean? Like that to me still says that it's still like our voices still count in those arenas. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That is very, very heartening. Also, the fact that this week, a bunch of like, well, a bunch, in the last day or two, at least a couple of Republicans have come out and said these fucking tariffs are fucking stupid and been like, I'm against tariffs and whatnot. Even Ted Cruz, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he came out and was like, I'm against tariffs. I might be wrong.
I think that there is a lot more. I think the congressional Republicans are a lot less on board than what they display publicly. But the problem is we need them to display that dissent publicly.
Not
And
not to give them any credit on that, right?
no,
Not saying that in
of
a
course,
way.
but
Rand Paul also said it, PA, yes. He said it a couple days ago.
one of my buddies that's kind of like a fly on the wall in DC politics. He I swear the guy works for the CIA. Apparently he owns a bunch of parking garages down in DC, but like he hears a lot, and he does seem to feel that there is some peeling off from the party.
Oh, for sure.
It's not. I hope it starts to happen quicker and much more publicly.
Well, it's also, I mean, it's all just like selfishness, right? They only care because they think it's going to affect their chances in the future. Like, let's be fucking real. Like, they have always known that these are what either they don't know that either they've not always known that these policies are going to harm Americans, in which case they're unfit to serve in the roles, or they've known and they haven't cared enough to call them out to, fight against it, whatever. In which case they're just they're evil. You know what I mean? Whether it's because self-interest, because they wanted to win again, they didn't want to like risk Trump's ire. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's all self-interest. They fucked over millions of Americans and honestly the rest of the world. And we're talking generations worth of damage. And like, even those that are like starting to peel off, it's only because they're afraid of how this is going to affect them. And I hope, they fucking do it, but also they don't deserve fucking pats on the back ever, right? Not that, but like I wanna.
I think maybe that's another good thing from the outcome of this Wisconsin vote, because a lot of Republicans are afraid of Elon's money and getting primaried in the next elections, and if this is any evidence that that's not a concrete thing, perhaps someone will say, hey, it's people are sick of this shit, and I'm more likely to get primaried if I toe the party line.
Elon's money is leaving him pretty fast.
In Tesla it is, but his other companies are still doing just fine.
SpaceX is not.
No?
No.
He's one guy. I mean, he's like, God. I think this country is not done. Like, I swear to God, if we ever like control away from them, like, I mean, I just said like, don't fucking fall for the people trying to get you to say violent things. That's not what I'm saying. I think there's gonna have to be a symbolic, metaphorical, like, draw and quartering. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, I don't think people are going to be satisfied with what happened last time, which was like nothing. You know what I mean? people are gonna be like, no, we want to see that like treasonous fucking people are in prison, are paraded through the streets so we can throw, you know what I mean? Like, tar and feathering, yeah, exactly. But I worry that Dems are gonna be too chicken shit to fucking do anything like that. You know what I mean? Not literally that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how do we ensure that this never fucking happens again? By handing down actual consequences.
Yeah, at some point there's going to have to be some big consequences, or it's just going to keep happening or getting worse.
I guess I would say that, like, if this administration moves too fast in their agenda and it ends up causing unemployment and people losing their houses and their jobs and their livelihood and their ability to feed themselves, people are going to become pretty unpredictable. And we saw what happened during the Arab Spring. You can only shit on your people for so long. I mean, granted, this is not Libya or Egypt, but
But it's getting there. You know what I mean?
like Cory Booker said, the power of the people is greater than the people in power.
When do I take it to Mars for all of them in space doing?
I think we could get a lot more done if we could just get more people to realize that it is a class thing, a wealth gap thing, more than anything else.
Yes and no. I think about you just reminded me like a TikTok a few weeks ago. There's one thing that fucking bothers me about that. I agree. Yeah, it's a class thing. But it's not, but it drives me crazy when people are like, oh, it's not a left and right thing. It's like it's a rich and poor thing. It's a class, it's an us and them thing. It's a rich and poor thing. Consider that. It's 99% versus 1%. It's like, okay, that's what the left is. Yes, you're right. It's not a left or right thing technically. If we were discussing a 2% change in tax rates, you know what I mean? Sure. But when we're talking about this is a classism thing, one party has been like trying to fucking fight on behalf of the classes, more, not that the Dem party itself is fucking great, but like in general, that is what leftist ideology is about. And fucking right-wing ideology is all about preserving, literally it's about conserving the fucking status quo and the power structures and like continuing the same fucking pattern of consolidation of power and wealth. And like, so yeah, we can be like, oh no, it's not left versus right, it's all of us together versus them. And it's like, okay, but if you are saying that and then turning around and like trying to fucking hate on people because of like what's in their pants, you're the problem. Like, okay, I'm here. I get that. I've been fighting for your rights this whole time. Where the fuck were you? Fighting against mine, fighting against theirs. Don't come at me now and be like, oh, don't be divisive. You're the fucking divisive motherfucker. Like it's just pissing me off a little bit. Like, sure, okay, oh, whatever.
The thing is, the right they have their base convinced that it's their religious. A big part of it is the right is doing the things that your God wants, that your religion says we need to do, and they get a lot of votes that way. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you haven't been to like or watch the big mega churches on the TV and the internet and the kind of things that they say. There's a lot of voters there, and if they think they're getting what they want from the politicians on the right, and they're I don't remember. I seen a thing here a while back on YouTube. I think it was genetically modified skeptic or something. But the people on the right and those religious people, they want an authority figure. They like that. They want somebody that's going to come in and pretend to be tough, just like a preacher does, just like a father, a dad in the South does his household, and rule it with an iron fist. They think that if that's the way a household runs, they're convinced that that's the way a country should be ran. So people on the left need to bring more attention to that. Like, quit being the little bootlicking sheep, you know. Grow up and be your own person. You can just be your own person. You're full grown. You can do your own thing now. You don't got to bow down to these people. It's just not right.
The left's been infiltrated by the same billionaires.
Yeah, we need to give them the boot. People need to stop, praising the wealthy people, and stop waiting for one of them to lead us to our freedoms and our better life. They're not going to. That's not in their best interest. We have to do it ourselves.
One here said, the truth is family. The thing is, dude, when you say that, sure, I don't disagree. Family rules, but when you say family, you have a very myopic fucking idea of what that means. To you, family is fucking blood related. So I mean, which by the way is like step one for, you can't say it, Gen X, like basic, like that's how you fucking start, right? By being like, oh, your nuclear family, the people who are most important to you are the ones that are related to you by blood, right? That's already, I know that like that has been part of the American fucking bullshit right wing, like American family values or whatever. That is a very simple basis for Gen X, right? It prioritizes blood relations, straight up. And then, but you conceive of this thing, you claim that that family, the thing that is so important and stuff, only looks like one thing: man, woman, children, all subservient to the man, right? And like, I agree, family fucking rules. But to me, family doesn't have to fucking look like that. And it doesn't have to be blood related. The most incredible fucking family units I have seen are found family. Okay? The most supportive forms of family that actually are there for their family members are found family. Are people that find each other, usually in marginalized communities, decide to just like are there for each other. You don't have to be fucking like blood related to someone for them to be your fucking family.
What's been super dystopian for me lately is have you guys anyone read Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower? So I was reading it for my book club, which I like to bring up all the time because it makes me sound cooler than I am. And so it's set actually in this time period. It goes through like starts in like 2024 because I think I'm in like 2028 now, and it's these people who have a little commune type thing and holding it together, trying in Los Angeles, outside of Los Angeles, after like full dystopian lands, like gangs, fires, new drugs, like total societal collapse. And then their little enclave gets run over by a fire, and then the protagonist has to try to walk up north. But just watching the whole like societal collapse due to government and climate change and fires right now, what all this is going on is pretty trippy.
Yeah.
It's a good book though.
They turned it into a Hulu series. So mad.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just me, but it sounds like your mic is cutting out.
was muting trying to hear better because your volume keeps going high and low.
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking
It
it was
almost
my
sounds
internet.
like the pickup on your mic isn't.
That's weird. Do you think it's that do you think it's Pegasus?
Don't know.
Oh, fuck it.
I'm also not sure what numbers is talking about. Probably a bot. Number 4.
Yeah, that's. I've been trying. Like,
What? I don't know what you're trying to say.
speaking of dystopian, like, I don't know what that one's going on about.
Sometimes I think they do it because they're just trying to like help your live out by writing comments. But maybe that was just me being Pollyanna.
Zero followers.
Yeah, I didn't look.
Yeah.
It was probably, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was a bot.
Yeah, now I can't.
Just FYI, though, some of those bots have gotten really good at appearing and talking like regular humans do.
Yeah.
They're getting pretty hard to spot.
Our regular humans are talking more like bots.
Maybe the other way around. You might be right.
Yeah, like all those people who are getting flagged college students getting flagged.
Yep, your mic cut out again.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know. You other people on the panel try to mute when you're not talking. Maybe that's the problem. It might be picking up. I do hear a dog barking a little bit. It might be picking that up, and its volume going over yours.
Let me see if that.
You did something there.
I plugged in to charge.
That seems to have fixed it.
Okay. Weird. I'm not hearing it. What was I gonna say? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Oh yeah. What else should we talk about? I'm trying to boost my account a little bit since I've been in so much trouble lately.
I didn't know you had been in trouble, or they're just not showing you videos.
I'm not showing my videos.
They've been doing that to pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
So do we think we're gonna be going lights out on Saturday, or?
I don't know. If we do, it's so frustrating. What a day to go lights out. You know what I mean? Tariffs hit. It's March Day.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could see him letting it go dark for a day just to avoid any of the marches being seen. You could also just not bring it back. I don't know. I think it's possible.
Yeah.
But
It definitely it ain't getting the attention for this shutdown like it did last time. So
I think a lot of people are fucking sick of this shit. You know what I mean? I am.
I know I am. I have been for a while.
Yeah.
I really want to go to Boston, but I've got prior plans, and I can't really back out of now.
Oh.
But I really wanted to go to Boston, and if there were going to be, if there's going to be a big crowd, find a good vantage point to put my drone up to take video footage of it.
We were just talking about that. That might be risky to do.
Oh, I've got a license to do it.
Okay.
I as long as I stay within the parameters of the, rules. I can't fly over crowds.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that when we talked right after we talked about it. That's why I'm muted for a while. Different states have, and different cities and stuff, counties have different rules.
Yeah.
different laws on it.
Yeah, so a lot of those rules actually uh, are not enforceable. Um, like different places can dictate where you can take off and land from, but once you're airborne, the only ruling body is the FAA.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But still, the FAA can take shit too. I guess the FAA was gutted, so they're not going to do anything. We were talking earlier, like, I know you're talking about Boston. Earlier, we were also talking about like, DC because God was like, "Oh, if Philippe's going, like, you should get drone stuff." And I was like, that might be the dumbest shit anyone could try."
DC is very much a no-fly zone.
Yeah, DC would be
There-
bad to try flying, but also there's gonna be helicopters. Like even if it weren't DC, it's like I'm pretty confident there's gonna be a lot of like airspace shut down for even like licensed pilots and everything that have but I think most of DC you probably can't fly over anyway because it's DC.
You can't. You can't for two reasons. Both because the Capitol buildings and all those places, sensitive areas, those are all no-fly zones, and because of there's so many airports right in that general area. So every time I do fly the drone, I actually have an app that I get clearance for to make sure. There's some places I don't need to check. There's some places that are controlled airspace where I can get clearance to fly, and they'll tell me, hey, you have to stay within certain parameters. You can't fly over 200 feet, this or that. And then there's some places that's just like, no, this is a no-fly zone. You absolutely cannot fly here. But I have credentials that allow me to get clearance in some airspaces, like some restricted airspaces. Certainly, if I'm right next to an airport, I'm not going to get clearance for that. But
yeah.
It sounds like you are a very responsible drone owner / flyer. Very proud of you.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm also seeing the comments. Selfish in here. You got a tax break, so you must make a lot of money, Selfish. You must be super fucking rich, so get the fuck out of here.
Or give me some money.
Or give me some money, yeah.
I was kind of giggling a little bit, but I can't find the comment now.
So then how's the stock market treating you? Wealthy people are pissed today. That's the thing.
With its only 5 followers.
Pissed.
I was giggling at the comment that said about Republicans drinking the Kool-Aid / Flavor Aid, not because like I think that's a fun reference, but the fact because I think it's really, really dark and shouldn't be used, but the fact that that person knew that it was actually Flavor Aid, so knew like it well enough, but still didn't realize that it's like, yeah, that's not such a nice thing to say.
Wait, which part? Sorry.
There's a comment. So like, I'm sure you know the actual story of it. It wasn't actually Kool-Aid, it was Flavor Aid. And the comment said Kool-Aid / Flavor Aid. So like they like know the real story, but also fully used it as a reference, and I found that I don't know.
I do know that riff. Yep, ran. Okay,
Plus they're trying to ban my drone because it's made by a Chinese manufacturer.
Oh, you have the DJI?
I do not. I have the Autel, which is so much fucking cooler.
It is.
Actually, on as far as the level of drone that I have, like, I think it's comparable to like the DJI Mavic. I think the Autel Evo 2 is a lot cooler than that. But DJI, they are the big player in it, and once you get into their like the DJI Matisse, I think it's called, which is like a fucking $10,000 drone before you a lot cooler there. Which is like they make some really cool drones. But that's
I just have one of those $60 ones from Amazon.
Yeah.
It ain't even got the GPS relanding thing or nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just the cheapest one I could find, basically, that had a camera that you could adjust with the control.
Selfish. I think it's fucking hilarious that you're so obsessed with Dems. Dems lost, right? Dems lost. They have no power right now. Why are you so fucking obsessed with Dems when Republicans are in charge of everything? Shouldn't you be talking about exactly what's happening? Or do you
Yeah,
just want
bragging about all the
fact that you guys are fucking destroying the country, you dumb fucks? You're here fucking making it about, trying to make it about Democrats. Democrats have no fucking power. They have no fucking power, dude.
Butter emails.
It's so fucking clear what you're trying to do. You're trying to distract from the fact that you guys are fucking destroying everything. God. Fucking hilarious. Sure. So ignore all the other shit that's very, very fucking clearly just tanking.
Yeah, oil went down a little bit because people's spring breaks are over. It happens every year.
Oil not being something that Trump controls either.
Yeah, and it going down is like that a little bit every time after spring break. It'll go back up again in a couple of months whenever summer hits and people start going on vacation. Duh. Don't we all keep track of this stuff every year?
Yep.
Have we not been paying attention?
No, they haven't, obviously. Obviously. You're dumb. You're dumb. Spring break just started there. I feel like spring break in Spain is usually coincides with Catholic holiday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Easter's coming up. That's when the school districts that I work for is going on break.
The ones around here,
Oh, you're a bot.
local to me, they're all just getting out of there. They just got done with their spring breaks.
He's a bot, guys. Selfish is a bot.
Yeah, just keep saying the same thing over and over again with the 5 or 6 followers.
All right, let me report that.
The same stuff over and over again. That's why I don't engage with them. And
I like to think that he's a
but they are very similar because the MAGAs do the same thing. So it's really hard to tell them apart. What is a bot and what is just MAGA?
I know, but when they copy paste the same thing, like a few comments apart, like over and over, like it's the exact same comments.
Yeah.
It's fucking funny.
Same stuff over and over again.
I don't need you in here, dude.
That's why I just I don't engage with them anymore. I'm over it. I would like to get like a real fiery debate going in here again, like old times.
Yeah.
Get the algorithm kicked back up.
Where's all the fun? Where's all the fun? Trump is. Trumpet.
Yeah, if I was one of them, and I believe that my guy that I voted for was doing all the good, I'd be rubbing it in. I'd be told you so in everybody.
Yes.
So I don't know where they're at. And the ones I talk to locally they're not bragging about it either. They're complaining about things.
They are.
I mean, they're still blaming it on Biden, of course, but still just complaining. They should be celebrating their win. Taking a victory lap. I like character AI. Don't judge me. It's fun. Did you ever try character AI, Brenna?
Character AI. No, what is that?
That's a little AI chat thing.
Yeah,
that I recommended a while back.
Did we try? I feel like maybe did we try it on here? Maybe not. Did we?
I don't think so. I mentioned it because my daughter showed it to me, and I'm like, that's kind of cool.
Character AI. We gotta do that. So what's it powered by? Like,
I don't even remember. I think it's its own little AI thing. You can customize your characters or just sort of give them nothing and it'll do it itself. I'm not saying take any advice from it or anything. It's it's just fun to talk to, and it's kind of neat the way it can do things, and it can answer questions like Alexa and stuff. You have as many characters as you want, I believe.
Yeah. Very sad story. Sorry, I'm looking up recipes for ice cream.
Well, it's about time. Procrastinating.
Do you see recipes for ice cream?
Yes, I have an ice cream maker that I've yet to use. And God has
I need
been.
to figure out how to make ice cream using the plastic bag method.
We could, but I also just have an ice cream maker that we can use.
Yeah. Already got the machine for it now.
A while back
I think you should use your maker for sure. I just need to figure out the other way because I've promised a bunch of kids that we'd make it. And I don't know how.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying I should figure out how to do it. I was like, I mean, I could, or I could not.
I need to figure out how to do it. So I was hoping that you were like figuring that out and was about to tell me and demonstrate it.
I mean, I think the bag one, because the whole thing is you got to agitate it while it's freezing, right? Is my understanding.
Yep.
Because I've done it. When I was a kid, I did some sort of hack, with like the ice and the salt, I assume, right? And then you put, if it's the bag, you probably put the bag in there and you're like mixing it up the whole time. Or it's probably a bag inside of a bag and you have the ice and then you put the salt on the ice so it melts in it, and you have to move it around the whole time, I assume.
That sounds right. I should probably
keep it mixed
before I actually like do it as an activity, but maybe I won't.
If you don't keep mixing it, it separates itself out in different layers, and it's not ice cream.
Okay, let's see.
And also, I wanted to ask Philippe how things went with the raw milk.
Yeah, how did they go, Philippe?
I was thinking about that the other day.
Philippe, how did that raw milk go?
What's Philippe doing with raw milk?
It was a gift.
Oh.
So one of the salt and straw is one. Or the corn syrup. Oh, I don't want to do corn syrup. Do I really have to get corn syrup for this? Can we just do normal fucking ingredients? Yikes. Does anyone have an ice cream base?
Immune to everything now.
Wow.
Well, in that case, Philippe, I've been immune. I grew up on fresh cow's milk. We didn't know milk come from stores until we were nearly full grown. And trying to switch from fresh cow's milk to store-bought milk, no, that took a long time. Those are two completely different things there.
This is not fresh, to be clear.
Right.
Not only was it bottled, then sent to the store, and then bought at the store, and then brought to New York City, it then sat for an hour because of, where they met up and were hanging out. It was given to Philippe, and then it traveled back to his place. It has been all over, all up and down the eastern board before it ever got to Philippe's fridge. It was not fresh raw milk. But that's so great, Philippe. I'm so happy for you.
Sounds
Raw,
delicious.
but not exactly fresh. You got it.
Raw, but not fresh. Exactly.
Sorry, I'm like looking at.
So, a bit of good news in the world of science and engineering, I hear that there's some places trying to bring a fusion reactor on board, like a commercial fusion reactor on board.
On board of what?
Like, they're there's like contracts from
Yeah,
some
no, we're
company
fine.
trying to actually like create, or not create a fusion reactor, but like actually try to build one that will be actually used as a power plant.
It's not like on board a ship, but just on board as a description.
Yeah, like I guess breaking online. Yeah, it's probably still many years out, but that will be a huge technological leap forward if that happens.
Sorry, I'm still looking up recipes. Should we start with the basic fucking Cuisinart one?
I think you should start with fresh raw milk from the Amish farm.
No, don't start with the milk. You got to start with the cream.
Yeah, the cream from Amish farm. That's the other thing I asked Philippe, and I don't think neither one of y'all ever answered. Was the milk that was given to him, was the cream already scooped off the top, or was it like whole milk? All of it still there? Because whenever you milk a cow, there's this nice thick layer of cream on the top that you can make so many delicious dishes with. And ice cream and stuff.
There's some like Amish TikToker that is always like making stuff in her kitchen and stuff. Like, this is how we make cream and whatnot. It's always pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
I think I've seen her.
I think I've seen her too. All these ice cream bases have to be like chilled for hours before I can stick them in the fucking. Never mind.
Apparently, they're allowed to TikTok. I know. We don't have any Amish around here, so I don't know much about the Amish people other than what I've read in history.
There was that creator a while back who turned out to be fake Amish. You remember that?
No, I didn't see that one.
It was like a year ago, I think. It was like, I think it was within the first year that I like was on the app. So that it was like a bit of a scandal. It was like a woman who was pretending to be Amish.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah? You were on the same part of TikTok as her? She was pretending to be Amish and then she got like exposed.
And so was it like she worked at a store?
Maybe. Or no, maybe I feel like maybe her sister or maybe a friend was like.
Maybe it wasn't Amish, but they're like one of those forms of it.
Mennonite, maybe?
That sounds right.
Maybe.
That sounds right, yeah.
I
I actually grew up around the Amish.
Oh, yeah? Were you in like Lancaster?
I was in Delaware, but northern Delaware. So, but it's also tiny out there. It's kind of. I went to and I worked at the Renaissance Fair when I was like years and years ago. That you went through Lancaster for. Maybe it was in Lancaster. Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair.
Sarah Joy.
But it was like 20 plus years ago. So.
Amish girl, by the way. And it was around. She got exposed in like April 2024. So yeah, it was like.
Speaking of the Amish, where's Weird Al been lately?
Is he Amish?
No, it just did
No.
that Amish Paradise song.
Wait, did someone say Philippe's name?
Yeah, I was asking if the whole milk that he was given still had the cream on it, or if it was already separated off.
Also, but seriously, Philippe, what did you do with that raw milk? Did you boil it and drink it, or what happened? I'm curious.
I want Philippe to go to the Amish farm and then live stream himself milking the cow himself.
Like
That would be very entertaining. Yeah, if it didn't have a thick layer on the top, like an inch or more thick, then it had already been strained.
Hokessen, I haven't heard that. It's so funny because it's spelled completely wrong, I'm pretty sure, but I still recognize what you're trying to say, Peter Report.
What? I'm trying to see. Where? Oh,
I said that Hokessen has Amish.
what is that?
I'm pretty sure it's spelled totally different, but I mean, I haven't lived out there in so long.
Oh, now you got to go too, Brenna. You got to go to the Amish farm and milk a cow. It's gonna be a good time.
I've milked a cow before.
You've milked a cow before?
Yeah.
I've only
That
milked
would
a
be
goat.
good. That would be good live streaming stuff. City people go to. It's like that other thing, goths in ungothly places.
Goths in ungodly places. Oh,
Yeah, they
my
got goths
God.
on the farm and goth people on the beach.
That's cute.
It's hilarious.
Why have I not heard of that?
I've seen it on TikTok.
Goth in ungodly places. I love that. That's so cute.
Yeah.
You're I think my only hesitation is I assume it's a little bit difficult to just like walk up to an Amish farm and be like, "Hello, can I
I'd
film
like to milk the cow.
milking the cow?"
Yeah, I don't know how
but
that
Amish
works.
have little farm stands, so that's how you like go up to them, and then you're like, "Oh, your milk looks so delicious," and then you work it in that way.
Myself.
Myself.
Yeah, I'm sure there's also there's like farms that you could do. You could call up and pay and you have a little like
A little trip out. That actually sounds like that might be fun.
Yeah, it'd be fun. You reminded me, I was just hanging out, a couple weeks ago when we did that thing at Philippe's place, hung out with some people at his place where he barbecued and whatnot. Two of the women are Chinese, and one of them had just spent like a month visiting her family in China. And she was telling me, I should make a TikTok about this because it's not political, really. Whatever. And she was talking about how China has these towns, like entire towns or cities, where you go, and if it's like the towns or the cities were like important during a certain dynasty, like they were the capital during a dynasty, it's like an activity to go and like dress up in like period appropriate clothes, kind of like a Renaissance fair. Basically, you get your makeup done, you get a wig, you get a whole outfit, and then you just walk around the city dressed like you're from this like obviously hundreds of years old specific period in Chinese history, and like they do like shows, and it's just like a normal fucking thing. And then among that, she was like, oh, there's also this other town that's kind of similar, but it's like for TikTok. It's a TikTok town. You show up and you go, and it's just created so you can go like film these like historic like Chinese culture thing. You know what I mean?
That would be neat.
Isn't that neat?
I think I've seen some of that on TikTok already.
Yeah.
I think I've seen some of those.
Cool. I wrote it down. I wrote down the names of the things, and she like showed us like, oh, one day we went to this city And this was like, so we were dressed up from this dynasty, and then another day we went to this city and we were dressed up from, and it was like, you know, totally, it was so cool. It was, yeah, really impressive.
I wish bamboo grew here. I could make so many things out of bamboo.
Bamboo does grow here, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does grow here. It takes over pretty easily.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's some
not where I'm
people's
at.
yards.
We have a thing that's similar. It's just switch cane, though.
With cane? No.
It's not actually bamboo. It doesn't get nowhere near as big as bamboo.
Well, it depends on the type of bamboo it is.
Yeah, well, what we have around here is people just call it, sorry, switch cane. And it looks like bamboo, but it gets like 12 or 13 feet tall, but its diameter is only like a couple of inches. That's as big as it gets. It's not as durable as bamboo either, and it rots faster. Bamboo holds up good. In my part of the world, anyway. That's what we have.
Wait, what is
But yeah.
Mrs. Joy trying to say?
What type of bamboo?
Yeah, it just don't get as big. People usually like I think C-Star said, once you get it started, you can't hardly get rid of it. But I ain't got none.
Depends on the type. So I had bamboo. Yeah, a lot of bamboo is fucking invasive as shit. So you don't want to. If you don't want to spend the rest of your fucking life, you know, fighting it.
But I could make baskets and things.
You can't do that with switch cane, I guess. Is what you're saying?
No, it don't hold up very long.
Do you have river cane?
Yeah. Not any that I have access to, obviously. I'd make things out of it. I like to make things.
Switch cane is also known as small cane. Gotcha.
There's a bunch of it growing down. One of our creeks is called Caney Creek, obviously, because it's infested with it, but it's all park, so you're not allowed to take. It's national preserve, so you're not allowed to take from it.
It's too bad.
Saw a video a few weeks ago. It was like a stitch where Trump was like, "Why should we be getting all of our lumber from Canada?" And the guy comes and says, "Because that's where the trees are."
That's where all the trees are.
That's where all the trees are. I know who you're talking about. I follow him. He's got an interesting accent, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure. I know I've seen a couple videos on it, but there's this one guy that I think who specifically what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much all of our old growth are here in Texas, Oklahoma, and places, down here in the South, is all those little, the little baby pine tree forest, the plantation pines.
Yeah.
They don't make good lumber. They're mostly good for paper only. I mean, they make boards out of them, but they're very low quality. So yeah, we need trees and lumber from elsewhere, like Canada.
Canada has like a specific, there's like this whole map kind of going around of like the type of lumber that Canada has most of. And it's like a lighter lumber that is just really helpful to use.
And it's old growth trees that makes better lumber, better quality.
Yeah.
Oh man, you think houses are expensive now?
Just fucking wait.
Yeah, the lumber here is already ridiculous. It's going to get worse.
I mean, I used to pick up 2x4x8s for like $2, and now they're already like $5 or $6 a piece. And yeah, I can't imagine how much they're going to be now.
They're like $8 here for the white pine, which is not good.
Yeah, that's insane.
They're made out of these little, like I said, plantation, tree farms basically. So if you don't pre-drill every hole, you try to drive a nail or a screw in there and they just bust all the pieces. They're so fragile.
Yeah.
Old growth lumber don't do that. You can just drive a nail or a screw through it. It ain't gonna bust and split all the pieces and turn into toothpicks on you. And warp and bend and get all crazy like a, I don't know, bendy twizzly stick when it gets hot in the sun.
Rapid says, we liberals are so fucking mild, we're afraid to prioritize issues. Why don't you expand on that? Sure you're not a bot. So sure you're not a bot.
We liberals. Who they calling liberals here?
Mhm.
I'm a communist.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's one of the things I've been trying to get people in my area, even the Trumpy supporters, to go against is them cutting down our trees in the national forest and the parks and things.
Jesus, that's crazy.
That's one thing where he's going to lose if they start doing that here. I mean, they're already doing the underbrushing because they got to clean the forest floor, right? People are already upset about that. If they start cutting these big pine trees that are left, he's going to lose a lot of followers. There's going to be an uproar. Because that's one thing these people out here like is the parks and things.
Yeah.
I think when people start, you know, when it starts getting even harder for people to start making ends meet and people start losing their jobs, I think he's gonna start losing support real fast. I mean, I hope. I don't know. I thought the coal sickness would have been broken a long time ago, but
They're fucking, here's the
so
thing.
who
It's
knows?
not going to be broken. It's all going to be selfishness. And that's why, like, yes, I want them to come to their fucking senses, but I'm also not going to be impressed by it. You know what I mean? You're going to come to your senses when it finally fucking affects you negatively. You wanted exactly all of this to happen to other people, and you're only upset when it fucking affects you. Great. I mean, we've tried to fucking save you from yourselves, whatever. Like, good fucking job on finally catching the program, but also, like, you know what I mean? There's like no, unless they're like out here actually saying, you know what, I fucked up and I was driven by wanting to make things bad for other people and I regret that. And now I'm going to work to undo the damage I did. I'm not going to be fucking impressed by any one of these people who's operating so fucking selfishly. They only care when it fucking affects them. I want them, yes, I want them to change their minds. I do. I'm not saying no, but like, it, you know, I just, it's not going to be like, I want to be really fucking careful about how much we celebrate selfish people continuing to be selfish and not actually learning anything. Because changing their mind doesn't mean they learned fucking shit. It just means that they're following, you know, what benefits them still. That's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I really don't think they'll whenever they start losing their jobs and stuff, they'll blame it on something else. They won't become non-Trumpers or non-Republicans, but I'm pretty sure that if they start, like I said, taking the trees out of the parks and preserves and stuff, that's going to be it for him.
Well, I think some of them are going to, because we're already seeing, you know, obviously it's like not all of them are going to react the same way. Some will hold on for dear life until their deathbed. But some of them, I think, are going to realize it, but they're going to be mad. I think some of them will like get mad at Trump, but like blame him for like lying to them or whatever shit. And it's like, no, he never fucking, like, he didn't actually fucking lie about what he was going to do.
No, I've already told several people that he wasn't lying. He told y'all what he was going to do. Some of us told y'all what his plans were.
Yeah.
And all y'all said was, nuh-uh.
He told them. He fucking told that. He said it. Like, we didn't even have to be like, you know, the only thing sort of is like whether or not he was like aligned with Project 2025, but everything in Project 2025 was also part, like, anytime he spoke on those things, it aligned with Project 2025. You know what I mean? Like, he's never been like, the Department of Education is fucking great, let me tell you. He ran on imposing tariffs. He ran on this fucking bullshit, like, trade deficit nonsense. He ran on everything that he's doing. So, like, he didn't fucking lie to them about that. Like, when they get mad and they start blaming him, like, that's also not going to impress me. Like, what do you mean you're blaming him? Blame your fucking selves.
Yeah,
You empowered him.
Yeah, they hired him.
I thought he didn't have the authority to unilaterally impose tariffs. Like,
He does when when there's like a state of emergency, basically. It's like
So could
part
the
of
court
emergency powers. So that's why Loretta, fucking stop spamming or you're getting it.
yeah, Loretta.
So it's like, that's also weird. It's not. Oh, I see what's happening. They also there's BS. They allowed all the bats to get one thing. Yeah, exactly. That too, Erica. He declared an emergency. Like at the board, I don't know. He declared a few emergencies, which allowed him, at the very least, at the beginning, to impose the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. You know, because he said it was like an emergency at the border. It's actually a good point. I'm not sure what emergency he set these tariffs under.
Could the courts theoretically be like, fuck off, there's no emergency?
No, what it would require Congress to override it, which is what they tried to do. The Senate voted on something, and 4 Republicans sided with Democrats to basically say, like, fuck the tariffs on Canada specifically, but it hasn't been brought to a vote in the House, and it probably won't be. Because you're spamming, Loretta. No one cares what you fucking believe. You can say whatever you want, but don't spam.
I fucking hate Speaker Johnson so much.
Fucking rage quitting after the whole parental thing.
Like, I realized that McCarthy wasn't great, but at least there was a bottom to the barrel with him.
Yeah, we only like our spam, Loretta, with spam and eggs and spam sandwiches. Maybe some spam and mac and cheese, but not spam in the comment section. Spam is sometimes part of groceries.
Groceries.
Groceries, whatever.
A bunch of things in a bag.
A bunch of things in a bag.
Things in a bag.
I'm so happy that he just now learned what groceries were. He probably never heard that word before in his life too recently.
It would be fascinating to me to see him, like, take a camera around him going grocery shopping, because I'm sure he's never gone grocery shopping once in his life.
Yeah, I'm absolutely certain of it.
Where's my fucking... I'm a filmmaker, Loretta. What do you do for work? You just screw it.
I do anything that needs to be done for work. That's what I do.
I'm not allowed to talk about it on here.
Is that true?
Could be.
Yeah.
That sounds like some Ethan stuff. By the way, have you talked to Ethan? How's Ethan doing? Haven't seen him in a while. Hello, kitty.
Last I checked, he was doing well. I hung out with him in Boston a few weeks ago.
That's right.
Okay, good. At first, I was thinking maybe we had done something and upset some of our peeps, but then I realized whenever it hit me that it was just fatigue from all of this. It's been a lot.
I think it's mostly that.
Yep.
He's not big on the political debate stuff.
Yeah. I think also he and Robin broke up. Which is part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Like a whole bunch of unemployment. Wow. You got us, Loretta.
Why do I need to be employed? I got all of that money.
So unemployed. I live in New York fucking City in an apartment.
I'm still living good off those stimulus checks that Trump gave us last time.
Yeah.
Actually,
I ain't needed any more money since.
Actually,
$800. What was it? $800 that Congress approved, and he put his signature on. I've been living off that for 4 fucking years, Loretta.
I'm doing great. I'm getting those checks every week from George Soros.
Oh yeah, George Soros checks. Man, I gotta check in on my George Soros checks. I'm also I'm getting Doge checks from Elon because I'm his favorite.
Oh yeah, $5,000. That helped.
Yeah, $5,000.
The only problem I'm having is finding places to stack all this money.
Yeah.
that I don't work for.
These are dark times, people. These are dark times. I've been hearing a lot about this story about this one individual, and it's hard to see because the Republican Party never wants to take any admissions for any wrongdoing. What it's looking like is they just sent some innocent guy off to that prison in South America, and I don't know. I don't. I think
These are
they're.
to
I
a
don't
few
think.
people, Nando.
Huh?
That happened to. It's more than one innocent guy. It's a lot of innocent
Oh
guys
yeah,
sent over.
yeah. I'm keeping up with one in particular to see, so I guess get a feel for what's going on. But yeah,
Which one?
you know,
Which
I don't
one?
know his name. The guy, his wife identified him because they had a picture of him.
Albrego Garcia.
Yeah, I think so. That was terrible.
Yes.
He was just a child with disabilities, and he had, no criminal history, and now he's just gone. I think, aren't they gone for like forever?
Well, that's what the
Like, isn't that,
administration is claiming. Yeah.
No, there was that
yeah,
woman that was like abducted in Boston who was here on a
abducted?
legal visa, and like nobody would know about her if it weren't for that one guy with a fucking phone camera.
Yeah. Well, I think
Yeah,
it was a security camera.
that
Oh,
that
was it?
makes, yeah, that's bad, bro.
No,
Yeah.
That makes it.
I seen the video. It was his phone camera. There
No,
was
there's two videos. There's two.
okay. I
And
seen
there,
the one
and
with
there,
him filming with his phone camera and hollering at him.
Well, there's one that's definitely stationary, and it's like a wide angle of the street. So it looks very much like the one that
I
I
heard
social
they're,
security. Not
they were
social.
like doing away with the due process and stuff too. That was like, that's come on, like, like you're just gonna send people over without, I don't know, based off like a 8 point checklist. I don't know what that even is. It's just terrible. I
Like
mean,
if
it's
I
funny.
see,
It's funny to see them scrambling though, because when the media is asking and they're like, it's just, but it's still terrible. It's ultimately like so bad. Like actually,
Yeah.
if I see that shit happening, then I'm also gonna end up in El Salvador.
Yeah. People keep saying that in my comments, and I'm like,
Yeah, same.
yes, I don't doubt you, but I do see a lot of people in my comments being like, why didn't anyone do anything? If it had been me, I never would have let him walk off. And I'd be like, it's like, you would have
it's
fucking dead, dude. Okay.
Well, it is a lot harder in the moment.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean, like let who walk off?
That when these people are being abducted by like ICE
Yeah,
and stuff in the middle
you're
of
just gonna get you're just gonna get arrested. Like some unfortunately, it's sad. That's yeah, that's scary stuff, man. That's I
I,
have a friend
I
that's
say at least I'll be on the news like Brenna.
you were on the news, Brenna. Congratulations.
Fox News.
Oh, the wrong one.
I know, but it's been a dream of mine to end up on Fox. So
How'd you end up on there?
Hey, that's awesome.
it's not that exciting. I was at an Elon protest.
Uh,
So I'm like,
well,
I'm not
dreams
the
do come
only
true.
person that they were filming, but I'm in the shot.
That's awesome still.
Yep.
So you're on a list.
Oh no.
Fox News list for sure.
I have a Jewish friend, and he does not like this what's going on either, but he actually even voted for Trump. So it's yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Does he regret it yet?
what's that?
Does he regret it yet?
It's looking like that. Yeah, a little bit. But he
Good.
just wanted to, yeah, I don't know. I think he was just hoping he was gonna help the economy. I think that's what he wanted. But,
How's that
but
going?
yeah, it looks terrible, man. It looks like, yeah. It looks like a bunch of BS if I'm honest with you.
Yep. Yep.
Fleet bringing us breaking news.
I saw that. Thank you, Von Sam. Thank you for the roses. God. funny how Russia didn't get any fucking tariffs.
Oh wow, really? Yeah.
Russia and North Korea. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, we're not really buying much from them at the moment anyway.
Yeah, but as Andrew pointed out, Iran is also sanctioned and Syria is also sanctioned, but they got tariffs. And we also tariffed fucking uninhabited islands with penguins on them. We're not buying much from them either.
Tuxedos.
Tuxedos. The poor penguins. Yeah, what the fuck did the penguins do? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna eat. Oh.
Apparently they were selling us tuxedos. I didn't think of that. That's pretty funny. Ice sculptures. Igloos.
Hey Philippe, were you? I guess you weren't in here. You were eating with Sarah. The plan for DC, if you're still game for DC on Saturday. Tia's friend is out of town, but she said we can park in her driveway, and she's a 20-minute walk from the metro. So we could park there, walk to the metro, take it out and stuff. Assuming, what I think we could do is we could try to maybe find a parking spot closer to the metro. And then if we can't, we can use her driveway and walk a little longer. You know what I mean?
Could take if the scooter, or what did he have, a scooter, or did he have a
car?
No, he could take his scooter with. You don't have to walk as far.
Yeah, but I don't know if we want to. I mean, I guess maybe he could.
How do protests work? I've never been on one.
Really? You have.
Yeah. No, I'm 20. I'm 24. I'm about to turn 25, but yeah, I've never been on one.
Well, it depends on the protest. This is a march. This is a big march, and actually it's happening all around like a bunch of cities, but the big one is in DC, and it's organized by different. Usually, the organizations get permits for most protests, for most marches like this. A lot of protests that aren't permitted, but yeah. They got permits for whatever stretch of I think it's called the mall, right? Which is just like the big kind of thing that you walk down in DC. And it's with something like this size, there's a bunch of organizations involved, So a lot of for a march and a rally, they'll have like a stage set up and whatnot kind of at the end of the march. But they'll organize like buses and whatnot to bring people, and you can sign up online through through one of the organizations to like get on a bus at a certain time, which will take you to a certain parking lot. Everyone gets off, and then you march, and it's peaceful. I mean, unless there's agitators, but it's people with signs, shirts. It's actually really, really. I really like it. You know what I mean? It's always, I don't like crowds. I really don't do well in crowds, which is also why like Philippe and I kind of I want to drive if we can do it, because I don't like being completely like dependent on a third party bus to get out of a crowd, That's just my anxiety personally. But if it doesn't work for DC, I'll just go to the fucking New York City one, which I can hop on the subway and go to one of the meeting points there, But yeah, they give you like different organizations have different meeting points, and you usually like RSVP so they know like how many people are going to show up and stuff. You don't have to, you can still show up anyway. And you go to whatever starting point you signed up for or you want. If you're just showing up and whatnot, you just march, you just walk with people. And yeah.
I want to see if there's any that are closer to me than Boston. I imagine in Massachusetts, Boston's like the only one.
I bet there's more.
I wonder if there's going to be any in like Springfield or Worcester or something like that.
Yeah. Crown Point golfing instead of going to pay his respects for the fallen soldiers. Really?
Because of course he would.
I think it's more respectful for him to keep his
Yeah, you know what?
Keep his
Put
distance.
yourself away.
Yeah.
That's probably good. You're right. About your march, though, if you're sensitive to sound, they can be pretty loud. Don't forget to take earplugs just in case.
That's a good tip. Yeah. And water. You want water?
Yeah. Stay
Johnson,
hydrated.
Johnson & Johnson's No More Tears baby shampoo in case you get peppered.
Yeah, I wouldn't go. I'm not from the United States. Yeah, so it's very risky to drive around even. According to a lot of the videos that are online, you're getting people like taking out the trash, and that's ridiculous. And people that have like, you know, legal stay here with one way or another, and that's just why would you even risk it, honestly?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yep. Now that we've talked, this has come up a few times. I can't remember what is the landlord's name?
Huh?
The landlord guy, the rich landlord guy that used to come visit with us, and he was trying to argue that they wouldn't just be deporting people willy-nilly. Where's he at now? I'd like to talk to him again.
Good question. What was his name again? I forget.
Charlie. His name was Charlie. Charlie.
Yeah. Damn, where's Charlie?
Yeah, where are you, Charlie?
Charlie.
For those that give up liberty for security will get neither.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yep. I never did follow Charlie because I didn't like Charlie really.
He was fun to have up.
So I can't invite him.
An easy fucking person to like catch in something ridiculous.
I mean, he was calm and easy to talk to. He didn't get all upset and stuff. He was easy to talk to.
Yeah. But I always loved.
He didn't get all upset, and he didn't.
I always loved.
He didn't.
Sorry, letting him go, like having the argument, like for a while, whatever it was, and then getting to drop. And then when the audience was like, "Oh, but that kind of sounds like dropping." Like, by the way, this is someone who like inherited this. He owns all this. He da 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 with da da da, and then like everyone suddenly being like, "Whoa,
wait a minute, yeah, yeah." Yeah, he didn't want to pay all the taxes on his inheritance and whatnot. So yeah, then everybody's like, "Wait a minute, yeah, get rid of him."
Wait a minute.
But he didn't say any racist things, and he didn't say anything that put the live stream at risk of getting taken down or getting a strike or anything. So he was good in that way for sure.
Don't you only pay taxes on inheritance over something like $10 million though?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we figured that out. It was like 11. I think it's 11 million. Because I looked it up and we figured it out, and the fact that they had to avoid the taxes, I was like, okay, so it had to be more. So you had to inherit more than 11 million fucking dollars for you to have to do this, And like we figured it out at one point. It was like some insane amount of fucking money that he inherited, while claiming that he worked for everything.
Yeah, he finally told us.
Yeah.
I
don't think Charlie's a bad guy. He doesn't know any better.
Like whenever Powerball or Mega.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, whenever like Powerball or Mega Millions gets up to those ridiculously high numbers, I always buy a ticket just for shits and giggles. Like I'm not under the illusion that I'm ever gonna win anything.
Yeah.
But if I ever had that kind of money, the most joy I would get out of it would be giving it away, like giving it to people that like fucking need new siding or a new roof on their house. Like, here, paid for. You know what that cost me? Nothing.
Yeah.
Like.
I think what I would do is if I randomly got $11 million, that's enough that if you invested in the stock market, not under Trump, obviously.
I would never have to work again.
5%. Well, yeah. I mean, I like working. 11.
Like you could live off of just what it grows, just what average growth is,
and you could still give so much of that away.
That's half a million. So it's 550. Yeah, 5% of 11 million you would bring in average gains in the stock market. This is average. So some years it's going to be more, some years it's going to be a little bit less, but it's usually at least 5%. $550,000. I can live off of less than 100K. Ask me how I know that. I would personally, what I think I would do is probably stick all of it, like invest all of it, and then all of the fucking proceeds, or at least most of them, use that every year to put towards charitable causes. And then every fucking year, just skim off whatever the profit was and donate that. And that way it'd be like a permanent like fund or something for, you know.
There you go.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
like I know, like people like Mackenzie Scott do a lot of shit like that.
Who's that?
Jeff Bezos' ex-wife.
Yeah. She's got billions though, or had billions.
That's probably why she divorced him. She's like, hey, I have a soul and you don't, so I'm gonna take half your money and
Funny how that
give it
works.
away.
There's that like TV show that's based on that with Maya Rudolph. Have you seen that? I forget what it's called.
I have not.
It's funny. It's a comedy where she's like a billionaire's wife, and I think in the pilot they get divorced and she ends up with like half of his fortune, and she's like, I'm gonna like set up a charity or whatever. And so she goes and she starts like, and she's just like completely out of touch, right? But or I think she had set up a charity while they were married, and she was like, okay, well now like I need a job, I guess, and like I'm gonna go get involved in this charity that's always just like been there. And she's just completely out of touch, but like her heart is in the right place, you know. It's a funny little show. Squigs, it's not ice cream or peanut butter, it's like a little pudding thing with
Pretty good
those
stuff.
lotus cookies with like all the crumbly stuff. It's really good. Fully
I actually kind of didn't think you were just taking spoonfuls of peanut butter.
no.
Yeah.
This moment. Like, that sounds awesome.
No, this was it's a sweet little treat. A little sweet treat.
Do you guys remember the first term Trump had? I think when he first got elected, I was 16, I think. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so I was born in 2000, so I was 16, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God, you're a baby.
You were 16 when he first won, so you must be 25 now? 24, 25?
Yeah, just about 25.
5 years old when I graduated.
When you graduated?
I was 5. You were 5. Oh wow, damn. Wow.
I feel old as shit now.
I feel old now, man. I feel like I'm grown up. Like, you know. I don't know. Yeah, but how do you guys remember how that was? Was it this bad or is it worse now? I feel like it's so worse. I think he's like super jaded after
It's definitely,
everybody, you know,
it's
after
definitely,
whatever happened, I guess.
It's worse this time.
it's definitely worse this time because he's got nobody pushing back on him.
Yeah. No one's stopping him this time.
Yeah.
He's don't even. That's the thing. It's like so. All his moves are even more bold. Like the first time,
Is there
he didn't expect to win. The first time, it was kind of all a bit of a fucking.
a gamble? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a marketing thing or whatever.
Yeah, I see that.
And then he won, and he was like, "Well, fuck," and he was ill prepared for it. But then, you know, he liked it because he was able to enrich himself and his family a lot. I think also the power got to his head, and then also like the fact that he got up to so much illegal shit. Like a big part of this run was trying to avoid any sort of legal fucking consequence.
Yeah. There you go.
I wish he would have just pissed off to some country that just wouldn't extradite him or something. Like, that would have been great.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he doesn't make it long enough to serve his full little ass bit of a term.
I don't know.
Thinking heart attack or stroke.
Listen, natural causes, to me, it would be the best possible thing that could happen.
People are kind of entertaining the idea of him getting a third term, which I'm like, they're like, I don't know how serious people feel about that.
The fucking riots that would happen if he was even like
if he was even allowed to become a candidate for a third term, the riots would be fucking huge.
Yeah, hope so.
Because it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like we joke about the idea of there not being a midterm, but like I think that's in some level a real thing to worry about. But at the same time, if there isn't a midterm election, there's going to be riots, and I think
What's a
it's going to
midterm?
be on both sides. Like, so the presidential term is every 4 years, Congress is every 2 years, the Senate is every 6 years. So every 2 years,
Hmm.
we're voting for senators and congressmen, depending on who's up for re-election. Um, Actually, are congressional seats 4 year terms, or are they 2 year terms? Or are they all 6 year terms?
I don't know.
I know the
Brenna?
Senate is 6 years.
Senate is 6, House is 2, I believe.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna say.
So they're all up in midterms.
So like some senators will be up for re-election every 2 years, but not
Yeah. Yeah,
necessarily all of
not
them
all of
then.
them. Yeah.
Is is there any hope for us guys with this? I mean, Trump's in office is super bad, but is there any light at the end of this tunnel? Or like during like is this or I don't know. I have no idea how this is gonna end, you know? Or how it's gonna go.
Almost without fail, a newly elected president loses their control of Congress in their first midterm, almost every time.
Huh.
Um, it would be really good if we can take the House and the Senate. It would be really good if we could take either one of them, because then we could essentially stop bills. But if we could take the House and the Senate, then we could at least introduce bills. And it's never, or I don't know when the last time it's ever happened, but um, if there's enough disapproval of this administration and we could take the House by a 60% margin, that would be really great, because then we could impeach the fucker.
All right, yeah. I'm down for that. Let's go. Everybody.
And there's
Um,
there's already more than enough clearly impeachable offenses.
fantastic. Um, we guys think we're gonna get any new land or territory? We getting Greenland?
No,
No, absolutely not. I doubt it. Highly unlikely.
Should we make a wager? No, I'm just kidding.
well,
No, no, no.
first off, like Greenland and Canada, like the idea of invading either of those nations, we will have the entire force of NATO coming against us, which would be incredible because the United States are the ones that kind of form NATO. But
I heard NATO. I saw. Yeah.
also, imagine just like there's such an unpopularity of that he talks about enemies within. That's a good way to create some enemies within, because there's a lot of American people that are not going to stand for that.
I heard NATO wasn't. They were not gonna oppose or whatever. I saw a post, but I don't know. Maybe Brennan knows more about that. What do you think, Brennan?
About what?
Did
Sorry? Forgot to
you
start.
like NATO's position on Trump attaining Greenland, and he's like sending Vance over there, and they're all looking dumb, getting off the plane, and
They don't
yeah,
listen.
yeah.
There's not a good chance. The thing is, honestly, I don't know how. I mean, they would react negatively, obviously, but I don't know exactly how they would react, because here's the thing. If he genuinely tried to go after Greenland in a military way, that is so fucking unhinged. That is that is beyond dumb tariffs, right? Like, we all know he's unhinged. We all know he's fucking stupid. We all know he makes crazy moves. But for him to actually try to invade Greenland would be a what the actual fuck moment, so of such magnitude that the world wouldn't trust that he wouldn't use nukes. That's the thing.
If the guy is fucking crazy enough to try to invade Greenland, he's crazy enough to use nukes. And so I don't know how NATO and other countries would react to that, because then they'd be like, okay, like there's a good fucking chance he'll just press the fucking button at that point. You know what I mean?
I mean, my hope is that if that were to happen, you know, the top brass of the military would kind of be like, hey, how about
Ethan
no,
Klein was
Scott?
like, nobody's asking for this. Nobody's wanting this.
Yeah.
They're a peaceful country. It'd be impossible to cook up an excuse, a reason to do it. Like with some other countries, yeah, they could cook up an excuse and like, oh, they're doing these things, so we have to do this, but not with
When
Greenland.
you say an excuse, you know what I mean?
Yeah, an excuse.
An excuse to whom? You just have to make up the excuse to the people who are gonna like hold you accountable to it. You know what I mean? And if no one's gonna hold you accountable, you need an excuse? No. The one good thing is that Congress technically needs to be approved for fucking war, but previous Republican presidents have gone around that little fucking thing. So
yeah.
Iraq,
Afghanistan. No, I think Afghanistan technically was approved, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was approved. They had people agreed with the excuse.
But the war on terror was like,
yeah,
that was not an official war declared by Congress. You know what I mean?
The WMDs.
WMD.
Oh man, I feel bamboozled, man. I don't know. Vietnam's Democrats says roasted coyote. Okay.
Should I do laundry tonight?
Oh God, I hate doing laundry. I have so much of it to do this weekend too.
No, as we said that earlier.
I don't like laundry.
I don't like
but
laundry.
You might as well, as long as you got body doubling going on.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm asking. I don't know if I stay. That's kind of the question too. Here's the thing. I would love to get to sleep at a normal hour, but I have not been able to. I've been getting into bed at like midnight lately and just laying awake until 4 or 5 a.m. Because every fucking night when I get in bed, there's some crazy shit that just kind of happened that day, and I'm like, well, how the fuck is this gonna go in the morning? And my brain just starts churning. I just starts churning. It's taken years off my life. This fucking.
No, yeah. Anyway, guys, that being brought up, I'm leaving. I'm going to bed. I made the executive decision because I have the same problem. I'll stay up so late. Anyway, okay. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Cheers. Yeah, working night shift is taking years off my life.
I always preferred night shift because I was up at night anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, good luck getting the truck. Nice. Definitely. You got this. You deserve the new truck.
Nice, Nas. Yeah, get it now. Get it now before it gets too expensive.
Well, actually, Toyotas are mostly, especially Tundra, mostly made in America or the United States.
You need to backdate that paperwork. For like a week ago.
Saturday. So tomorrow's your last day, babe. Last day. Tomorrow's the last day to get anything, guys, before the fucking tariffs. By the way, I got God. After all our conversations about bug-in and stuff, I bought one of the fucking TikTok shop books about bugging in.
I was thinking
bugging
about
in or bugging out?
Bugging in.
What is bugging in?
It's the idea
of
making your house a fortress.
Okay, that's right. Sorry.
And the idea is that if martial law is declared, it's actually riskier to try to move anywhere.
Yeah.
even if you do have like some sort of cabin in the woods to get to, it's actually probably a lot riskier to try to get there unless you're already there. So
Man, I wish I had a cabin in the woods somewhere.
yeah.
Sorry, some of us have been expecting things forever. We stay prepared. Stay ready.
Oh boy. So
And besides, like earlier, you said you could live off of like 100,000 or less a year. I know I can get by with less than like 15 a year
yeah, that's true.
easily.
Well, I can get by with a lot less than 100 a year right now. Technically.
I mean, if it were just me and not my family, then I could make enough sacrifices to basically live off minimally, but like I can't really do that to my family.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I think my family enjoys it. There's 4 of us.
I'm making sure our passports are all up to date, and you know, if it gets to a point where we have to bug out, then you know I'm not going to be worried about defaulting on loans and shit. It's going to be get the fuck out.
Yeah.
In my case, it's going to be get my family out and say farewell.
Yeah.
Well, Philippe, you're welcome. If the zombie apocalypse hits,
Does it have to be zombies? MAGA
it
count?
doesn't have to be zombies. That's just the thing I use because it's kind of the most ridiculous.
I thought he was a zombie.
I thought he was a zombie. Oops.
Oh well, nothing I can do now. LOL.
We gotta follow those. The book has like recommended rations for 3 months.
Beans, rice.
A lot of beans, a lot of rice, canned food. It's not just that though, but it's like
Canned food don't last that long. I wouldn't depend on canned food. I mean, as you're eating it, it takes up a lot of space to store.
right.
That's why the old folks like around here, whenever you couldn't just go to town, like when I was a kid or whatever. I know it sounds like we're behind in the world. You didn't just load up and go to town, but maybe once a month if you were lucky. So you had to get enough food to store in your little, tiny house to last you that month. So it's mostly beans and rice and such.
Yeah.
Dry goods that you can put in a bucket and keep safe from the mice and the moisture and stuff.
Yeah, we should do that. Bucket.
But then they could also gather from the wildlife and surroundings, which helps.
You don't have to, but I would like to get some of those buckets from, I got a whole pack of buckets a while back, but I cut the tops off so I can't fucking feel them anymore, unfortunately. But
like beans and rice would keep without lids and stuff. They just done that with the old metal buckets to keep the mice out.
yeah, no, I know. That's why. I mean, we're in New York. We definitely have mice.
Oh yeah, I always forget that for some reason.
Mice.
The rats in New York are like fucking capybara though.
Yeah, I seen those. I forgot.
Huge.
Oh,
That's food. That is resources right there.
I think I filmed. God, it's been a few weeks now, so I won't be able to find it. I either took a photo or took a video, or maybe I asked Philippe to take whatever for you.
Yeah, Robin's right. MREs are awesome also.
Yeah.
Until you get tired of them.
Yeah, this kind of talks about a bunch of different foods. How to gradually build your 3-month stockpile, $5 or $10 a week, building stockpile on a budget, and then weekly shopping list to build your stockpile. You know what I mean?
I think I got I think I got like a $30 credit on Amazon. Maybe I'll buy one of those books.
Yeah. Money saving all local, shopper coupons, weekly bug-in meal plan. Yeah, it gives you like a whole meal plan with the and it's varied. You know what I mean? It's got pancakes, got oatmeal,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, oatmeal store's real good too.
Yeah. I used to be really good about having huge thing of oatmeal at all times, but then I got sick of it eventually. Looking into depression era recipes is handy. That's good. Yeah, there's a bunch of recipes in here. And then here, this is what I was looking for. Your bug-in stockpile. And it gives you it gives you just advice for storage and stuff. I haven't really read through this. 5-gallon buckets and Mylar. Oh.
I don't have one of them books, but I think that's basically how we live anyway.
Yeah.
I need to buy a canner.
Protecting your bug-in food stockpile against pests.
Yeah, that can become a big chore.
What month? 3 months food stockpile. Here he gives a whole shopping list of what he has, right? And it's beans.
Yeah, all kinds of beans.
Tuna.
Red beans.
Salmon.
Pinto beans.
Yeah, chicken, canned chicken, dried milk, egg powder, popcorn, kernels, cornmeal, mashed potatoes, raisin cookies. But he does a lot of canned food too, like peas, tomatoes, etc.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just always, the canned food to me is kind of like the MREs. They're good until you get tired of them. Then you're like, anything else would be great.
Yeah.
There are people here around here, because I go and work on people's houses and stuff, that still have the MREs from Hurricane Ike and Hurricane Katrina and stuff. Because they took way more than what they needed when FEMA brought the stuff to them, because they were greedy.
Yeah. Oh, did you see that they're getting rid of fucking FEMA?
Mm-hmm. I did. They're gonna regret that.
Hot now, huh?
They're gonna regret that.
Mom's hot now.
No, I'll say that sucks for me only because I'm an emergency responder for FEMA, and when we do that, I'm making fucking $600 a day. But I mean, it sucks a lot more for other people.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. This is cool. This gives you information on how to preserve eggs. With
wow. The gassed eggs. Don't do that unless you have to.
Really?
Yeah, it's risky at best.
That's like farming gold right now.
That would be last resort kind of food storage there.
Oh, you need freshly unwashed eggs, yeah, because you can't see them.
And even at that, one in there will spoil the whole jar, and you don't know it till you got one, and then you're sick.
Really?
Yep. People still do that, and I don't do that. We used to, sure.
Do you still buy
I learned my lesson.
Do you still buy powdered milk?
Yeah, you can still buy it.
Yeah. I used to buy powdered milk a lot because I don't drink milk quickly enough to.
Yeah, definitely stock up on your Robin's. Good advice there also.
Vitamins
in your meds.
Water. Yeah.
Fortunately, none of my medication is life-saving medication. It's just I won't be able to focus on shit.
Yeah. I have to test water before drinking. Oh, I need water testing kits.
Those are cheap enough.
Yeah. I'm also trying. The problem is also I'm trying to fucking save up money.
I mean, you don't have to like buy everything that's in there either. I mean, if we get to a point where we have to be testing our water, then I'm probably bugging out long before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, water's the thing.
What's probably a better investment than water testing strips is actually like water filters, like, and they'll filter out things like bacteria. They won't necessarily filter out chemicals, but if you're, get your water from like a local stream or something, then a life straw would be more than adequate.
I do have a life straw.
But they only last so long before they get stopped up.
They last so long though. Like they'll filter out something like 100,000 gallons. Some of them.
That depends on what you're pulling the water from. Like from our local creeks, a couple of uses and they're stopped up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get my water from a swamp, but
I know how to distill water, sort of. I know enough of the theory that I could do it. So you just
you could boil it. That don't get rid of the dirt, but you could still drink it safely.
wrap it. Yeah.
yeah.
I kind of know how to distill. I know enough on how to distill water that I could figure it out.
Yeah, it's not that complicated.
Trap steam and drip it somewhere else. So.
Yep.
I would say have a way of making fire.
Yeah. That isn't my stove, I assume.
Yeah, that doesn't require electricity.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Or gas cylinders.
Or
Well, that I might be. Well, Philippe is good because Philippe has he's got the fire pit thing.
Remember, used jars are good for having like drinking apparatus. You could use them as cups. You could make cocktails of all kinds.
Well, I still have glasses.
That's
thank you, Gavin. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
You got invited in here because we wanted to hear what you're feeling.
Yeah, how's
How are things?
how's things going?
You sick of all this winning yet?
And I just hadn't seen you on in a while also. That's because I hadn't been online as much, probably.
I am optimistic that there are good times ahead, but I believe those are on the other side of things are going to get pretty rough.
Yes.
And we need to live through this moment for those better days.
I agree. You're very happy on them. Okay. What would make you not happy on the tariffs, Gavage? Just curious, because like what your measure is. What would happen with the tariffs for you to be like not like if they crash the fucking economy, if everything becomes unaffordable tomorrow, will you still like the tariffs? I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, I've been real curious, and I've been trying to catch some of the MAGA live that I'm kind of friendly with, and I hadn't seen anybody on. I'm super curious. Oh, and before we get too far away from the topic of the cooking if power goes out for y'all up there at any point, there are such things as solar ovens, and they work great.
That's about to be very expensive.
The solar ovens are kind of expensive. But you can cook food even if you have, even on cloudy days. Like the last administration? What thing about the last administration would that happened that you would be unhappy with if things went that way again?
What do you mean about if it were to follow suit of the last? So if inflation surpasses 9.8%, let's say, then you'll be done. Okay, so inflation is okay. So if inflation surpasses 9.8%, cool. Great. So I'll see you when inflation hits 9.8%, I guess, right? You promise? And is that it? Is that the only thing that would upset you? If everyone were to get laid off, not everyone obviously, but if significant numbers of people were to get laid off, we could experience deflation, right? But deflation is obviously very, very bad for the economy. Is inflation the only thing that would make you be like, this is not going so great?
No, obviously not, but it is more a principal driver of overall sentiment than a lot of other things, for sure, especially after the last few years we've had.
I'm not asking overall sentiment. I'm asking for you and your sentiment,
Like Signalgate was enough for me to make several videos on it, like demanding people be fired, and I'm pretty upset that Walt himself is still not fired over it. There's certain things like that I'm totally down to criticize on, because no administration is going to be perfect. It's still, I still feel like it's my duty as an American to criticize the government, even if I voted for that government,
No, I understand, but I'm saying, no administration is perfect. Cool. Same could be said about the Biden admin. But it seems like you're like horrified by the Biden admin, and I'd love to know what it sounds like specifically it was inflation that horrified you about the Biden admin. So
among other things, the OSHA mandate, after a month after saying he was gonna get the public patents and stuff,
what mandate was that?
The I don't know if I can say it on here, the medicine OSHA thing. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Biden had, when he was president-elect, he said he was going to force those 3 companies that made that medicine to make their patents on that product public. And I was like, that's pretty sick, man. I agree 100%. This is a public health issue. Why are 3 companies getting the private profits when it's being mandated? And then a month or two later, he did the OSHA mandates, which is a total 180. So that really upset me.
What were the OSHA mandates, though? I don't know.
If you had a company of over 100 employees, the employees had to get the medicine for the private profits for those 3 companies, even despite it being a public health issue. Same with a lot of people in the military.
So you're upset that he made it accessible to people?
No, he tried to force it on people. That OSHA mandate was eventually overturned. But
so you're just an anti-vaxxer in general?
No. I just think that there should be some modicum of choice, especially in novel medicine, like an mRNA medicine. I think that's it's a new disease. It's a new product.
Not that new, actually. But
And
You know,
I don't.
I have a choice to not renew my CDL for work, and if I don't meet those requirements, I don't have a job anymore.
Yeah, you don't have to. You have a choice. You didn't have to. And this is true for for a lot of things, right? And well before those vaxes, a lot of schools and even workplaces will require you to be fully vaccinated in general. And if you're not and choose not to be, sorry, my fucking
Holy
lighting.
crap.
And for a good amount of that schedule,
Did he
I
press the
agree with
button?
that.
Holy shit, that was
You
really
just-
bright.
You're not. Yeah, I don't know.
That was cool. Yeah, it was like sepia for a second. But
It looked like a scene from Terminator, like.
You're allowed to not get vaxxed, but that also means that workplaces don't have to hire you. You know what I mean?
right, and in the traditional schedule, like I said, things that have worked for decades and have been an active part of. I'm pretty okay with that. Like I don't. That's the correct path. But
You
I
also
think in this
understand COVID
particular
was a new
instance,
thing, right? Like
because it was like the new product on the market. Yes, I think that was a little bit.
no,
So
no,
there's-
it's not that
so-
it was the new product on the market. It's that there was a new illness on the market.
Right, but I mean, Moderna had existed for, a good amount of time
Yeah.
Yeah.
before,
Okay.
That-
So it's not a new. So yeah, Moderna had
but they
existed
hadn't
for a long time.
brought a product to market on any other, existing. So
You didn't have to get the Moderna one specifically. You know that.
yeah, the Johnson and Johnson one, I guess, was closer to
And
traditional.
was it? And there was another one. Was it Pfizer? Was it Pfizer?
No,
one?
they were mRNA as well.
The Johnson and Johnson,
Yeah.
as far as I know, was the only one that wasn't an
So
mRNA.
you could have gotten the Johnson and Johnson
But
one.
I think they wound up pulling that one eventually. I'm not 100% certain on that, or restricting
had-
it in some
They,
ways.
they had a temporary
restricted-
pause on it.
Because some people didn't store it correctly, and some of a bunch of it went bad. Remember?
That's the one that you trust more than the mRNA ones, which never had an issue.
Right. I mean,
So-
yeah. If I was forced, hypothetically, that would have been the one that I would have chosen. Yes, but I liked the ability for free choice. In that
You
regard.
had it, and you always had that choice, dude.
Then what were the OSHA mandates for? What was that an attempt to do? I mean, I just don't quite understand that. Especially, like I said,
Well, you
the
don't like.
the 180, like the absolute
To stop-
180 in that,
To
like.
stop 2,500 people from passing away every day.
Yeah, people were.
That's what
dying,
that was
you know
for.
right?
I remember, but I also distinctly remember, like in 2020 during the debates, specifically the VP debate, there was a big thing like, I'm not taking Trump's medicine. I'm not going to do that. We're not taking Trump's medicine. And there was a lot of back and forth on
What are you
it.
talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can't say the verbatim line because we're on TikTok, but yeah, Harris definitely said, like, I'm not taking that medicine because it's like Trump's medicine. Now, if a bunch of doctors come and tell me, I think this is her exact quote, like, if a bunch of doctors come and tell me to take it, then I will. But I'm not taking it because right now the only one pushing it is Trump.
A
Like,
bunch of doctors were saying, take it.
that's, I mean, you could go back
All
and
the
watch the
doctors
VP
were-
debates. And
All
see
the
that.
doctors were saying, take it.
I'm not
Yeah.
making this up. Like, that
I would
happened.
definitely have to
I
watch
know,
the.
Savage. I don't doubt you. I'm saying you think it's crazy for her to say, if Trump tells me to take a medication, I'm not going to take it. But if doctors tell me to, I will. You think that's fucking crazy?
No, I just think it's bad. It's bad optics and bad messaging. If
I'm
that's
sorry. It's bad optics and bad messaging to say that guy doesn't have a medical degree, therefore don't fucking listen to him on medical advice.
I mean, if you're later gonna try to
Scab.
insist or force people to get it through OSHA mandates, then yes, like that. I think that's a little bad.
Once
optics.
doctors, you're saying once doctors say this is what's going to save lives, right?
Yeah.
You understand
Right?
that that's not a crazy thing to say, right?
But
If
why?
it was in fact Kamala, you said Harris said it. She said, "I'm not going to take something just because Trump says to take it."
Are
That's
you
not
talking?
ever
Wait! Please hold on. Are you talking about the actual vaccine? Or are you talking about the other medicines that
The
Trump
ivory-
was recommended?
The vaccine. for
Okay,
sure.
because I'm pretty sure that her and Biden both boasted about how they went and got their vaccine pretty early on.
Yeah.
And Trump.
Because I
also
remember
brought
people
the
saying that it
vaccine.
was faked because she done it on camera, and they're like, "Oh, that was totally fake." Whenever it was totally not fake. I didn't see the video. I'd have to go look at that of her saying that she wasn't going to take that medicine. I remember her saying that she
I don't
wasn't
think it
going
was
to
out
ET.
yet. It was just in the warp speed phases, and it was soon to come. It was an
So
absolute.
here's this weird misconception. And I don't know if you've got this or not, but there seems to be this like idea that this thing was just developed out of nowhere over the course of a couple of months. And the reality is that coronaviruses have been researched and studied for decades.
And there has never been a product of that nature for a coronavirus.
There absolutely has.
There's no vaccine for coronaviruses
There,
before 2020.
there absolutely has.
For
It just
other
so
that's
in this particular case, it just happened to be that like this strain of coronavirus was
particularly contagious and had a high mortality rate versus,
the past. So it was,
And some other possible factors.
but like the idea of like this
origin.
the idea that this vaccine was just developed from scratch without any research is a baseless, claim.
No, they had been developing the mRNA product for a long time. They just hadn't actually brought it to market before this one, which is
no, that's why Trump did the Operation Warp Speed to hurry it to market.
Which is actually no. So you're talking about a traditional vaccine versus the mRNA, and I think that those that understand the science behind it actually understand that this is actually one of the silver linings of having gone through this pandemic, because this proven RNA technology now we can get
by the way, also
a lot of uses
mRNA
for
vaccines have been used since 2013.
Yeah. So
there you go.
I just wanted to jump in real quick. So can you at least admit, Scabbage, that we had 10 times as many people in that phase 3 trial for that vaccine than most normal vaccines? 10 times more.
That would make sense. Yeah, absolutely.
It was, right? And so this was like the most studied vaccine before it went to market. Can you agree to that?
I don't know about that just because of the duration.
Can you give...
But,
I agree on the duration. There wasn't as much, but in terms of...
I can agree in a rough
sense of total subjects.
They did it. They did the best they could. I can admit that. It was actually a very strong effort to, come to some sort of solution for that.
Greatest effort in history for vaccines. Yes.
And it was a global effort too, by the way. It wasn't just a couple of American companies. One of the greatest miracles was that scientists in China were able to map out the genome stream or whatever the fuck it is. I forget what the word is, but and actually get that information out globally before they were silenced. If you remember, there was an effort by them out there to be like, yeah, this isn't a big deal. There's nothing going on here.
Also, again, the first mRNA vaccine that was approved for use in humans was approved in 2013 and had been under development and tested for years before then. It was first proposed in the early 1990s. So we're talking a 30-year history.
And what company was the one that brought that to market in 2013?
The first is Provenge. It was for prostate cancer. I don't know what company brought it. Provenge is the name of the fucking thing.
Pfizer, if I remember correctly.
Pfizer BioNTech.
Yep.
Yeah, they are.
I think that was it.
Affiliated or associated, those two companies in some way.
If it's something new in development, they're the biggest company on the planet that develops medicines and stuff. So of course it's going to have. I know a lot of people don't like their name or whatever, but that's what they've been doing since right after World War II.
Again, as I understand it, RNA, the technology behind that is opening up the possibility of eradicating previously uncurable diseases, previously uncurable cancers, and cystic fibrosis and things like that.
And that would be an outstanding win from the entire situation. No debate there.
Yeah, I mean,
I think about
it doesn't make up for the millions of people that perished, but moving forward. It's good to have.
But anyway, but all of this, the point is a lot of the complaints about the mRNA vaccines are moot because it's actually been studied for decades. And the first mRNA vaccine approved for human use was approved in 2013, several years before that. But your issue, you have a problem that Biden said at first said
it's a publicly funded medicine, which is true with warp speed, that it's a public health issue, which is true, and that it's still being profitized by a select few companies.
So
yeah, I'm with you on that one.
I wanted those public vaccine patents.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think that should be
Savage,
advertised.
I agree with you on that, but I think it's kind of weird that you use that frustration with the Biden admin, which again, I don't believe that's something that just the president could do on his own without an act of Congress.
Yeah, I think Congress voted against that, and they're the ones that made it to, or they shut him down on that.
Yeah. So Congress is the one that stopped it. But I find it a little wild that you have an issue with that, and then you voted for a guy that's way more on the sides of big corporations and against socializing things like that. You know what I mean?
If I may,
privatizing more shit.
It's taxpayer money that puts our cell phone satellites and stuff in orbit. I mean, where's the same outrage for that? Shouldn't that belong to us as well? NASA come up with all that stuff, publicly funded. All their patents should they be open to the public as well? Where's the outrage for that? Our internet and stuff is put down by taxpayer money. Shouldn't we be the owners of that instead of private companies? Where's the same outrage? Is what I'm trying to get at here.
And also, I mean, you voted for a guy who wants to privatize everything down to USPS. You know what I mean?
I am definitely with you that those should have been public access stuff. Definitely.
Yeah.
Agreed. And you can make the argument for the internet should be owned by the people as well, I think. But I don't know if it's an apt analogy, but I know the radio waves are publicly owned because corporations were hogging the few frequencies there are, and then when there are emergency situations, they wouldn't give them up to so that's why they developed what's the agency? I can't think of it off the top of my head.
FCC.
Thank you.
If you look at the ruling on that, it was only due to the limited channels, and the same for old television, right? So this wouldn't apply to the internet because of how broad it is, and that there's not a limited amount of channels.
Yeah,
Right.
The people on the left tried to do the internet as a public thing, and they couldn't pass it through the through Congress.
And yeah, it's just Savage. I'm just pointing out that I agree with everyone on here agrees with you on that. The profits from things like that should be socialized rather than privatized because the taxpayers paid for a lot of the research. So why would you vote for the party that goes in the complete opposite direction of that on everything? Is really the question to me.
I guess the results of his first term, particularly with the economic wealth distribution in the country, is a primary factor.
In what sense? You liked that the inequality increased under him?
No, actually, it went from, at the start of his term, the 99.9% had 12.5%. Up to COVID, they went down to 11.7%. And the rest of us, the bottom 50%, I believe, went up 0.6 percentage points. And it was almost siphoned directly from the top to the bottom up to COVID.
Now, there was that obvious wealth transfer during COVID back up to the top. But it didn't come from us, the bottom 50%. It came from the middle wealth, the 90 to 99% and so on.
So I don't.
Okay, so you're cool.
I saw your video on that, Scavenge. I'm pretty sure that's just talking about in households. That's not talking about the wealth, like Bezos and stuff. That's talking about in house across generations, from the boomers all the way down to the what do they call these other younger generations. That's the wealth chart you're looking at. They're not separating out what we call the wealthy, the top 2% or 1% of the Bezos and all them. That's the wrong chart.
So what is the 99.9% representing there in that chart?
That's representing the baby boomers. They've been around the longest. They have more wealth than the younger generations. If you scroll down to the bottom of that chart, it explains that. I seen your video and was going to respond, but I forgot about it.
And I'd also just love to know, like, okay, so you think that inequality somehow, I mean, 0.6% increase, and even if that number is true, I don't know, I haven't seen your video like God has, so he's probably better equipped to point out what the issue is. But you said the bottom, what, I don't know, what percent, 25% increase total, 0.6%. Wow, what was it total? 17% increase in the top 10%.
That is, so you're cool with that. You like that under Trump. What under Biden?
Not necessarily under Trump. Also, that's mostly a product of the baby boomers retiring. Their funding goes down.
Trump. I mean, I just want to know, because we've been under Trump's tax plan. We were under Trump's tax plan all through Biden as well.
Oh, okay, I see what you're doing. I'm sorry. I thought you're just gonna you're just gonna grant the argument, even if that were talking about the
even if that were true.
I got you. Sorry.
What happened under Biden in with regards to that you're?
It's specifically the 11 months where inflation was ignored. That really is the.
How was it ignored?
They said it was non-existent, transitory, or a good thing.
They didn't say it was non-existent because they were the ones reporting the numbers to you. Hate to fucking break it to you.
It was like Powell, Yellen, and Biden all said the same thing in sync. Like, it's transitory.
Wait,
transitory does not mean that it's non-existent.
So you do understand, like, inflation was a global thing that happened, and that, like, the United States recovered from that faster than anyone else.
Than any other country.
And that time period is also when Russia and OPEC was doing their oil trade war thing, where Russia had a deal with OPEC, and then Putin decided he wasn't going to do that. He wasn't going to play because he wanted to make the money off of his oil. That affected the global inflation, did everything by a lot.
It raised interest rates and stuff, which is also something Trumpers complain about a lot. Yeah. I'm not saying you do necessarily.
I think they should have raised them sooner. That's I'm like of the Paul Volcker mentality that to combat inflation, you have to raise the interest rates.
Okay. Well, a lot of people really, really didn't like them raising the interst rates.
Like, it was the timing was off.
I think what they were trying to do was not fucking and like that's a whole other argument of like whether it was better to do it quickly or slowly. They were trying to do it slowly so that it wouldn't just immediately tip everything into a fucking.
It wouldn't immediately pile on to the end of the pandemic, which had already had a bad effect on the whole world.
Because like if they had instated a shit ton, like a huge increase all at once, like in theory it would have brought a lot more to a sudden stop, which would have meant a lot more job losses, etc., which is what they were trying to avoid following the pandemic economy. I'm not saying it's the right choice. I'm just saying that's the fucking. I don't think it's necessarily the wrong choice what they did either.
I think they protected the market over base level like survival commodities, in my opinion. And
I agree.
Sure.
And I think that's my biggest complaint with that administration. I mean, there's other things to complain about.
But again, Scabbage, everything you're saying makes you sound like one hell of a fucking leftist. I just got to point it out. It makes it sound like a hell of a leftist. So I am just having trouble understanding why you then voted for the party that does all these things you don't like, but more.
Dude is one tariff away from dyeing his hair green.
One tariff away from dyeing his hair green.
I think I've explained in the past that like I think that there's certain parts of being a Trump supporter that are very akin to like 90s democratic ideals, and I think that the rhetoric is obviously different. It's not as polite or as polished, but I think some of the policy things are pretty similar.
So speaking of like 90s Democrats, you know, like Bill Clinton was the last one that like really shrank the federal government.
Federal government, federal deficit.
Fed, the federal government, the workforce in the government, but he did so by working with Congress to actually looking into what programs and were, you know, not necessary or duplicated in some ways, or you know, they found places to save money
And this
rather
isn't a
than what this dude's doing by just going in like chopping everything and like
this
trying
isn't a
to
critique
throw
of any
band-aids on whatever he
particular
fucks up afterwards.
political party, but do you think that would be possible in today's world?
Yeah, absolutely. Like if
You
there
think you
was
could
like
get
some,
Congress to work with the president, whoever the president may be, and
I don't think you can get Republicans in Congress to work with anyone. That's true.
yeah,
I agree. I don't think you can get Republicans in Congress to work with anyone. And I have plenty of criticism of Dems too, but only because they're too much like the Republican Party. Which again, if you want to complain about Dems, let's fucking go. But like all your complaints so far that I'm hearing make you sound like a hell of a fucking leftist. And I don't understand why you went for the party that does everything you're complaining about more. It privatizes things that are you know, publicly funded. It prioritizes you know, corporations and billionaires over the little guy. It has increased inequality fucking tenfold. It is responsible for the entire fucking tax policy that we were living under Biden. Like that was passed, you know that, right? Like that policy was passed by Republicans under Trump, and it was set to expire this fucking year, which is now why they're working on the replacement. So everything that you hated about the whole fucking tax policy and whatnot and the budget and stuff like under Biden, that was Trump and the Republicans that did that.
I think that I criticized Trump's second. He pushed back on the second COVID bill, and I think that was the correct move. But then before the election, because of the timing of the second COVID bill, he signed it despite pushing back on it. And I don't think that kind of spending was necessary by that second bill. This is my personal opinion.
I think at the time it was absolutely necessary.
I don't think it was
because we were
necessary for the second, third, or fourth one. So I do give equal criticism to both of them for that. I think the first bill was incredibly necessary because it was unknown at that point. But I think that the later ones, and this is my opinion, that the later ones were not as necessary, and they did cause inflation in a lot of ways, because I'm of the economic belief that inflation is almost solely caused by government printing and overspending.
Okay, wait, sorry. You're of the opinion of that. Okay, so what about every fucking economist in the world? Almost every single one. Like, I believe it's 7 Nobel winning or maybe nominated economists came out like today alone saying tariffs are inflationary. Do you believe that that's up to opinion, or do you, I guess, I don't know. Do you know that tariffs are inflationary?
I'm not sure how these kind of blanket tariffs are going to work in this world. I think it's a I don't know if there's an example from the past that we can use.
No, we do. We have 2 examples from the past, actually. Each of years apart.
Never in like a global world like this, though.
You ever seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Scavenge, we don't even have to look at the past, right? So we can just like look at today, okay? Walmart, 70% of the products on their shelves come from China, okay? We put a 50% tariff on them, okay? Do you know what Walmart's profit margin is?
Enlighten me.
Do you want to take a guess?
No, I'm not sure.
It's 3%, okay? So now, if 70% of the products that they are purchasing on their shelves go up by 50% in price when they bring them in, and they're the ones paying the import, okay, the tariff on it, what are they going to do to the prices on their shelves? Are they going to go up, or are they going to go down? Are they going to stay the same? What's going to happen?
Time will tell. If we were to use the steel and aluminum
this is
tariff
disingenuous.
for
Stop.
2018 as a guideline,
This is
they would go up initially and then go down about a year later.
No,
The
It,
Waltons are
wait,
not in the business of losing money.
just real quick. How would it go down? When?
That's what happened with steel.
Why would it go down?
That I don't.
So
That's what
part of the
happened with steel because
part of the problem that you get is that the prices go up for due cause, such as like supply chain shortages, and then when the supply chain shortages are fixed, the corporations just keep the prices high. So even when they pull the tariffs off, if history is any kind of a teacher, they're like Walmart's just going to be like, hey, fuck it, we're making huge profits now, and they're going to keep the prices high.
I mean, that's literally why
They might come
prices.
down a little.
That's, by the way, why prices didn't go down after. You know, inflation. That Biden actually got inflation under control. I know that a lot of MAGA's frustration were like, oh, inflation. What do you mean inflation is gone? Like everything's still expensive. That's because when inflation slows down, that doesn't mean that everything goes back to being cheap. Everything pretty much
Stays at the price that it landed at. That's
deflation. Yeah.
So
yeah. You don't want deflation. You understand? Yeah, you understand that much. Like deflation is fucking terrible for the economy. That is a bad sign
for our economy, for everything. And listen, Scavenge, I will grant you this. I am not entirely sure that we will not enter into a period of deflation in this country. I think it's very possible. I don't think that that's a good thing, personally. I don't think that that is like the thing you want it to be, right?
It's like it's
think
very
because of the
possible we're going to be
boomerang
paying
effect
it.
of markets. Yes, like every reaction in a market to me is an overreaction, right? And then that eventually hits the real world. And I think we saw that with.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the fact that people will be so fucking unemployed, hungry, and unable to spend money that corporations, like this is how deflation happens, right? The economy comes to a fucking standstill and corporations are so fucking desperate to offload merchandise, they start fucking, decreasing in price and deflation begins. That, I think that that's possible, but that's not because we will be in a healthy fucking place. I think that if that happens, we are in serious fucking trouble. You know what I'm saying?
It's like when gas was like 79 cents a gallon during the height of COVID. Yeah, gas was cheap, but it was not for a good reason.
Right.
Like
No, because the
gas
oil
prices,
futures were negative $60. Yes, like meaning
yeah,
they were paying
like
people $60 to take the barrel of oil off their hands. Like,
yeah. So like on one hand, gas prices being low is great for consumers, but the reason gas prices being low, it could occur again if the economy comes to a standstill. It's like, well, gas prices are low, but nobody's got any fucking money or jobs or housing. Like that's not a good way to get there.
yeah. So just real quick, Scavenge, what is inflation a measurement of?
I might lose you guys here in a minute, by the way.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What is inflation a measurement of?
In some ways, the scarcity of money, but the expansion of money would probably be a better way to put it.
No, inflation is a measurement in the rate of change of the price of goods, okay? So it can be for any variety of items, right? So you might have like inflation for groceries, inflation for electricity, right? So if we have 5% inflation, this means the prices went up about 5% on average in a single year, okay? So if we put tariffs on and the companies now have to pay more for these goods and now have to put them up at a higher price on the shelves, okay? Now, when we go to measure inflation, okay, it's the rate of change of the price of goods, okay? Now, if the price of goods has suddenly gone up overnight, wouldn't you assume, not even just assume, isn't it true that that's inflationary?
Well put.
See, I also understand that we printed over 30% of the money.
Don't pivot. Just stay on this. Stay on this. Don't pivot.
But we're fundamentally. I think we're fundamentally disagreeing on.
Answer my question. Yes or no?
Comes from.
No. Answer my question.
The price. If prices go up overnight,
yes or no?
Yes, that would be considered inflationary. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So,
I understand that. Sorry, I'm going to let you finish in a sec. I understand, Scavenge, that you believe that inflation primarily, if not exclusively, comes from printing money.
Supply and demand, yes.
We're trying to point out to you that it is a well-established economic principle that tariffs are inflationary because because printing money is not the only way that inflation occurs.
Correct. Yes. So like when we're looking at typically, it's a common way that inflation occurs. Okay. You could also have inflation occurring because you have an incredibly low unemployment rate because there's a lot of people who like are willing to pay more and more for employees because they need them bad. That creates inflation. There can be many things that cause inflation. Tariffs are one of them. Okay. Can you give me a single car company whose CEO has came out and said, we like the tariffs. They're going to be good for our company.
I know Ford announced they were going to add production factories in America.
Okay. So when I show you the headline of Ford CEO saying the tariffs are going to be bad for our company, would you believe him?
But how do you mean bad?
As in, like, it's going to hurt their margins because they're going to have to pay more to bring stuff in, and people are going to be unwilling to buy their cars at the higher prices. So they're not only going to sell less cars, but at lower margins. It's bad for them.
Because most Ford parts that they build cars out of comes from Mexico and Canada.
Which are exempt.
They're only assembled here.
Yes.
Are you sure they're still exempt? Didn't they like get rid of some of the exemptions? I might be
Their exemptions expired.
They're what, sorry?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Scavenge.
If it's an American company, there's some kind of exception, I believe, with Mexico. Like if they have a plant in Mexico, there's some exceptions for sure in the automotive thing.
Because I didn't see any exceptions whenever I was reading through the tariff plan.
I know they went back and forth. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they went back on the exemptions now, like today or yesterday or whatever. Fucking liberation.
Yeah, they've been dancing on that one with.
Yeah.
I think that the president of Mexico took the correct response, which was like, "Hey, let's just talk about this," and then they actually work things out to a more reasonable way. I also like that the tariffs are the least effective of South America. If you've noticed, I think only even Israel got almost 20%, but most of the South American countries got 10%.
So I actually wanted to go to this. So did you kind of see that like the tariff numbers were just kind of like unfounded what we're actually being charged in tariffs? Like it's not like the
it's
tariff
like trade
rates,
deficits was part of their calculation. Yes.
yes. So you agree that's not a tariff rate that they're citing, right? So like they're dividing numbers with deficits, right? Like they're not finding an actual tariff rate. They're just dividing two numbers and saying that's what the rate of the tariff is, right?
Yeah.
So like, or like when they're tariffing literal uninhabited islands outside of Antarctica. Like the penguins are going to be hit hard by that, man. They have jobs too.
I think those islands are so that people don't try to have like Swiss banking style loopholes. There
are no banks there.
Just
in the
I'm not saying
McDonald's
specific. I'm
Island?
not saying actual Swiss banking. I'm saying like the style of hiding your money.
What is a tariff? That's not what tariffs do. Tariffs are on imports of goods when they go through customs. So you would have
I
to
know,
send
but
a
it's an
physical-
analogy. It's an analogy.
Not an analogy. They literally
Yes, it is.
tariff
If
the
Australia
thing.
owns an island and they're getting hit with a tax or a tariff, and they want to then move their product to that island first before shipping it to the country that's tariff or taxing them, that would be a way to loophole around it. Yes, similar to the way that rich people get around taxes and other things with Swiss banking. That's the analogy I'm making.
Maybe everybody else is moving all their product through Russia.
Yeah, you know that Russia didn't get hit with any.
I would assume that's the same reason North Korea is not on there, because we're not really supposed to trade with them, period, right now.
What about Iran and Syria? We have sanctions with them as well, but they got tariffed.
Is Iran and Syria sanctions as serious as the sanctions on Russia and North Korea?
I'm not sure what the whole list is, but they have sanctions just like Russia and shit.
In 2023, we imported $3 billion in goods from Russia. This was many magnitudes higher than many other countries on that list. Zimbabwe, for
I
example, was
also know for a
100.
fact that Russian goods do get imported because my boyfriend is of Russian descent, and we go to a Russian, grocery store, a couple of them, and there's Russian goods.
Yeah.
I know we're importing something.
Yeah, so can you tell me why Russia's not being tariffed and Zimbabwe is when they import 30 times less than Russia?
That's a mistake. That should change.
Is it a mistake or is it intentional? Do you think they didn't mean to leave out Russia and they were like, "Oh, we missed them, guys"?
Well,
Shucks.
explain North Korea then, I guess.
I mean, North Korea's a little more irrelevant. Okay, I think that one's at least probably reasonable.
Didn't Trump say
Donnie
that
loves
he
a little Rocket Man.
Yeah, he loves Kim.
But I mean, considering Sven, Svalbard, and and maybe we can tariff North Korea too,
Lose it. There you go.
Who do you think the tariffs are actually aimed at?
I mean, I'd love to know what you think, Scavenge.
I think they're actually aimed at.
You're the one defending them.
The primary. We'll say the 1A of the BRICS alignment. That's not named Russia. That's what I think.
Wait, Trump doesn't know what BRICS is. On day one, Trump thought Spain was in BRICS. On day one, this administration, while signing an executive order. You can't tell me it's about BRICS when he doesn't know what BRICS is.
I didn't say he said it was about BRICS. I said
but you're just assuming. That's not.
Hold on, Scavenge. You just said that you think that the tariffs are about BRICS. Who do you think is behind the tariffs if it's not Trump?
Oh, I referred to the tariffs being as the 1A of the BRICS alignment, which is China.
Okay.
Oh, Brenna, don't forget your background.
I'm not leaving the building.
Okay.
I'm doing laundry. Thank you, though.
All right, I thought we were taking the dog for a walk. Go ahead.
In a little bit, but thank you. Sorry, guys, keep going. He was just giving me a warning so I don't accidentally dox myself.
It's because of negotiations with Ukraine, someone says in the chat, as to why.
So I just want to say, you're willing to give so many suppositions and oh, well, I think he's doing this despite having no evidence. But the second inflation happens under the Democrats without any evidence to believe so, you believe it's all Joe Biden's fault and Kamala's tied to it too.
Oh no, it's primarily Powell's fault.
Primarily whose fault?
Jerome Powell.
Oh. Okay.
Which is a crazy take considering he was increasing the interest rates, but.
And so that's why you didn't want to vote for Kamala?
And to be clear, Trump wants to replace Jerome Powell with a person who he can tell to lower the interest rates on a whim, which you agree will create inflation if you lower interest rates. You've already agreed to this. So your complaint about Jerome Powell is also better if you like the Democrats, because Trump wants to put in someone who's 1,000 times worse.
Hey, just a fair warning. I just ran out of the product in my adult inhaler, the last one that I will ever buy. So I'm gonna be grumpy.
Well, good job.
Congratulations. I don't know if you're doing it. I highly recommend mouth pillows. They were great for me for a little bit.
What were they?
I don't know if I can say the word on here. Little mouth pillows, little pouches.
Oh no. I make the point is to get off of the thing that makes you want it altogether.
Nikki.
Yeah, it's bad for my blood pressure. So.
Well, good for you.
Do it, man.
Oh yeah.
Be stronger than.
It's hard. You're gonna wake up in the middle of the night crying,
over in about a week.
Well, I mean, I do that
do it.
anyway, so.
Oh, okay. You're perfect time. Whoa, rough timing, actually.
Yeah.
It's like that scene in Airplane. You know what I'm referring to? Is that a reference that not
Yeah,
enough of you are old enough to
I
get?
can't remember exactly what he said, but
He was like,
yeah,
pick
picked
the
a hell
wrong
of a day to
to quit blank, and he said a few things. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm scraping at my.
I remember that movie not being exactly politically correct in today's standards.
No, but it's still great.
It's fucking hilarious.
It's a perfect movie in every way. Let's be real. Anyway, sorry, I'm still doing laundry. Sorry, we were talking about tariffs.
Do I think there's probably better ways to? See, my big thing is I just want to meet one Apple employee. That's what I want, because they're like the top company in the stock market, right? And there's no such thing as like blue collar or below Apple employees. I've never met one. I've never met someone that's met one. I would just love for them to invest more in this country, I guess, considering they're like the top company in the entire stock market over the last.
What do you mean by invest more in this country?
So here's the thing. Do you want to pay $4,000 for an iPhone?
I don't buy Apple products.
Like, do you want your next laptop? Like, okay, in general, like all the companies that you do business with that use Apple products, do you want them having to spend $7,000 for a laptop for like all their needs? Because everything that they need, even if it's not products that they're directly selling to you, when those costs go up for them, when their operating costs go up, that's going to be passed to the consumer as well.
Yeah. So, do you know how much the parts cost for a new iPhone? Just the parts for Apple to buy.
The gross cost or like the consumer cost? I know the gross cost.
The cost.
Like I know the markup. I know the markup is unbelievably high, but
it's actually not. It costs Apple about $500 for the parts of an iPhone, right? So like, if all of that, if all of that labor and warehousing was like done in the United States, it would be so expensive. It'd be ridiculous. And then people wouldn't want them. People would look to outside. They'd buy like a Huawei phone from China if they weren't tariffed.
if my products weren't all already Apple products, then I would definitely have like a Pixel phone. But like I've already got the Apple platform, so everything communicates with each other so well already.
Scavenge, I want to ask you my favorite question to ask to MAGAs. What is the line for Donald Trump? What is an action he could do politically where you would stop supporting him?
Start World War III. That would be one.
Okay. Anything short of that, maybe?
Got some news for you.
Well, that's been developing for some time, and he was not in office for the majority of that.
Anything maybe short of World War III? Maybe.
Wait, hold on. I just want to point out, you said, oh, if he starts World War III, and someone said, and then immediately when someone said, hey, it kind of looks like we're headed that way, you started making excuses saying it's not his fault. So I'd like to, I'm just, not that you have to like address that right now, but just keep that in mind. It sounds like even if he does start World War III, you're going to have an excuse for him, as you were. Sorry.
So let's try to get a little closer to like something maybe within the norms. Okay, like what's another action he could do?
I already said the metric. I'll give him the equal critique. I fearmongered in 2020. If McDonald's doubles, the Big Mac doubles again, that would do it. Like
the quadruple Mac.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how it gets there. If it's under his watch, then he's the one responsible for it.
Give it a couple days.
I want people to be able to eat,
you know? So I think that there's a lot more struggle now than there was before 2022. And I wouldn't like to see that happen again.
So when someone goes to buy their kid a new pair of like Nike shoes for Christmas, and Nike makes half their shoes in Vietnam, and now there's a 50% tariff on Vietnam. Is the mom gonna have to pay more?
I don't buy Nike products. I'm aware of their labor practices. I'm all right on that. They could.
Okay, so then what about like the other ones from like countries in like the like?
I would prefer Nike's labor practices to be in the continental United States, so that someone can keep an eye on them based on their history.
Shirt are you wearing? What brand underwear are you wearing right now?
None of it's Nike. I'll tell you that much.
Could I ask what kind of car do you drive?
I'd rather not say, but it is American made.
Just the model of car, maybe. I don't know why that would.
Tesla.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Like,
I only own cars that are like.
Could I even just get a brand of car you drive? Could I get a brand?
Usually considered. So that's the car I bought. Like, I'm not the kind of person that has the choice
I'm
to
asking
like
why
pick
you
out
like
what
this,
kind of
because you're
car
being
I
so
want.
big.
Like, what was that? I don't understand the question.
I believe the point is we buy cheap. And if cheap's not available, then we can't afford expensive.
35% of all parts that go into a Ford are made in another country. And 55% have like some American like part in it. Not even entirely American made, like they might have got like the resources for it from somewhere else, but like 55% is made in America. But then again, the resources for the other 55 are probably bought in another country. So that price of that Ford, it's going to go up for the new Ford. When you're old,
is it going to be enough if the government has the bail for it out again? Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough to make some Trump supporters say, "Hey, wait a minute, no"?
Like I said, we have to see a similar metric to price increases.
Okay, I'm sorry. No. This is so unreasonable, okay? Like, you can't say we would have to see, like, 8% inflation when we're not...
I don't know what you want me to say.
No. You have to pause.
I've said several things that would make me, like, turn my back on Trump, and it's not enough for you.
Just please listen to me.
You want me to, like,
listen to me for one moment.
Listen to me for one moment.
Listen to me for one moment, okay? I don't think holding, like, 8% inflation to a standard is fair when, like, we're not going to have entire, like, global supply chain shortages. We actually might hit that with the tariffs, despite not being in a pandemic. But, like, the fact that that is your bar, and, like, that's telling me that, like, you believe Joe Biden caused the 8%, or you believe, like, his administration, and, like, that's why you didn't vote Democrat, right? Like, it's a little ridiculous.
Why didn't you vote Trump?
Yeah, because I believe he, like, tears down all of the things relative to our Constitution. Like, when he tried to overturn 7 slates of delegates and tried to literally throw them away and declare himself the president in 2020, it's ridiculous. Never will I vote for a man who does that. Never.
Also, you know, all the racism, transphobia, misogyny, etc.
I'd like to ask a question. Why do some of y'all think? What is the reason why things are made in other countries? Why did that happen?
Because it's cheap.
Who's responsible for it? Who done it?
There's less. Probably because of the conditions where the iPhones are made.
Yeah, it's cheaper, but whose decision was it? Who said let's take our things and make them elsewhere because it's cheaper to make them there and then ship them back? That wasn't the president. That was the rich CEOs and stuff that own those companies, those corporations.
Sure, and they're probably the ones that are taking the brunt of this. Now, whether they choose to pass that on to the consumer.
Now, if they're not gonna have to pay the tariffs too, from their stuff coming from other countries, they're not even getting punished for that. If you're using the tariffs as a punishment for these corporations taking their work elsewhere, and then you're going to say you're exempt from these tariffs, they're not getting punished. That don't seem very right or fair or the way things should be run.
I just gotta say real quick, I love the name Asinine Frog. That's
appreciate it.
That is an awesome name.
Funny.
In the tech companies of yesteryear, were there not? Do we not know someone whose parents or grandparents know someone that worked at GE or worked at IBM or RCA or probably on probably uneducated?
That falls under the same thing as the car companies. Who is it? The people who work there's fault? Did the people who work for those companies have a say in them producing their stuff elsewhere? And it falls under the same thing. If those companies ain't going to be tariffed for having their stuff made in another country and then shipped back here, they're not getting punished. They're not going to change it at all. They're not going to move their companies back here. You see what I'm saying?
Just real quick, you were bringing up...
Because why would they? So that brings it down to the people of different countries are the ones being punished for being from different countries, being from different nationalities. It has nothing to do with, the price of things. That's what it's really looking like.
Scavenge.
You see what I'm saying?
Do you know what a comparative advantage is?
I believe time will tell. I think the steel is an interesting, I guess, measuring stick. Although it's obviously a targeted thing, and this is blanket, so it's different. But I do think that the tariffs on steel seem to work.
Oh my god!
If you just look at strictly based on the price data, the price increases. It was going up and going up.
One industry out of thousands.
Do we want to talk about helium?
And I was gonna stay on steel for a minute because like steel, like copper,
First of all,
we've been mining our resources for a long time. So that's one reason why the price was going up. Not that we're running out, but it's getting harder for us to get our iron out of the ground, whereas in China, they have a lot more resources close to the surface. And Australia. A lot of steel comes from Australia because they have a lot of it, or iron, which you use to make steel. Like the price is like if you start tariffing copper from other countries, it's not going to get cheaper here because we're running out. Not that we're running out, but the new technology is going to have to be developed to make that worth getting. Like they're going back to the old tailings from the old mines before and going through their old leftovers to get what was left. It wouldn't worth getting back in the 70s and 80s, but they're dredging it out of the bottoms of the lakes where they dumped it as trash before to use it now because now it's worth it. Because we're going to run out. It's not running out, but definitely getting harder to get. So putting tariffs on those things ain't going to bring the price down here.
Hey, did you know that there's a whole market for people basically recovering old sunken boats and shit from the ocean to get the steel off of them?
Because they're not contaminated.
Yeah, it's basically any steel that went under the ocean prior to
the process to refine it is
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Well, or any of that testing. Any steel that was sunk or buried before any of that testing. It's very valuable.
Yeah. So usually used in like medical devices and shit like that.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Scavenge,
Like
do you know what a comparative advantage is? Scavenge?
He may have stepped away to fact check me, but it's stuff I've already looked up. I don't usually bring up how much of resources we have unless I know for sure.
I'll never forget when I first went to college in 2003. When was it? 2003. I went to my microeconomics and they go, look to your left, look to your right. No one will receive Social Security.
That's just because people keep trying to fucking defund it, and by people you know who I
It's
mean.
also because it was
Yep.
so much distributed because there was a lower life expectancy.
So there is a
Part
there
of
is an
that is a myth, actually, which we were being sold by people. I just recently learned this. I was just recently explained to me. No, that whole fucking idea that you were never gonna get Social Security was a myth, and like it would have been fucking fine if we had continued taxing the wealthy at the rate we should have.
Well, yes, okay,
And if
that's
you
also
were-
yes, that's
hold on.
completely true. If we were to do a different type of taxation, correct.
Not a different type, just taxing fucking billionaires what they should be
the,
taxed.
so
And I just want to sorry, just let me finish. Very simple point. That like me realizing that was like a fucking oh shit moment for me, because it's right. That is, there's no reason that we couldn't easily make Social Security fucking solvent by taxing correctly. And we like this is such a long term plan to deny us our fucking Social Security. We were raised on a fucking lie. And I know that it's not a conspiracy fucking theory. Like I've seen similar, I mean, we've seen it through history, but like in Spain, something very similar was done, which is why I believe it fully. People were raised with a certain fucking narrative so that by the time they matured into fucking voters and whatnot and working, you know, a labor force, they were more ready to accept
They don't need it. They've been borrowing against it. It's like people borrowing against their life insurance, like in order to gain.
It's a fucking
Yeah,
lie.
no, and it's also, I hate to say it too, is that during that time, and you're completely and absolutely correct, is that during that time too, because of educational factors, they knew more, and they borrowed against it. It's like even like you can borrow against your life insurance. Like you could back then, like it was a whole different realm. If you didn't have the education too, and you didn't fight for it and know how to work the system, and that's where it comes in. They were working the system. The rich were working the system. They were making the laws, and so implementing them. And this is not new. And now that we all see it and we can discuss it, it's different. But this has been happening for decades and decades and decades.
Sorry, I cut someone off. So, was it Serge? Someone's trying to come in.
oh, I don't know. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face with salad.
Oh, sorry. I think I cut someone off.
I was gonna say that like literally all we have to do to basically fix Social Security is eliminate the cap on it. I think it's incomes above $250,000. Everything that's made above $250,000 does not.
150. That's it.
I think it's higher than that, but either way, so Social Security is solvent
176.
now. It's just that it like the reserve fund starts taking away from other places once it starts running out. Like Social Security is more or less guaranteed as long as the laws don't change, as long as they don't fucking privatize it like the Republicans are trying to do. But by just eliminating the cap alone, you could make the Social Security payouts larger. You could eliminate the tax on Social Security income if they really wanted to do that. I know that's a talking point. But if you eliminate the Social Security in the tax on Social Security income without eliminating that cap, it's just a scheme to make it the fucking reserves run dry faster.
That's why like this bill for no tax on tips is horrible. Anybody that's read it, it is horrifying. Horrifying.
Cynthia, this is very weird for me to be agreeing with you.
Oh, I've read the whole bill. It's like 90-something pages. Like it's, love that.
Cynthia and I often have a history of getting into fights over really stupid shit.
Yeah, but we are both well read. At least we still we believe in our beliefs, but at least we love that, sir.
Bob said earlier in the comments, actually, Spain has a decent Social Security. Yeah, that's not, sorry, to be clear, I wasn't, yes. Social safety net in Spain is fucking awesome. I'm Spanish, by the way, born and raised. but now I live in America. Now I'm trapped in fucking America.
I think that's just a bias.
I feel for you.
Yeah, you feel for
I
me.
was I wanted to come
don't
up
think
to
it's really that
introduce
good.
something about taxing the rich,
Yeah.
which the usual argument is, but if you do that, they won't stay in your country and they'll go somewhere else. And the government here in Spain introduced a year or two ago, I think it was actually just last year, a 2% tax on billionaires. And the argument was, oh, well, if you do that, they'll all go somewhere else. And the thing was that just after it was introduced, Forbes magazine published a list of the 10 cities in the world where billionaires most wanted to live. And the thing is, two of them on the list were Barcelona and Madrid, which kind of shoots that particular fox.
Yeah, it does.
We have.
Can I ask?
It's not a perfect system here, but
speaking of which, here's my fucking. Do you know what that is?
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see, eh? I don't know if you're following the football, but the Copa del Rey this year is going to be Real Barca. So that's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, that was. This is old. This is like when I was growing up.
Right. It looks it.
Yeah. Anyway.
But no, I live in a part of Spain where most of the kids are Real fans. So it's and it's. It's not really, football's not really something that I'm interested in, but you have to be because it's Spain. So.
Even if you're not that interested in it, I personally, it's hard not to get swept up in all the excitement in my
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? You go to a bar when one of the matches is,
It's very true. So yeah, that was, it's an argument that's often presented. Oh, you can't tax these people. Well, you really need to.
Yeah.
Because trickle down doesn't work. You've got people, the extraordinarily wealthy people, and the whole trickle down theory that if you spend it, if you let them have it, they'll spend it. Well, they don't. They stick it in offshore. But I'm with regard to
money do we need to give the wealthy? I mean, every fucking year they're getting a bigger and bigger slice of the pie. How much more do they need before that starts coming back to us? That's my fucking question.
Well, it doesn't. It never will. It doesn't, because that's not how it works. And to me, the whole thing with, if there is a plan,
we're not a part of it. As a working
Sorry?
class, we're definitely not a part of it. If there's a plan.
Yeah.
Well, no.
You could,
well,
you can theoretically tax them out of doing business in the country, but the thing is, a reasonable tax isn't going to drive businesses out, because businesses are going to go.
I completely agree.
Businesses are going to go where the profits are. They're going to go to where the consumers are.
but there's also the point of how do you get somebody in office that can run, that has that amount of capital to actually be able to run for office, that will care about that.
Well, it's a question of. I mean, I'm speaking from an external perspective. I don't know how.
So that's if the people in charge, the people that make the laws, are the people benefiting for the laws, then why would they change it if it doesn't benefit them?
Well, you have to have an engaged voter base.
Exactly, that's choosing. Yeah, but a lot of times, is it mob rule?
That's what democracy is, Cynthia.
I know, baby.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's kind of on us to not reward. You say, oh, well, how is anything going to change if the people who make the laws, it always
we need to run and support our constituents that actually, we have to do research and support our constituents that actually.
So I would suggest that your system is designed not to be democratic.
Yes.
And in fact, if you told the founding fathers they were founding a democracy, they would have changed the system, because they at the time regarded the word democracy as dirty, because it was, as you said, originally the definition was mob rule.
and that's not what they wanted. That's why you have a system in America where
That's why they put in
where the population centers are it's skewed against them.
Yeah.
Because you didn't want a bunch of city folk. You didn't want all the people living in the population centers.
I don't want poor people, uneducated.
It wasn't for poor people. It was
no, but
was
poor people
country
couldn't vote. You had to be able to vote at one point because you own property.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the electoral college system, which is skewed to deny the democracy.
But even before that,
she's absolutely right.
It was like designed to not allow poor people, black people, women, anyone else to vote. It was a very specific. It was not. Yes, I agree with you. It was democratic, but and the electoral college system and gerrymandering and whatnot has developed out of that part of it. But straight up from the very beginning, only like white, educated, wealthy people could vote. That's all. There's the only people they wanted involved.
And the rural and the skew between the low population states as opposed to places like the East Coast and the West Coast.
Think about it in simple terms: is that if you didn't have an address and own property, how would you vote?
Well, exactly.
You got 3/5. No, I know, but I'm thinking about it like I'm simplifying it for most people. That's why it was mostly property owners that were able to vote back then.
Very true. But how do you change it? I mean,
by the way, this still exists. I think most people by now, if you're in here, know this. But like, we still uphold this with like our 13th Amendment and stuff. Imprisoned people are still allowed to be used for slave labor. Felons are allowed to vote in most states, I believe. So incarcerated people have no fucking say, are counted as part of the population, which gives a district more or less power with the electoral college, with gerrymandering and whatnot, but also they are not allowed to cast their own vote. So they're, we're still like all of the original systems that were in place when this country was created, we have created facsimiles of them in order to maintain that like ability to keep access to having a voice very, very limited to wealthy landowning white men.
I find it very terrifying that most women don't realize that when I say we did not gain the right to vote until the 1900s.
Yeah.
And they wait, no, that's not true. And I'm like, it wasn't that long ago. Like your grandmother might have been alive, like your great, like it's not that long ago.
Yeah.
And
I mean, here in Spain, it's a lot more recent.
It wasn't.
That's true. But in Spain, to be fair, we had.
It wasn't really that.
We did have a 40 years of fascism. Yes, that's right.
we did have that little period.
Which I can't believe people are actually nostalgic about.
I know. We talk about that a lot on here because, because my dad grew up under Franco.
Yeah.
And it's weird. There are people there. And by the way, earlier when I was referring to like, the education in Spain of like, I believe I realized the Social Security thing was like a lie, was a way I was educated to believe this piece of propaganda. And I was saying like, I understood it as that immediately because I saw the same thing happen in Spain. It wasn't about Social Security. I was thinking about, and I don't know how you feel about this, so you may disagree with me, but in Catalonia, there was a whole generation of kids that were raised with a different version of Franco. Not to say Franco wasn't fucking terrible in Catalonia and like didn't stamp out culture and whatnot, but they were definitely raised with a different understanding of like fascism in a way that very, very nicely served the interests of certain parties interested in like the separatist movement and stuff. Not that I don't look self-determination all the fucking way, but it turned out that there were a lot of kids like coming out of like high school basically that genuinely had been raised on a different version of like, you know what I mean?
Oh no, completely. I mean the way that the story of the Spanish story is told, and they tell stories to each other, and I mean stories as in the history of the country over the last 2,000 years is very much different depending on where you are.
Yes.
You know, even going back to the idea of how they've only just, it's certainly where I live in Castilla y León, they've only just started talking about the war.
Really?
And the way it was talked about in Catalan schools was very much about, it was all about the separatism, it was all about self-determination, and that was what started the war, and which is really, really not what happened. If you know anything about the Civil War.
Also, they always fucking skip the part. Let me just say this, as a madrileña, which I know, they love to call me a fucking fascist just for.
Oh, they do. That's one of the things that really bugs me when people on the left around, are talking about. I had this conversation with a friend of mine who's from Madrid, and people in Catalonia making out that the what's the word? That anyone who doesn't support separatism for Catalonia is somehow a fellow traveller for Franco.
Right.
You know,
and also, sorry to interrupt, but also the idea, like, just for being from Madrid, I've been called like a fascist and like, it's just joking, whatever.
No, this friend of mine, Juan, he's old enough to have been going on protests and demonstrations in Madrid in the 70s when it was fucking dangerous, and for him as a progressive to be told that because he doesn't support nationalism and separatism in Catalonia is somehow a sympathizer for Franco is just offensive.
Well, and also, but the thing that they keep skipping, that they always fucking skip over the history, because they're like, well, Franco treated us worse, and he was set up in Madrid, so therefore Madrid is evil. I'm sorry, but Catalunya, Barcelona, when fucking Franco showed the fuck up in Barcelona, they let him walk in. They were like, go ahead. Madrid was the last fucking holdout, okay?
It certainly was.
Last fucking holdout. So don't fucking tell me that it's Madrid's fucking fault that Franco took over. You guys
completely agree with you, yeah.
Like, please.
Yeah.
And they were just attacked. It was just like they had nowhere to go. Catalonia.
What do you mean they had nowhere to go? What are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying, like, we're talking about the island, like when they were attacked. How far back are we going?
We're going 1936, I believe.
Oh, okay, never mind.
There was a civil war that started from a fascist coup. The government of Spain, the idea that the left.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm gonna be quiet because I don't know enough to speak on it. So this is where I politely bow out. This is where you do the right thing, and you say
something. I think myself.
I'm thinking like more like Romans.
No. This is very recent. This is
No, that's what I say. That the whole when we're talking about democracy and stuff, it's much more recent than in Spain than it is. And I think one of the things that bugged me is the reason Spain is the great place that it is, and it is a great place to live for all its flaws and everything. It's not because of Franco. It's because of democracy. It's because of what happened post 75. Yeah.
Well, also, what I like to say,
we now have one of the best performing healthcare systems on the planet.
Yeah.
And the right are trying to take it away from us in the same way that they are. They're basically wherever. So I mean, different parts of Spain have different different regions. Mm-hmm. The autonomous regions have control over their own healthcare models.
Can I say one thing though? There's a difference between people that live in Europe than Americans, is that they also are introduced to a lot of different types of governments, people, ethnicities, everything else. That America is very much a bubble.
Yeah.
And that is very scary. And that the pure fact that they don't understand understanding is very terrifying sometimes. And I don't want to say me, but I'm part of, like, I live here and it's part of the problem. Like, it's, if you don't open up your world, how do you understand the world?
I think there's a deliberate miseducation of people in the US. This is my observation as somebody outside.
I've traveled outside the US.
But the idea where
it's scary.
There is a miseducation about words like democracy, socialism, anarchism, communism, all of these words which for over 100 years, particularly in America, it's happened in the rest of the world as well, but particularly in America, those have become buzzwords. You know, a few years ago, I dated an American girl.
You know,
whose
and I won't,
parents,
like, I just had to say that, like, I do. But I do think that opening up our brains, researching instead of yelling, listening more, and that's why I'm trying to mute myself, sorry. But like trying to understand other places. I love you, Bray. She's like, this is actually, she's doing very well muting. This is pretty good for me. Come on, kid. But you know, like, just to hear every once in a while instead of just yelling, you know, it's important to try, whether or not you're good at trying or not, but at least try.
Sorry, you were saying.
no, I was just saying, I think, as I say, a few years ago, I dated an American woman who was living in London, this was when I lived there still. And her parents came to visit, and her parents were libertarians. And I mean, card carrying, you know, Ayn Randian libertarians. Mm-hmm. And they absolutely hated me. And I asked her, why do they hate me so much? And she said, we're afraid he might be a socialist. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? And she said, well, that's when the government takes all your stuff away and doesn't give it you back. And it's that complete lack of understanding of what these terms are.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, and
I think that's deliberate. You are deliberately missing. It's not to say that Americans are dumb, because you're clearly not. But you are deliberately misinformed and miseducated.
Well, yes, but also I figured that your story was gonna end up somewhere there, because one thing I talk about on here a lot, and you know, to the people who may have heard this a million times, I apologize, but like I explain that a lot of the things that Americans like poo-poo as like socialist or like extreme left, like universal healthcare, were set up by our fucking fascist dictator in Spain. You know, like, fuck Franco. I'm not a Franquista in any way, shape, or
No, you're right.
He's a fucking monster.
No, you're completely right.
He became a technocrat in the later years, and he asked the experts, how do I strengthen Spain? How do I unify and strengthen Spain? And they're like, well, you got to invest in the people. You got to invest in the infrastructure. You got to invest on like trade. You got to invest in universal healthcare, social safety nets. He set up our entire quote unquote socialist fucking system as a fascist dictator. And all that stuff somehow is still too left wing for the United States, which is, you know, it's always crazy to me, but you know.
Oh, I think again, it's you've got to tell poor people that, oh, well, you can't have that because that's socialism.
Yeah.
And it's not just Spain. You know, you look at places around. You know, you look at, and this is, you know, they're constantly, oh well, you know, state healthcare doesn't work. And I was going to say, with regard to the different healthcare systems here in Spain, in those places where the right, where the PP, the neoliberal economic parties got into power, and they are introducing kind of marketization in the healthcare system, and it's being a disaster. You know, during COVID, for example, I'm not sure I'm allowed to use the C word on here, am I?
We were using it.
Anyway, so because I mean, I'm thinking the TikTok.
No, I know we were talking a lot about COVID earlier, and it was fine. I didn't get any alerts, so I think.
But what happened here was, and this was something to do with.
I call it the pinch. The pinch that they grabbed an inch. They just kept grabbing inches from people.
But the situation with healthcare here in Spain was that those places where a certain amount of marketization had been introduced, particularly, for example, in Madrid, where they have a fairly hard right local government, was you can look at the unaliving rates and the contaminant, you know, the contagion rates in different parts of Spain, and it goes up in those places where the response was least effective because of the marketization of the healthcare system. And then again, coming back to with regard to Partido Popular are the right party. They're the ones who are not quite. They are a right of centre party. They're not the fascists, because we've got those as well. But recently in Valencia, there was a whole big disaster with flooding, where several hundred people lost their existences because the local government, the right-wing government, had essentially defunded disaster response.
Oh wow!
In the name of government efficiency and cost cutting, and also of marketization.
Yeah.
And I think what's happening here is people are realizing that these systems, that's what the government exists for these things.
Yes.
Okay, government exists to protect the citizen, and provide a decent standard of living. And we're also very fortunate in that the leader of our government at the moment, I mean, although we have a socialist government here, and he's also very good at political operation. He's very good at dealing with with the right, and also with the nationalists, the Catalan separatists, which is a whole other argument that we get into. And I think that's one of they got very quiet during and after COVID, the nationalists, because they probably realized that being part of a federal state was a better thing.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Because they're always talking about the money. That's the Catalan sort of, what about our money? And maybe they realized that actually being part of a state where you could move money around and put government state funding into particular areas that needed it benefited them. So you notice that the nationalists, the separatists, were suddenly very quiet.
Right.
Yeah, we're probably getting into some fairly esoteric Spanish politics that the rest of you are probably not going to know much about.
No, well, I do talk. I apologize, guys, if this is boring you.
I'm enjoying listening personally.
I do talk about.
I like to learn.
Yeah, once in a while. I do, Bob. It's been like 15 years since I lived in Spain, although I am trying to find a way back with everything that's going on here. But I do talk about how, in my experience at least, even the proud franquistas, the people who like openly love Franco and stuff, because I went to school with some, they grew up wealthy in old money Catholic families.
Yeah.
They'll tell you today that they're franquistas. Even they, when I had a conversation with them years ago about like abortion, right? They're very much against abortion. And I was talking about like, okay, but if you force a woman to have a child in America, like these are all the social safety nets that she doesn't have, And even they were like, well, no, I mean, obviously, if you're going to be forcing women to have babies, like you have to be giving them money. And they're like, of course. And and the universal healthcare has to be there. And you have to cover like all of the, So even in my experience, even the franquistas are like, well, you have to fix the healthcare system, whatever that fucking means to them, considering, again, it is one of the best in the world. And that's not just bias, guys. It's genuine.
No, that's maths.
It's math. But like in my experience, and maybe it's changed because it has been 15 years, even the hardcore franquistas are like, no, you don't get rid of.
No, I think most people. There is some, I can say, within PP, they have made some moves towards the marketization of the healthcare system in Madrid, and it didn't work out terribly well. So I suspect they're probably going to roll back on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think even as you say, even on the right, it's very much accepted that no, that's what we have a state for.
Yeah.
Because people actually, we realise that we benefit from it. And I think actually, as I say, with regard to this wealth tax thing, with regard to accepting that. And as I say, we are very lucky. We also have a leader on the left who is not only. It's like with property ownership, for example. We have the big problem recently. You've probably heard all these demonstrations about people demonstrating against tourism.
Yeah, in
Right?
Barcelona.
I've heard about this, and it isn't really about that. It's mostly about the fact that many cities in Spain were becoming Airbnb zones.
Yeah.
So that
the people that live there are being pushed out.
Well, exactly. And the Prime Minister was asked a question because they've just introduced a tax of 100% on property purchases by non-resident people.
Oh.
Right? And the government, the journalist was asking them, why have you done this? A British journalist. He said, well, with respect, we have a place for our citizens to live.
Yeah.
And we can't do that if our city centres are being bought up for the purposes of rentals for holidays.
Yeah.
That's just not possible. And that's fair enough. And you've got you've got non-residents going, oh, we're going to pay, you can't afford this. And property prices are so expensive. And actually, I've just bought an apartment and we still have the lowest, some of the lowest property.
Okay, well, so because I've been looking at buying an apartment as well in Spain. So, but I obviously don't live there.
No.
So when you say there's like 100, but I'm a Spanish citizen, and I would buy it to hopefully, partially live there at least, not Airbnb.
That's different. That's different. No, the way, basically this was designed to stop people buying holiday properties.
Yeah.
And either Airbnb-ing them out.
Yeah.
Or using them just for, holiday.
Like pied-à-terre or whatever.
If you're a citizen, that's different.
When is the tax? Well, because I know a person who's a Spanish citizen who has multiple properties in Madrid that he Airbnbs out. So I guess I'm just curious how that tax works.
Oh, that's a whole other. No, that's a completely other. With regard to the Airbnb situation, what they're doing is basically, and this might be different in different parts of Spain. I'm not sure, but where they are trying to make Airbnbs more like hotels with regard to the taxes and insurances and regulation that hotels and other regular guest houses. Because part of the problem is that people are buying these properties up and the rents are going up for ordinary people.
Yeah.
That's, and you as a New Yorker, I live in Connecticut. And right now, like, I've lived in Connecticut my whole entire life. People think that you hear the word Connecticut and you think rich. Not the case. We have like three of the.
Where in Connecticut, girl?
I live in between. I live by Bridgeport.
I don't know the detail.
I live by the water, and I've lived here my whole entire life. And what's happened in the past since we have our property taxes have raised about I think 15%, and they keep buying everything right now. We have had everything being knocked down, and they're just building condos. And that's what's happening. And they're actually just building condos, knocking down historic buildings. And this is I'm talking, this town has existed. Like, we have a bridge, and they're just knocking it all down and building condos because there's only so much land on the water.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense though. That they need to build in order to keep housing affordable. And I don't know if they're keeping it affordable, but listen, I'm on the side of building
Not
things.
affordable.
Okay, well, I'm on the side of always building more housing. Always, which I know isn't very popular because people are like, you're like, well, I don't want the high rises, but eventually, we have a house.
That's going to be the world.
Yes. If we have a housing shortage, the only thing we can do is to build more housing.
I think we need to have massive fines on property owners for vacant
Yes,
properties.
and that's
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I believe in
I
a
think that
vacancy
that is
tax
a
for
great
sure.
solution.
Vacancy tax for sure.
But
And
you've
I
got,
mean like
but you've got,
insanely.
but we are all in a situation where we need I think we need the people in power, the people with money, need poor, unhoused people to exist in order to frighten other poor people with the consequences of what happens if we don't suck it up.
Yeah.
That's why we all kind of have to get together with our knowledge and be like, fuck the rich people.
Well, they do. So when everything they're building in our area right now, so out of 200 units they're building, 15 have to be affordable housing.
200 of 15? That's ridiculous.
So then it becomes another. Then there's the car taxes, because the car taxes go, everything else goes up. So if it's affordable housing and you're living in that area, you got to realize that there is other types of taxes that are going up within that. And
In a lot of countries, it's actually like you can't actually own property.
well, there's the other thing too, is that I've read that. So we were talking about the vacancy tax, right? So that in order to save on that, because I did hear some communities were trying to do that, they'll just pretend like they're renting it out for a lesser lease, so they don't have to pay the tax. So they're like doing a B&B.
Pretend how?
So like say they're renting it out, so it's a B&B, so it's never vacant.
Right, but pretend how?
I don't
They
know
have to
if
declare
people
that
are
in.
not allowed
You say they're never vacant.
in certain places, certainly in Europe. It just tends that in certain places, people just don't traditionally own property. It's about renting. So I believe, particularly in Germany, I may be wrong, there is more of a tradition of renting than buying.
So what I'm saying is that, so they're saying, we're saying a vacancy tax to say that a building is staying vacant, correct? So there would be a tax on that. But what they're saying is that they're literally saying that it is actually being housed when it's not.
Right, but you have to prove that.
Yeah, but you could
There's
just
no
say
point.
you're so-and-so is staying there. And then rent it out yourself, theoretically.
But then you got to show, okay, but then when that person does their taxes and they're
You could just
they're
have your
gonna have to
daughter say
declare.
she's renting it out.
No, okay, but you have to say who's you're renting it out to, and if no one's like, you understand, like.
But it doesn't say how much you have to charge for rent. You could be charging.
You have to. Okay, but Cynthia, you have to declare that on your taxes anyway. That's the fucking point.
Right, but it doesn't change the fact that you wouldn't have to pay that vacancy tax.
No, okay, but you would then have to pay taxes on the income you're claiming you're making
Right,
from a
so
renter.
if you're only claiming you're making $10 for renting it out, what's the tax on $10?
Well, you're not gonna.
Sure, but you're not gonna. I mean, usually that's gonna fucking get you audited and shit. In theory, is
The rich people are always going
no
to have.
regulation on that, what you charge.
That's why we need IRS agents.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
why
There's
you need
regulation on
proper,
what you charge.
effective government investigation.
people lie on their taxes all the time, Cynthia. That doesn't mean that we don't fucking tax them.
But I'm saying in certain states, there's no regulation on what you charge, even for the population of the area. So say like
I understand, Cynthia. I understand, but I'm saying what you're saying, because there's no regulation on what people charge. And listen, here's the thing: if someone is in fact living at that apartment, then great. It shouldn't be taxed. It shouldn't receive a vacancy.
How do you prove it? As long as they get mail there.
Well, then they're not getting mail at somewhere else, right?
I think often these are arguments that are deployed to say why we can't do something.
Yeah,
they're quite often presented by people who have accountants, lawyers, etc., who can get around.
The argument
work on getting around these
working
things.
around the system.
You know, it's not that
Right,
it's not saying, well, we shouldn't have these things, because as Brenna just said, you know,
Yes.
people will always have these arguments, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
We also need to have much more, I believe, much more investigation and enforcement
I agree.
I
of
completely agree.
criminalizing people who evade taxes.
Yeah.
You know, rather than going after, it's interesting in the UK, this is an example, they have, I think it's somewhere in the region of 3,500 investigators investigating apparent abuses of the benefit system. UK benefit system is terrible anyway, but anyway. But they have fewer than 1,000 officers investigating tax fraud.
That's crazy. That is.
And just because they say, "Oh, we'll get around it, they'll work around it," well, fine, try it. Right. Pay, and I think that's another. You can't say, "Oh, well, people will do this and they'll get around it, and therefore we shouldn't bother."
Right.
I was
Because
never
of
saying
course
we
they're going to
should
say,
bother.
"Oh, well,
I'm saying this is one of the problems with the process.
Right, but that's always true, Cynthia. People are
Yeah,
going to
there's
cheat on
always
their taxes.
every process. Oh
But
no,
that doesn't mean that we shouldn't instate taxes.
because
like a
then
vacancy
maybe
tax.
again, like if enough people are aware that it's happening, then maybe we can somehow fix it.
But there is no vacancy tax. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying.
We need a vacancy tax. Is the
And
point.
you don't seem to have much in the way of enforcement of, like here, right?
Yeah.
I recently, as I say, purchased a property, and before that I was renting, okay, and the rent on the property that I was in, but the other thing is that tenants here have more rights than the owners, and I think that's as it should be. I moved. The place I lived in, my landlord was not allowed to increase my rent by more than a fairly small percentage from the rent from when I moved in. Mm-hmm. Okay, legally prevent. Also, in the event of us having a dispute, if my landlord had attempted to do anything to interfere with my use of that property, or if he wanted to come round, he had to give me a minimum of a week's notice. Okay,
wow.
He couldn't just come and let himself in, which is something which happens in the UK quite a lot. And if he did anything like that, he could be punished legally. He could go to prison.
Oh, Jesus.
The fact that he didn't do that because he was a decent human being, and that he couldn't put the rent up more than, I think it was something silly, like more than 1% on the initial ownership. So the rents, and I've been renting in Spain on and off for about 15 years. First place I ever rented was about, what was it, 300 euros? The rent on the place that I've just moved out of was about 370. So rents, and admitted across so it's only really gone up in my experience by about 50 or 60 euros in 10 or 15 years. Now that, admittedly, I do now live in a much cheaper part of Spain than I did when I first moved here.
Yeah.
But because it's been controlled, and because the landlords are not in the driving seat, because it's the people who live in those properties who are more protected. But this is what, as I say, this is what the state exists for. The idea that, government should get out of the way and it's always bad. No, actually, there are reasons that we have laws and states and taxes and things, and it's used effectively. It's like we were saying about social safety nets. Mm-hmm. I contribute, if I pay into the system, okay, and for example, my contracts run from October to June, and when I finish in June, I will next be back at work in October because I'm an English teacher. I can then claim back 70% of my salary for the period of time when I'm not working. Mm-hmm. And that's my rights as a taxpayer and as a citizen. That's not an entitlement. That's the way it works. And when I finish, when I retire, I will then receive I think it's an 80% of final salary pension scheme. Because I'd have been living here long enough. And that's, to me, that's the way things should be.
But that's your country's, it's your pension from the country, and that's the way it's set up.
Yes.
Well, no, it's because I've been a taxpayer I will have been a taxpayer for a sufficient amount of time, and that's my right as a citizen. That's the responsibility I have is to pay my taxes and not be a jerk. And in return for that, I get it back. And I think even the right, like Brenna was saying, accept that that's the way things are. The idea of devil take the hindmost and the rich get rich and the poor get poorer is just ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I think that with regard to what's going on in your country at the moment, I think it's deliberate. I think they want to crash the economy because that's how capitalism works. That's how hedge funds and things make their money.
Yep.
They can actually profit, and I think that's one of the changes over the last 20 years, is that it is now possible to make billions when economies are in the toilet. And I think it's deliberate. I think that they're doing so many harmful things with regard to tariffs and that they want to create chaos because that's profitable.
But that's a lot of different. It's inciting fear in order to have control.
Absolutely. It's fascism. That's how it works.
And it's not just to our country. Yeah, no,
it's
I
called
know.
Fascism.
No,
I think we can. The algorithm.
fully aware.
Period.
Fascism relies on fear, on fear, on victimization, on outgrouping.
If you think about what happened to everybody, to the whole entire world, there was Stephanie said we don't want to go there, but if we're going to go there, let's see how far we can push and separate everybody, how long they'll stay. Let's separate the sheep from the wolves and everything. Like when you were talking about the cove, the inch, the pinch, the mile. Let's see how far we can push it. It was everywhere. Fashion. Do you know what I mean? How far can we separate people and see how much they'll take before they push back? And it was almost like, and then we'll give you this little bit.
The evidence is not good.
No. And they put the truth out there, and if you did research, it was right out there.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, I don't want to go there. Okay. It's not my life. It's just living in it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm saying with COVID and everything, I feel like it was kind of a test on how far they could push every society and who would work towards and who would don't. I know you hate this.
I really am not going to agree with you on that.
I'm not going to.
I think that
what I really wanted to talk about with Chores was no tax on tips, because it is horrible, Bill. It is horrible.
Oh yeah. I mean, the no tax on tips thing just opens up a whole world of money laundering and.
It's absolutely, it is one of the scariest things I've ever, and not only that, so exactly what you're almost saying, I hate to, people don't look.
One of the scariest things, excuse me, but mass deportations of people.
Yeah.
That should be scaring you a hell of a lot more than
not just mass deportations, and I'm not sure.
People up and sticking them in camps.
Yes, absolutely. That happened. I know, and it's still happening.
Well, sending innocent people without due process to a prison in El Salvador, no end date. No, that's the thing. They're like, well, once they're there, we can't get rid of them.
How many children are lost? How many children?
It doesn't have to be children. It just fucking anyone. They're sending people in perpetuity to a fucking concentration.
Where the law is.
If anybody in practice, if anybody doesn't have due process, then nobody has due process.
Exactly. That is very important.
When the law ends.
Why are we agreeing today?
Yep.
Sorry, but that's also it's. Yes, I'm agreeing actually with everything you're saying. But it.
Yeah. Look up.
You'll have a fascist in power in the White House now.
It's always been.
No, really, it hasn't.
No, yeah, I agree.
Really hasn't.
That's the thing. The U.S. has had its problems, right, and has long been an oligarchy, but I agree with you. Thank you, Bob. Like, there's something that bugs me about some of the rhetoric happening right now, and I engage in a version of it as well. You know, where it's like, well, this is obviously where it was headed, right? That I agree with, because as you know, we talk about this neurodivergent pattern recognition. Been warning about this for fucking years, for sure. Where I get uncomfortable is when people are like, well, it's always, you know, like, it's basically always been like this.
No,
Because there's a version of that conversation that is inherently defeatist, right? There's like an inherent, like, well, it's always been like this, so why do you want to change it now? And it's like, yes,
You should have wanted to change it then.
every piece of what we're seeing now has been done before, and not just elsewhere, like in this country as well. Obviously, we fucking interned Japanese Americans, like second and third generation American citizens, because they were
Railroads.
of Japanese fucking descent. We interned them during World War II. We have done this before. I absolutely agree with that.
We have.
Like, atrocity after atrocity because of this country, for sure. But
Sorry to
there's a
interrupt.
danger. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But there is this narrative. Well, that's capitalism. That's the way it's always been. Capitalism is only about 500 years old. It's not always the way things have been.
Right.
It's not always how life was, and this is the thing that existed before wasn't perfect. It wasn't. It was horrible as well, but in its own way. But the acceptance that, oh well, that's the way it is. There's nothing you can do to change it.
Mm-hmm.
Is historically nonsensical. Democracy. We have the best performing healthcare system in the world. Spanish life expectancy has gone up in those 40 years to where it is now the second. Spanish people are now will be the second longest lived people on the planet.
Yeah.
People are
We talk
healthy.
about this a lot as well. Yeah.
Yeah, people are healthy.
And by the way,
People are happier.
a lot of our COVID numbers, like inflated COVID numbers, is because our population is so much older. So so our population was more vulnerable to it, which is why
And
we
also
had.
because Spanish people tend to live closer together.
Yeah. Although I will say, I saw
better
videos from during the pandemic, and I'm sure that wasn't the whole story, but I was so proud to see Spaniards when like one person went jogging on the street.
Yeah.
Like everyone in the apartments were like yelling at that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sure
yeah,
you
yeah,
saw
no,
the
no,
viral
it-
video of the woman yell, like,
It
whereas
was
here it was
the
very different,
acceptance.
right?
Against or pro? I didn't see this.
No, against the person who was breaking quarantine. Because
Seeing a group of, I must say, I lived in Spain through the pandemic, and
Yeah.
seeing a group, a culture where Spanish people are incredibly gregarious. They love being out together in close proximity, and to see the way they sucked it up and said, "This is what we need to do to get through this," was incredibly moving.
yeah.
Okay, it was incredibly guys. Fair play.
Yeah, we did that for like
I'm
a
not gonna.
day.
Yeah.
In Spain, it was months. We were in
Years.
one of the toughest lockdowns
Yeah.
for a very long time,
And people did it, and people.
and they did it.
People.
You know, my boss
Yeah.
said to me, you know, when the vaccines were being rolled out, she said, it is my responsibility as a citizen to protect myself and other citizens by doing this,
Yeah.
But
by accepting that this is what we need to do in order to survive it.
but
And there was none of this nonsense about, because it's just ridiculous.
they didn't
We
make
have
me,
to
and
do
I was
this.
an essential worker. I said no, and I was an essential worker
Why did you say no?
because
That's insane. You have a responsibility to. If you're an essential worker, you are.
Because I watched the 12-hour lives by the FDA and the CDC saying that there was non-transmissible.
So
I
you did
watched
your own
them
response,
live.
your own research.
I did research.
Don't do this.
So let's just not go there.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. The FDA and the CDC did not tell you not to get vaccinated,
They
Cynthia.
said
Stop
that there was
fucking lying.
because I do believe. Okay, they didn't
There's
say
an
not
act of
to, but they
gross
said there
fucking
was
lying,
no
Cynthia.
submittable. They said there was no submit. Okay,
This
they
is
didn't say that. But I also too would not leave without a mask. I would not leave without gloves. I would not leave without proper PPE. You get what I mean? I also
No,
followed
I don't.
protocol. I followed protocol because that's my responsibility. I didn't get to go to Christmas and go out in public other than
Yeah,
for
none
work.
of us did, Cynthia. None of us did. So, like, yeah. The CDC and the FDA, I don't know what you're trying to say that they said, but they didn't tell you not to get vaccinated.
They didn't say not to. They just gave it was all factual. It was all you could watch. I've shown you years ago. But it's also too that all I know is that people are now having complications because of it.
No, they aren't, Cynthia. They aren't.
What
Stop
people?
lying. That shit
I
is
had
so
all mine.
fucking dangerous. And I'm so fucking sick of living in a country. Sorry. I'm getting emotional because hearing about and part of
friends
me has
in
always
other
been
countries.
convinced
I
I
have
fucking romanticize.
We're having an open conversation, Bree.
No, we are not having a conversation. You are spouting dangerous nonsense.
It's not. It's my.
People are not getting fucking complications now. They're not. They're not.
Cynthia, I don't mind having these arguments on like my live or your live or somewhere like that, but like that kind of it does fall under misinformation and it can put the live at risk. So let's not.
Okay, all right,
down that.
then it's okay. I'll leave it. But
Cynthia, please, no, Cynthia, you're wrong. I can straight up fucking tell you, you're wrong.
I'm new here.
People are not having
you are.
complications from it. You are spreading misinformation. Please correct your
No,
information.
I want to hear. No, but this is hopefully this is an open conversation. This is what needs to happen.
Tell you what is happening. I'll give you information, shall I? For the first time in the last 100 years, people in your country are dying from measles because of this irresponsible.
Oh, that's horrifying. Yes,
I
believe in.
Young
Okay,
people
that
are dying.
is crazy because they won't get the chickenpox vaccine. That is insane.
No, the measles vaccine.
No, I know measles. There's a lot of other vaccines are also not getting.
It's the same nonsense.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, but you understand millions of people died from COVID. So why are you fucking?
I'm not saying that.
Is Scavenge still with us or does he fall asleep?
No, he's still
He's still chilling.
Oh, he's here.
He's in this. He's chilling. He was
I've been
looking
waiting
at
to
the chart.
interject.
Wait, I want to hear about the chart.
Oh, the chart. I was interpreting it correctly, but I just wanted to say, chiming in on a past topic a little bit, why I guess I romanticize the Constitution, just because there's been a lot of valid criticisms of it tonight. That's kind of where I jump back in.
What criticisms of the Constitution have you heard?
The
designed not to be a democracy.
Sorry, I got
the only landowners can vote, and
that is how that's how it started.
That is how
in
it
this
was
country.
made.
I agree, but it's also why I romanticize it is because it's a flawed document that understands it's flawed and allows itself to be fixed. Whereas in other forms of rulership throughout the history of the world, oftentimes that power gets condensed.
You're
to a very
speaking
small
out of your
few.
fucking ass. You know that, right?
All those problems are valid, but they've all been solved. And we still refer to the original
Bree's
document.
patience is out.
No, I don't think I'm talking out my ass at all. I think that all those problems are valid. And they've all been addressed, through legislation.
Okay. All the problems. You're right. All the problems with the American Constitution have been addressed with legislation.
No, not every
and
single
therefore,
one, but many
every
of the
other
ones
country, with a
mentioned
different
tonight.
constitution, their power gets concentrated. Jesus, come on, dude. Are you kidding
when
me?
was the last time the Constitution was amended? What was the last amendment of the Constitution?
I didn't say it's easy.
keep adding amendments.
I just said it's possible.
I mean, when was the last time the United States Constitution was amended? I'm pretty sure it's decades ago.
It was decades ago for sure. But
I believe in living by the laws of the Constitution. I just wish we didn't have a president that was wiping his ass with it.
Yeah, well, you fucking wait. Oh, that was Serge.
That's what
Sorry,
it's
I thought you were
designed
Scavenge. So, by the way, I just want to point out, Scavenge, Mister. I just want to fucking defend the Constitution. You voted for the guy who is like, who's against it. Like he literally, his fucking admin called the Constitution unconstitutional.
How do you even do that,
bro? And I'm sorry. And also, I just want to point out, last fucking thing. The American Constitution, oh, this big whatever, so amazing. And then all these other constitutions were written after it, right? America loves to fucking brag about it. It loves to say that it was like a model for so many constitutions, like, whatever in Europe and stuff, etc. Yes, it was. In many ways it was. But you know fucking what? Most of them changed it. Most of them came up with a better system than the American one, because the American fucking system and what was written and designed in the Constitution was basically the rough draft for the rest of the fucking developed world. Like, it is not like better than all these other democracies.
1992.
1992 was the last time there was an amendment.
Do you know what
Was
it was? Well, the 27th Amendment, which according to my brief reading, was to limit the state's ability to control and delay congressional salary increases. 1992.
I'm so glad that Congress made sure to get its fucking pay raises.
Right on.
Really tackling the real problems in the country with that one.
Exactly. Everyone say hi to Andra. You guys, I'm sure you guys watch her fucking content. She's awesome.
Hello.
We love her.
Hello.
Do I follow you?
Well, I'm still proud of it. That's all I'm gonna say. I get you don't like it.
So then why did you vote for a guy who wants to destroy it, my dude?
You voted Trump.
He voted for Trump.
Oh dear,
That's crazy.
That's insane.
So I
You
know I
voted
said
for a
it before.
fascist. Oh, great. Good for you.
I know I said it before, but one of my favorite bits was when Jim Jeffries was talking about the Second Amendment, and people would say, "It's in the Constitution. You can't change it." He says, "Yes, you can. It's called an amendment."
That's what I just
Quite
said. It's amended every day. Because
Every day?
I agree, but not agree.
No, it's not amended every day, but
I wish it was.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, they change it to what works for them. Like there's an amendment to the Constitution all the time. It's called the law.
It is very hard.
Even remotely close to
That's
a thing
not-
that exists.
No.
It is
Laws
very
are
hard, and
Federal law.
intentionally so. It is hard to amend the Constitution.
Well, yeah. But there's amendums.
No.
Nope.
No, there's bills and there's acts and there's like law that is passed, but then it has to be, if it's challenged, then the Supreme Court can say yes or no, it is or is not unconstitutional.
Right.
So then all you have to do is pack the court with fascists.
But that's not changing the Constitution. That's why it's a lot harder to amend the Constitution than it is to pass a bill or to pass a law.
Oh, you're saying okay? I get what you're saying.
Yeah, laws are not amendments to the Constitution. Hi, Cottage. Oh, we've got more people who are trying to come up. Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what I fucking flew off the rails on.
Me.
Vaccines.
It's okay with me. I'm like me.
Vaccines. Cynthia, please consider
bug out for a minute.
correcting your information on that.
No. It's okay. We can all.
We can all what?
Dr. Mike,
Disagree
Dr.
on facts? No, Cynthia, come on.
Directly
Fact.
Hey,
threatens other people. You can
I
believe
don't
what you
agree
like,
with
but
any-
when it's dangerous, you need to give your head a
Cynthia,
wobble.
You don't agree with
Dr.
the
Mike
facts?
is a really good podcast.
Cynthia,
And like he's really good at explaining in-depth information, why there's gray area in things, and why there's he's really good about explaining long-term why some information that may be true in the moment is based on the best of knowledge at the time, and then later is amended when other information comes along.
It's called science.
yeah. You can adjust your
Scientific
understanding. Yeah, you can you can adjust your understanding or what you consider to be fact based on new information. In fact, I fucking beg of you.
I
all
have
to do more
have
of it.
adjusted my information from when I received it during.
Bullshit.
I would say, but also I still kind of We're gonna agree to disagree. I will DM you and send you.
How about evidence that vaccinations have increased human life expectancy?
No, I'm not talking about
by
all vaccinations.
100% in 100 years.
No, I'm not
That's
talking about.
evidence.
Okay, we're not discussing all.
Cynthia, here's it. No,
I'll tell-
Cynthia. Sorry, I'll let you go in a second. You want to DM me and you want to agree to disagree. No, Cynthia. I listen to the facts. I listen to the experts, to the scientists. I do not listen to you. Okay? So no amount of fucking whatever bullshit you want to send me to convince me.
This isn't some webcast I'm listening to.
Okay.
These are actual facts and figures.
I'm looking at the CDC website right now, and I'm gonna have to say, yeah, you're still fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on past this point. I was just gonna say, like, one of the reasons I enjoy hanging out in this live is because Brianna's like always the smartest person in the room.
Did you say I'm always the smartest person in the room? I like to pretend I am, for sure. Thank you. Thank you for saying
well,
that.
I mean, if you don't know something, you'll figure it out, rather than just saying something you're not sure of.
We're not going to assert things that we don't know for a fact. I mean, if we do, we will correct them. Thank you for saying that.
So how often, I've sort of accidentally stumbled into this. How often do you do it?
I
It's
used
nice
to go.
come across some rational people on here for a change.
Yeah, I know, right? I love it when we get these chill kind of lives while we're getting stuff done. Sorry, I'm doing all my chores while we're doing this. How often? I used to go live a lot more often because I would debate MAGA, sort of. Well, I would fact check MAGA. Really, we would have these sorts of conversations, but there was usually a lot more variation in the beliefs. MAGA are hiding these days, and we would fact check and we would correct. I will say, in recent weeks, I have slowed down on the lives quite a bit because I've been trying to keep up with a lot of the news, which has exhausted me. I'm teetering on burnout. The app has basically all but completely buried my account, so I'm not even making any money on it anymore. So I'm getting a little frustrated with that. And I don't know. We're just trying to go day to day. I will be live streaming on Saturday if the app is still here in the U.S. from the protest in
Are you
DC.
doing your webcast?
A
I hope
webcast?
it's still here.
Wait, I was on your webcast for a little bit.
Yeah, I multi-stream. I'm on Twitch and YouTube as well. But I'll be trying to go live on Saturday from the march if you guys want to check that out.
Is there anywhere else, are there any other apps where you're able to have guests, like YouTube or Twitch? Do they do that, or is it?
There's third-party apps.
Lab.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to talk about
I think
them on here, are
Instagram
you?
is the only one, probably.
Can you do guests on Instagram?
I've never gone live on Instagram, but I do think you can.
Okay.
Because I know, I think I've seen clips of celebrities live on Instagram, and they'll bring up fans sometimes.
Oh, okay. I went live on Instagram once, and it was a nightmare.
It's so
the only reason I don't like.
Yeah, it's so stressful.
YouTube's trying real hard to. I think you can have a lot guests on YouTube now.
Okay, yeah, I might try that, but no one ever. I'm restreaming on YouTube and Twitch right now, and there's very few people on there. So, if this were to go away, I would probably go live a couple times on those. But if no one ever showed up, I probably would stop because I'm here to interact. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I might get a little.
The only reason I don't like the idea of going live on Instagram is people I know in real life.
That's what I'm saying. It's so much more personal. It's so embarrassing.
I agree. I have like IRL clients and stuff, and I'm like the corporate ones and stuff, and part of me is like, Jesus Christ, I guess now I can't pretend that this is not part of my. Oh yeah, it's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
It feels too professional.
Exactly. But we'll see. We'll find out. I mean, if TikTok goes away, I'm a filmmaker. My industry is defunct.
I risked my chance to basically get another job in there while this administration is in power by just going balls to the wall on the apps lately. So if this app goes away,
It's gonna be YouTube or bust, I guess. I don't know.
The one thing that's crazy about like if this app goes away though, it's like our digital footprint here is gone. Like we could just like pretend it never happened. Like imagine like the rebrand some people could have and we'll never have to hear from Madeline Pendleton again. It's gonna be amazing.
Oh my god.
That's one of
What
the
will
funny
she
things I've ever heard.
do?
I think every time I get sad about TikTok going away, I'm like, that's right. She doesn't really have a platform anywhere else. We'll never have to see her
Oh
again.
no.
I don't know who that is.
Good.
Sometimes it's good to clean slate.
Oh god,
She's
how do
something that everyone can agree on disliking.
well, yes and no. Obviously, she is a self-described communist, I think. Yes, she's self-described
Okay.
communist on here, which is fine. We love commies.
But
God
she is not,
is
though.
a communist. We do, I mean, you know, as
She's like,
evidenced by the first part of this thing. But she gets herself into some trouble sometimes.
well, and I don't know what this is, but people in my comment section always say she's not. She's a tanky.
Oh,
Tanky.
they're called
That-
tankies.
Just
This is a
something.
good one.
That's what people call communists.
No, no,
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Who was
But
who
isn't
was
it
our
like-
other communist?
It really isn't. It really isn't just what people call communist. A tanky is something specific. It's somebody who would have supported when Stalin sent the tanks into Hungary in 1956
Oh.
to put down the socialist revolution in Hungary. Hungarians rose up against their Soviet-backed government in Budapest in 1956. The tanky is a member of a communist party who supported the action of sending in the tanks.
Gotcha. Are you a
It
tanky
basically
god?
translated into Stalin.
No, but I really like Bob though. Bob is very informed and educated.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I like you too,
Talk
Bob.
about the shit.
Please
though.
come back. We invite to have a conversation instead of just speculating.
I am not a tanky, but a lot of people just, if you have the communist symbol or say you communist, everybody you just get called a tanky.
I
Yeah.
think that that's probably part of it, but she actually does like she has some. So she does this one thing too, where she'll like dirty delete videos, you know, that like aren't hot takes. So she's gone off on like weird rants, like not supporting, but like weirdly being encouraging or positive about like North Korea or like almost like, yeah, she had this whole series a while back which you can't find anymore, and I thought I was insane until I posted about it and everyone was like, no, I remember that, because it was weird. It was like my first indication of like maybe I should unfollow this person because this is getting weird, where they like
I think
are almost
actually, I
obsessed
think
with North Korea and like some parts of Russia and stuff, and they're like the America or the US is lying to you and it's actually not bad over there or not as bad and stuff like that.
I think I remember this. I do. Because I used to follow her. When I first got on here, I followed her.
Yeah, I was a big fan of her
Yeah,
originally.
same. Yeah.
Which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
What a completely misrepresentative name for a country, though. The People's Republic of Korea. Like,
No, sorry, you mean the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Yes.
like that's like less democratic than Russia.
Yeah, but it's like when people say, "Oh, well, of course the Nazis were socialists," because they call themselves the National German National Socialist German Workers' Party,
Yeah.
That's good branding right there.
or calling yourself the Democrat Party, or the Republicans,
Yeah.
or the Partido Popular, or the Labour Party.
I'm more concerned with the people who aren't even familiar on what it is to have the right. I was talking to some younger people the other day online on a live, and we were talking about that I was registered as a Democrat. And they said, well, then how do you think that you could even like vote Republican? And I said, I can vote for whoever I want, but you're registered for Democrat. I said, are you out of your mind? Are you joking? Then why would I even show up to vote? If I was registered for something, wouldn't it automatically vote for me?
See, as somebody who lives outside, that's just a bizarre concept.
It terrifies me.
What you have to say.
Well, so
I don't get that.
You don't
How
understand
does
the
that
registration. So the registration is about mainly about primary voting. So primary, because it's not a parliamentary system, we elect the candidate who then runs for president. You know, we don't just get proportional representation. We're electing specific candidate. And I know different parliaments work differently, Bob, so I'm not sure. Yeah. But, you know, it's not so in the primaries, I don't know how familiar you are with the primaries, but you have all the potential
That's when you
candidates.
choose the candidates.
Yeah, it's like a little.
That's where everybody. This is where it matters.
And so in some states, it completely varies by state. Some states have open primaries where you can vote in any primary, like either party's primary if you want, but you can generally only vote in one party's primary. You can't vote in both of them.
Exactly.
But some states you can only vote in the primary of your own party, you know, of whatever party you're registered to, you know, so that's why people register technically, usually.
Okay.
That's why I
Sometimes,
registered for my state.
I'm so you can be independent. Like I'm technically an independent, but my state independent is actually a party, so I'm registered on enrolled.
Okay.
I can still vote in primaries because we have open primaries in Massachusetts, but a lot of states you would have to be registered in a party. In closed primary states, you have to be registered in a party to vote in a primary.
In Connecticut, yeah, I can only vote in primaries for Democratic.
Yeah, I consider myself an independent, but I'm registered as a Democrat, so that I can vote in the primaries. I'm too leftist for Democrats. So, you know.
I found it dumbfounding that a lot of the younger people, especially in here, that were voicing opinions, didn't even realize that because I'm registered for one party, that I had the choice to vote for whoever I wanted and whatever. That was scary to me almost.
Yeah.
But again, it's about the deliberate miseducation.
Yeah. Very true.
There's a lot of that.
You know, this is why they're going after the education system.
Yeah.
You know, to make it even worse.
That and all the cheap labor you get out of uneducated people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you see? Have you heard, Bob? I don't know how much news is arriving in Spain these days from here, but Florida is trying to get rid of a bunch of limitations on child labor.
Oh my God, I saw this headline.
Oh no,
I did not see this.
Yeah, no,
Please inform.
I did hear about this. I'm mostly informed through places like this. Actually, I don't know what the Spanish media covers, but yeah, I've heard about this. This is another DeSantos.
That's one way to pay rent.
Yeah, right.
Save your children.
So what is the stipulation? What are they trying to?
They're trying to make it so that children as young as, I believe, 14 can work overnight, can work it's about, they're trying to get rid of some regulations that basically say you can't work kids more than a certain amount of hours or during overnight, you know, because they're still going to school. So if you work kids overnight, that's
Here in Spain, you're not actually allowed to work.
Also, you don't have to pay underage people. You don't even have to pay them minimum wage. You can pay them whatever you want. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am.
I
Is
had
that
to
currently true, or is
have
that what they're trying to
a
make?
legal thing signed, but I started working at 15 at KB Toys.
Yeah, well, but
Holy
sorry.
shit, there's a relic from the past.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I was a month before they had to wait for me to become 15, but I had to get a note from my school, note from my parents to work at KB Toys.
Jesus.
Doing what? Product testing?
No, literally to be like a. Well, I would kill for that job now. Thank you.
I pulled up the bill and it's so much worse.
What is it?
Okay, so it says, so already, I guess last year, the state passed a law allowing parents, guardians, or school superintendents to waive the 30-hour work week limit for 16 to 17-year-olds during the school year. This new proposal would then allow 16 to 17-year-olds to work more than 8 hours on school nights and over 30 hours a week during the school year without mandated breaks. And for 14 and 15-year-olds who are homeschooled attend virtual school or have graduated high school, the bill would also remove restrictions on overnight work. So we could all just like homeschool our kids and have them work all the time.
Oh God.
That the thing from last year.
No, that
What
second
was
part.
what was it the man
Is
said?
you
I
telling me
love the
Mitt Romney
undereducated.
came from
The thing from last year is where they mentioned that you don't have to pay them even minimum wage.
So that
I don't know if that changed or not.
So was that that actually go through, or is that?
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah, and it's been a thing in Texas and some other states for a long time.
Well, that's why they want so many children. And
I love the undereducated.
yeah, they want children forcibly born to impoverished mothers who they don't have to pay minimum wage and can work, pretty irregular
Just like the
hours.
good old days.
Just like the good old days.
Get them back in the mines where they belong.
But Charlie,
And if they are driven
Charlie Bucket.
by desperation to commit more crimes, great, you've got a militarized police force. Stick them in jail, and they're still legally enslaved.
Well, and then you put
Fantastic.
them, once you put them in prison, they're your fucking slaves, and they don't get to vote. So
I
great.
feel like Republicans are going to accidentally make a whole lot more liberals.
That's what we can. The last time Republicans imposed this many tariffs, Scavenge, listen up, was around 100 years ago, in the 1920s,
Yeah.
preceding the Great Depression, following which Democrats were in charge in Congress for almost 60 years straight.
I love that for us.
I know. I love that too. I love that too for us. I would love that for us if we can get there. So
Glad we're going to get universal health care.
1930 tariff is after
world's
the
most
crash, so
destructive
the stock
war.
market.
what's
Like-
that, Scavenge?
Sequentially, as in a timeline, I believe that the 1930 tariff that you're referring to, I would think, is after the crash of the stock market.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I would venture to say is probably
Great
caused by
Depression.
leverage or over leverage, because that seems to be the common denominator upon those situations in my lifetime, at least. But yeah, the tariff comes after. There is debate as to whether it's
It
like,
comes after
the
the
difference-
crash, but it
as to whether
Another
it helped or
difference
hurt,
is that
right?
we
Yes.
now have
But
we
as
now
far
have
as I
an
understand, those
international
tariffs were
financial
kept
system
on
designed
by
to
FDR
profit from crashes.
until they were used as a negotiating tactic to organize kind of world trade as we've known it for the last 50,
The
60
Smooth
years.
Hawley Tariff Act of 1930 was signed into law by President Herbert Hoover. It raised tariffs on imports and is widely considered to have worsened the Great Depression by sparking a global trade war and reducing international trade.
Yeah.
And the Bretton Woods Agreement's a lot older than 50 or 60 years. Came in in the 1940s. Specifically designed to prevent what was widely considered at the time to be the economic one of the economic triggers for the 1930s and the 1940s.
Yeah, my bad. This article says that this one's often referred to as the beginning of the Great Depression because they did it right after the stock market crash. Yeah.
Didn't make it any worse. But as I said, I think the difference now is that we have an international financial system which profits from crashes.
I will say at least it was authorized by Congress and not unilaterally.
Thank God.
So what you're saying, something that happened in the 20s and 30s was more democratic than what's happening now.
And then because there were tariffs, then what happened? Rosie the Riveter, and then there's, it just, you guys can agree with me or not, but there is a lot of the wars.
The war came 15 years later, girl. Well, 12.
Rosie the Riveter started in 1942. That was when the propaganda began.
What propaganda?
Rosie Riveter.
Sure.
Because she wasn't or she was a real person. I forget. Was she a real person or what?
Well, there's two. The
Designed-
famous poster that everybody
It
knows.
was a real person, yes, but it
There
was more.
there was a painting that was produced. Oh God, what's the name of the really famous American realist painter. I can't remember his name. Edward
Oh, I know
something.
who you're talking about.
He painted.
Miller.
He painted a very realistic painting of a woman.
A scarf around her head.
Yeah, exactly. Later on, the famous poster that everybody knows, the woman with the, something like "Together we can do this" or whatever, was actually a pastiche, a copy of the original painting, produced by an American corporate anti-union organization.
Love that.
So the famous one that's often used by feminists and other people to support, the actual image was originally produced as a poster by a union smashing corporate organization designed to propagandize against organized labor within women, organized labor organizing women workers in the factories in the 1940s.
I think you just found me my next history in under 10 topic. So thank you, Bob.
Yeah, I knew we liked Bob.
Welcome. I was the one that brought up Rosie.
Sorry, which topic? Sorry, history. What? Do you do videos?
I make videos every once in a while called History in Under 10, where I do little snippets of history.
Oh, nice.
There's it's really interesting to even to go from Rosie the Riveter to like the Campbell soup can. Like to go from like that kind of spectrum with art too, and it's kind of done, and that's why he did that in that type of paint and people don't understand the nod.
No, I didn't know that either.
It is an interesting era. We had to study it in my like product design, like history and future of like design and stuff. In that era of like all of a sudden men were at war, right? So mobilizing the women to get into the work place, and then suddenly the men came back and wanted their jobs back, so then they had to like trick women to get back in the house by doing like other things. And like a big part of what we studied around that time was like the invention of Tupperware, and like that's when like products were starting to be marketed largely to women as well, because they started to realize women are in the home buying the things. We had like a whole unit on like Tupperware and washing machines.
Oh my god.
But then they like had Tupperware parties to keep us all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used to be able to buy a house out of that Sears catalog.
Have you seen those old Sears houses?
They're stronger than the houses.
Yeah, if we're
being
going
built
back,
today.
can we bring those too?
I would love a pink Cadillac that could drive under or over anything, because the Cadillac it won't crinkle.
I'm
Like
willing
all
to
the new
settle,
cars.
but I have my negotiations.
Yeah. Damn. You know what's also funny about that period too? It's like, well, I mean, I know that war pays, but you can make the argument that one of the most successful times in America's economy was when women were doing all the jobs. Just saying.
Sometimes people split on the argument as well that they say because of the tariffs, that's why they had to produce more things at home, because then the men were away and they couldn't send away for it. But it was also the war, because the ships and everything else were being used for war.
It was mainly the war that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we
Oh, I
manufactured.
know, but people have dumb arguments. I'm just arguing that.
You want an
Yeah. Don't you
want an
smirk at
interesting
me,
historical
silly.
parallel that's
Sassy.
occurred.
What was that, Bob?
You know, you want an interesting historical parallel that's just popped into my head.
Yeah.
You know the Orange Menace selling Teslas?
Yeah.
There's an interesting parallel that.
Oh, I know.
Is that there, Rosie the Riveter?
No, between that and a certain other.
There was another president that sold a car on his lawn.
Was it the Volkswagen?
Yeah, he wasn't technically president, but his role. But my point really is.
Let's think about Lee Iacocca.
Actually, if you look, 'cause there's this whole idea that the Volkswagen car was created as this whole idea that this will put Germans on the road and all that kind of stuff, and the idea was that you could spend money, you could invest you could save up stamps to buy a people's car.
Wait, really?
Yes, that was the original idea. Was that and it was endorsed by the party, etc., etc.
Well, my first
You
thought
would
was
make
that
money, and eventually you would get
Viable stamps.
you would get the car. You would get the car, and then you would be able to drive on all these marvelous autobahn that were being built across Germany at the time. Exactly 0 cars were ever delivered.
Wait, why?
Because the program was basically a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
And a myth and another fascist lie.
It's like the marble
it?
miles. Think about that. If you ever had parents that were very much older and they were saving all the sides of their marble cigarettes.
Yeah. Cigarettes, bubblegum cards,
Yep.
green shield stamps. But at least you got stuff from green shield stamps. My point about the dictators endorsing buying automobiles, which are rubbish, by the way.
Mm.
The 1930s Volkswagen was a piece of crap, and none of them were ever delivered as a result of the scheme.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I bet you the Volkswagens weren't held together with super glue.
Yeah.
No, but the East German Trabants
It's
were
all
made
the
out of pressed paper, and they were probably stronger than a Tesla.
I don't know, man. Can they not tow anything?
Any car made before 1990 is stronger than any car made after it.
It also makes me think of the mustache man and his like obsession with Mercedes Benz.
What was his obsession with Mercedes Benz?
Oh, see, now that's something you could dive into and get banned for. That was like
this would be
like
a very fun
if there
line for
were
you.
sponsorships during that whole thing, Mercedes, because they're a German company, was the like they were only ever seen driving around really in like Mercedes Benzes. At the summer camps, they had like thousands of them, and they were obsessed with Mercedes Benz.
They had, but they had.
What about
they had
Joe
Merc,
Camel?
They had Porsche. They had Opel. They had Audi. They had a lot of different. The interesting one is General Motors.
Yeah.
I thought his
main
car was a
supplier
Rolls Royce.
through their
What about
Opel-
he also had the Rolls Royce? Yeah, that
through
was
their
the
Opel,
status
no, not
symbol.
Rolls Royce. I'm talking about all the German marques, right? The interesting one is General Motors, who own their wholly owned subsidiary Opel, were one of the main providers of trucks and motor transportation for the Wehrmacht in the 1930s and 1940s. And in 1945, all of the profits were repatriated to the United States.
Yeah, I should send you the link to this article. It's titled "The Mercedes," or it says the Mercedes Benz was like it almost like literally in the same way that Donnie is like, you know, with the Tesla. Like this is it was literally used as a symbol of prosperity promised to the people.
Porsche, another one.
I didn't
BMW.
know. So Opel, my mom had an Opel when we were growing up.
I haven't even heard of that one.
Yeah, I just
Opel,
realized that when you
they're
said that, I was like, oh,
basically-
that's not a brand that Americans have. I haven't heard of it
Had
since
General
I got to
Motors,
the
they're
US.
basically the same thing.
It's basically what? Sorry.
GM. They're GM. They're owned by
General
GM.
Motors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they have been for a very, very long time.
Okay.
And another one is Coca-Cola.
Roller?
Well, Coca-Cola is, as you know, is an all-American brand. And in the 1930s, there was an embargo on, because the way Coca-Cola generally operates is they have syrup. They move the syrup to their subsidiaries around the world, and it's then converted. They add carbonated water or whatever, and it becomes.
Well, you know
very
where it was
strong.
originated, what state and why.
Atlanta, right?
And you know why? It's because one of the key ingredients was embargoed in.
Yes, I know this. But my point being that when sales of syrup were suspended to Schmaltzy Germany in the 1930s by the American parent company, they needed a replacement. And the only thing they could get to replace it was oranges from a certain other fascist dictator just across the Mediterranean. And that's where Fanta comes from.
Fanta.
All right, hold on.
Fanta.
Wait,
was
are you saying
invented-
I like Fanta.
Sorry?
Are you saying
Fanta.
when you say oranges from another fascist dictator across the?
You talking about my dictator?
Yes, yes.
The shit we
So Fanta then becomes one of the primary sponsors.
Everywhere, every country.
Hey,
Well,
the
yeah,
shit
No,
we
no.
have in America, the shit we have in America is not Fanta.
It's gross.
Fanta,
For me.
You're now allowed to put. You're now
Fanta and
allowed to make it with corn syrup,
but it's not even that.
which
It's a
we are not
completely
allowed to
different
do
drink.
here.
It's a completely different drink. It's not even like granulated sugar versus corn syrup. It's a totally different drink.
Well,
The Fanta out in Europe is fantastic.
It's
historical-
fantastic, Serge. Fantastic.
The point I was trying to make historically is that when, again, at the end of the war, the profits that Coca-Cola had made in Germany from selling Fanta to Schmaltzes and buying oranges from our friend across the Mediterranean, were then again repatriated to Coca-Cola US. But you had this bizarre thing whereby Coca-Cola made billions throughout the war selling and marketing and deliberately going out of their way to market Coca-Cola to the United States military. They came up with this idea that they were almost legally required. The US military were legal because alcohol was effectively banned within a lot of American military units. The Coca-Cola company convinced the supply department within the US Department of Defense that what they should do was replace it with Coca-Cola. And if you go...
And think about the color of the bottles and why they change color over the years is that if you know like any of the legacy of Coca-Cola, the green tint to the bottle means what? Because I'm going to test you because I feel like you know what was in the bottles.
And today,
Probably
Coca-Cola
something
is today the
arsenic.
most recognized symbol around the world.
It is.
No. So the bottles had a different color to them. So if you collect Coca-Cola memorabilia, there's a difference between an original glass, which had lead.
I'm guessing it was something nasty
Lead.
like arsenic in the glass or lead.
There's lead and arsenic, yes, in the glass.
That's what gave it the flavor.
Well, there's a lot more that gave it
love
the
it.
flavor, supposedly.
Yeah.
That's the secret. The secret
Anyway, my
ingredient
point being
that gave it
again
its
that,
pizzazz.
these logos and these American corporations, they were making billions, and they got all their money back after the war. You know, they got all their money back that they from
Sending out like the baseball cards, the Coca-Cola baseball, all baseball cards were basically like sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Yep.
I have a lot of them because I won't. They're in a safe. I'm sorry, I'm not pulling them out, but like, I have the like 2 original Santas. They're hard. The cardstock shouldn't have even existed in that time.
You know, something else. You know that I don't know if you ever have wondered, why did people who were victims of the Holocaust have a number tattooed on them?
It was like a sorting system.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a sorting system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you know what that sorting system was?
Their usefulness and what they were able to do.
Yeah, but what was what were the mechanics? What was the actual hardware of that system?
Actual hardware. What do you mean by that?
This is something I don't know.
Where was that information put? You're right. Everybody who was under that system had a number on them because they were assigned a number to be part of that records keeping system. Each one of those numbers was put onto a card index machine, a card index card. And that card index was then kept on an IBM.
I was gonna say, was it IBM or
Card-
was that too fucking early?
Card
IBM?
index
Oh, it was like the size of a
machine.
room. It was huge.
No, it's bigger than that, right? A card index reader is a sort of mechanical pre-computer, okay? And IBM originally their product was selling, well, in fact, leasing these machines. Okay, in the same way that Xerox, you don't actually buy the Xerox, you lease it. Okay, you pay them a certain amount of money every month to have that machine and it gets maintained and etc. IBM were the same. Okay, they had a leasing system whereby you had a card index machine, you paid them money, they came and they maintained it every month, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. One of their biggest clients in Europe in the 1930s was the German government. Okay.
Yeah, an article
Now,
on it was released in 2002 saying they had just recently discovered all this information.
yeah, it wasn't recently discovered any more than
In
it was
2002,
Yeah,
they said
yeah.
newly discovered.
But
That's the most
it
ridiculous thing
came out,
they discovered I've ever heard in my whole
and
life.
IBM tried to deny it by saying that, oh well, we just sold them the machines. Okay, so basically, in every center of where the Schmoller course was being carried out, there was a card index machine.
Yeah.
Right, and in
That's
those
the size
card
of my
index
apartment.
machines were these numbers. Right now, the problem with them saying, involving their responsibility and saying, oh well, we just sold them the machines, was that, as I say, they were leased. So IBM engineers were going to those centers to maintain those machines once a month for the duration of the contract.
Jesus.
So those numbers that we all now know were kind of a label of the the depth of the Holocaust in the 1930s, 1940s.
But they were
are
also
the symbol
telegraphed
of-
to different areas, and that's how also they were processed. So it had to be whether they were received at certain locations. I know.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cynthia. I know Cynthia, but he's talking about IBM.
the IBM.
No, I'm talking
Yeah.
about it for them to deny it. So it's hard to actually, because there's no type of data system that would go into any said internet type thing.
No, but they were leasing the machine.
Right. Yes,
And the
I'm
point of
agreeing
the
with
leasing
you.
machine is that
I know a lot
the
about it.
engineers, the employees of that company, and this is what IBM tried to deny, but they say, oh, this all came out. That's oh, well, we didn't know because those machines were just sold to the Smartsies.
Right.
That's not true.
Right.
At least they knew.
Not only that, but it says IBM New York established a special, entirely new subsidiary called Watson Business Machines.
Yeah.
And that was their sole purpose, was to service that party
Exactly.
during their Poland. And so like they literally started a new entire company just to handle this operation.
Handle that business.
It sounds like another 10-minute video for you.
France with
Another one
Be
you want to talk
careful.
about. If you want to talk about also
Yeah, I do got to be careful.
oil companies. You want to get to Spain, going back to transportation, Ford and General Motors gave free trucks to El Cadillo
Of course.
during the Civil War.
Franco. I've never had trouble with Franco on here.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
yeah. So the Civil War was won on the wheels of General Motors and Ford,
Oh,
who gave
learned today from the
gave
chat that I'm
free
half
trucks.
Polish. Nice.
Sorry, who gave free trucks to Franco to win his war on. The fuel to fuel those trucks, and obviously you need oil, you need petrol, gas to run those trucks. He was given free credits by Standard Oil, right?
Why?
To beat the Bolsheviks with, to hammer the Reds.
Yeah.
To get rid of the commies.
To get rid of democracy and socialism and all of those good things.
I would yeah, sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
No. I'm off on one. But you know this whole thing when we saw Trump in the White House with Zelensky.
Yeah.
And I think there were two things going on there. One was, and I posted a short video about the similarities between that and the Munich Agreement. In 1938, when Britain and France basically were Hitler was threatening Czechoslovakia because there were these minorities. You might have heard this one before. That there was a German minority in Czechoslovakia who was supposedly being oppressed by the Czechs. Okay. Stop me if again you've heard this one before. and they were making lots of noises. And Smith said, if we don't get what we want, if we don't get this part of Czechoslovakia for us, we're going to have a war. We're threatening, there'll be a world war, and the British, the French. And no, in fact, the first thing that happened was the Italians, who were also led by a person of less than democratic credentials, said, why don't we all get together and talk about it? So there was a meeting at Munich in 1938, the British and the French, the Italians and the Germans got together, bizarrely without the Czechs being there. And the British and the French said, well, okay, we'll give you what you want, okay, because we want to avoid a war. And they then turned around to the Czechs and said, look, you've got to give him what he wants. They didn't have any choice. Again, have you heard this one before? Then they made the Munich Agreement. Yeah. And this was supposedly to bring peace in our time, because by giving the dictators what they wanted, we would avoid war. Do you know how long peace in our time lasted after Munich? About a year.
Yeah. Appeasement, right? I mean, that was part of the story.
But another thing, which again, and that was what struck me when you saw
Czechoslovakia only joined like NATO in 2000 or something around there.
The Czech Republic did. Czechoslovakia ceased to exist in 1992 because it split into Slovakia.
Right.
But with the other parallel that struck me, when you saw Zelensky and what's his face, the orange man, in the White House, that was the giving off that same energy as with Chamberlain and the mustache man and all that in the room. But the one thinking about it more is what happened to Spain in 1936.
Yep.
Right. And now in Spain in 1936, and again, I'm with Brenna, you probably know this already being Spanish, but for those of you who aren't, in 1936 was a democratic election took place in February 1936, which brought to power a Popular Front left of centre government with communists, socialists, liberals, etc., in a coalition against the right. And people on the right in Spain were not happy about this. And in July 1936, there was a military coup, an attempted military coup, which failed. And as a result of it failing, and was only partially taking power in different parts of Spain, a civil war began. And both sides, the rebels and the government, appealed to people outside that country for support and aid. And the rebels got support from the cast of thousands, Mussolini, the other guys, and they start selling weapons and bringing support and arms to the rebels. Now, I'm not going to call them fascists because there were fascists within the rebellion, but there were also other parties of the right and the extreme right who you probably couldn't characterize as fascists. Anyway, so they start getting weapons and support. The Republic says, we're a democratically elected government recognized on the international stage. We want to buy weapons. We want to defend ourselves. Okay. The United States said, no, we're not getting involved at all, because it was obviously, and this was Roosevelt, we're not getting involved. We're out of this. It's isolationist and blah, blah, blah. The British and the French, instead of saying, oh, fair dues, you've got a democracy here, we need to help them. We're so scared of provoking another European war that not only wouldn't they allow the Republic to purchase weapons for itself, but they created a system called non-intervention, which supposedly prevented both sides from purchasing weapons, but ultimately, by involving Hitler and Mussolini in the non-intervention, basically created a situation whereby only the Republic couldn't purchase weapons for its own defense. The nationalists got all they needed, got all they wanted. Mm-hmm. And this system was provided over by the British and the French, with the Americans off stage. And the Republic died. It was destroyed. It fell in 1939, in April 1939.
Yeah.
Exactly. I get more from what's happening with the Ukraine. The only difference is, as far as I'm aware, the President of the United States in 1936 wasn't an obvious asset for the other side.
Yeah. I will say that meeting scared the bejesus out of my family members who grew up under Franco, who grew up under fascism. That's the moment where my dad messaged in the group chat. He and my mom aren't together anymore, so he's back in Spain now. But he messaged. He was like, "Jesus, is it like I just saw the Zelensky meeting? Like, is it really that bad there right now?" And I was like, "Yeah, Dad,
It's worse.
yeah." Like,
So I'm not the only one who sees more parallels with the Civil War in Spain than the.
yeah, that, but also my uncle. So my uncle, like 2 years ago, I was in Spain. My dad was sick for a while. He was in the hospital, so I was there, and I saw my uncle for the first time in years, frankly, because he lives down in Córdoba.
Oh, okay, beautiful place. I
So
lived there for a little while.
yeah, a beautiful place. We hung out, and we were talking about Orange Man and everything, and I was like, they're fucking schmazzies, dude. I was like, they're fascists, and he was like, they're not fascists. I was like, yeah, dude, they're fucking fascists. He was like, well, what do you fucking mean by fascists? And I was like, well, I was like describing, and he was like, no, that's not fascism, that's authoritarianism. And I was like, it's fucking fascist, it's fucking not like. And for some fucking reason, he got it into his head that he's like, no, that's authoritarian, it's not fascist. And I just, whatever, left it at that. And every once in a while, I would send my dad a thing, and I'd be like, ask Jesus if he thinks that's fascist yet, Ask Jesus what he thinks. And
Hey,
every
could you
time,
let us know when he gets there? Because then I think that's when we're fucked.
yeah, well, no, so he got there. He finally
All right,
got
cool.
there. So that's what I'm
Cool.
saying. Like, I
That's
would
awesome.
send it every once in a while. I would send my dad, and he would send it to his. Even though I'm like in touch with my uncle, we just whatever. It was just funnier going through my dad. Where I'd be like, "Go ask Jesus now. What does he think about this?" And he always had some whatever return for it, until finally, my dad out of the blue messages me a message of him. He like copy pasted the message. Like Jesus, like, okay, this guy's starting to look a little bit like Schmittler.
Just a little.
Bro, like, what did it take? And I think it was the Zelensky meeting for him as well. That was it.
It was unsettling.
It was really fucking unsettling. Yeah. All of a sudden, yeah, that was like a turning point for a lot of people in Europe. And what's odd to me is like, I think part of it is because they are viewing it more from the war angle. You know what I mean? While we're experiencing it more from like the social side of living under fascism in a lot of ways. But for a lot of people in Europe, they were like, we've seen this. It was the war angle. You know what I mean? They were like, oh, this is too close to the start of those wars. And that's what my uncle means when he says he's kind of like this mustache man. He doesn't even mean in terms of like, and that's what he meant when he was like, no, that's not fascism, that's authoritarianism. Because in his mind, fascism goes hand in hand with war, which I disagree with. It's not really how that works, but that's what he associates it with. And that's what fucking did it.
We have you can have an argument to say that Franco wasn't a fascist, and I think it's very
right.
Because
what I say is historians refer to him as the least fascist of the fascist dictators.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I think is his name. Paul? Have you ever come across the historian Paul Preston?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
He's considered by most people to be one of the leading historians of Spain in the 20th century. Even among Spanish historians, they still see he's British, but they see him as like the man when it comes. And he says Franco wasn't a fascist, and he says he was much worse than that. He was what they call an Africanista, which is basically he came out of he was extremely authoritarian, ultra conservative. But fascism, even in it by its own definitions, is more revolutionary than that. And that, yes, he did use the Spanish fascist party as part of his kind of mystique, as part of his sort of iconography and stuff like that. But it's much more accurate, I think, as I say, to use Preston's description of him as an Africanista. And the Africanistas were these military officers who'd fought in Africa during the 1920s and 1930s.
My dad is from Melilla.
Of course, right. Okay. And they saw, and he was, I mean, if anything, Franco wasn't a fascist, he was a Franquista. He was a Francoist, right? And there's a very big difference between that and you know, classic fascism.
Yeah.
But he saw Spain as another colony to be conquered. And if anybody's thinking, oh, this is all a little bit light for the schmatzis, it's an interesting anecdote. Apparently, when German advisors were working with the rebels in Spain in the 1930s, during their advance from Cordoba up to Madrid, they complained to their superiors because the Spanish were way too brutal. And you've got something of an issue when the schmatzis think you're too brutal.
Well, so yes, but I actually, so what's interesting when you say that, at first I was like, of course he was a fucking fascist. But then when you say like, no, he was a Franquista, I was like, you know what? That makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
Because another crazy thing about him, which I know you know this, but for the, you know, for the audience and whatnot, the unique thing about Franco is, I believe this is true for all authoritarian leaders, definitely for all fascist leaders, but I believe it's true for all authoritarian dictators. Usually the unalivings during their reign climb. Franco is the only one where it started high, and as his reign went on, they went down. So his first.
There is an argument to say he was running out of people to schmurd.
No. It was because the whole thing and the fact that so his first half was very, very brutal, and then the second half was less brutal. Not that it was like sunshine and roses, but it was less
they were all
brutal.
dead or in Mexico.
He was a technocrat, right? Like and often, you know, in the basics when I explain it, like, yeah, he was a fascist, but eventually he became sort of a technocrat, which is why people say he's the least fascist of the fascists. You know,
there is an argument also to say that by that point he was a bit too old and was basically sitting in his palace and letting the youth get on.
But I think ultimately, no, he was a Franquista. He was a fucking utilitarian.
Yeah, he
utilized fascism at the beginning to unleash. And I mean, that's the thing. He started because he knew, obviously, a big part of it was the Civil War. The Civil War was very bloody. But,
which he started.
But that
was started. His other generals started it, and he took advantage.
Sure. Yes.
Remember, when the uprising happened, they didn't know whether he was going to be on board or not. And the generals who organised the coup, you read their accounts, and they called him. They started calling him Miss Canarias 1936, because Franquita wouldn't make up her mind. Will she or wouldn't she? Would she piss or get off the pot? But when the war starts, he then jumps on board. He's also very lucky in that the other several of the other generals involved in the coup passed away, and he was not as a result of a conspiracy. They both died in air accidents. But he was certainly lucky that any potential opposition, any potential rivals he had, were off the board. But he took advantage of it. And I think when I call him a Franquista, he was out for himself.
Well, that's what I mean, though. But he started, I mean, and at least the way I learned it, right? Like a big part of the fact that of this unique aspect to him having much more unalivings at the beginning versus the end. Not only was it as a result of the Civil War, which itself was very, very bloody battle, but also it was like, it was just smart. I mean, obviously evil, everyone, you know, this isn't me like, but he knew if you just start with the brutality, once you get everyone under control and in fear of it, then you're set. And then, and it becomes less useful, which is, you know, like often that is the downfall of a lot of like authoritarian leaders, right? Often, not always, but that the more as it goes on, because the unalivings climb, because it becomes more and more difficult to uh-oh, we lost Andrew. Oh, sorry. Good night, Andrew. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Please come back again. It was like a lot of it climbs because it becomes a lot more difficult to kind of maintain the system and the status quo without cracking down harder and harder. But with Franco, he did the opposite. It started brutal. Once he got everyone kind of like under control and like, you know.
No, I completely get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
and that's also once everything was in control, that's when he started also becoming like more of a technocrat. Control. That's when he started also becoming like more of a technocrat. Not, or maybe not becoming, but like that's when he started being like, okay, so how do we make Spain?
Well, I would say he wasn't necessarily a technocrat, but he certainly allowed technocrats to have power.
Right. Well, he said like he put the experts in charge of this, you know, whatever their thing. So
well, I think it's a very good point. I mean, the other thing that is also worth saying, well, was how badly. I mean, like you say, he was a horrendous person.
Yeah.
But
I know it's a hard one.
He dies in his bed in La Granja in 1975.
I know he dies
having
of old
ruled Spain for 40 years.
I know he died of old age.
Yeah,
dies
of old age, and Hitler dies in a bunker.
Hitler dies in a bunker covered in petrol in 1945.
That's what's crazy. It's nuts. My dad has a story. He was a student. He was born in 1952, I think. So he was
in his mid-20s when Franco passed away.
Yeah, exactly. He was in college. He was in university in the last few years and stuff when there was a lot of protests happening at the universities and whatnot. And so he has a story where he had like an underground film club where he would bring in like smuggled films from the commies and stuff. My dad was so cool, but he has this story where there was like a protest with the students like outside of his college, out of like his university, and the cops came in and started, you know, they were on the horses and everything and started, you know, I don't know if I can say the word, the BEAT-ing them. And so the crowd ran into the school, and because they were all like students and stuff, you couldn't tell the students from the protesters. So all the students in the school had to start running anyway. The policía, not the Policía Nacional. The what?
Guardia Civil.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the Guardia Civil. It was
Policía Nacional.
It was like what became the Policía Nacional, I believe. Los Gris, I believe. Is that what they were called?
The Greys.
Yeah, the Greys. They started pew-pewing, and he jumped out of a window as it was getting pew-pewed, and he said, you know, and he had to like run, you know, up this hill through the fucking trees to get away. And he said that the hole from the pew-pew was like in the window. I don't know if it was like in the windowsill, I guess, until he graduated. And he said like, you know, every day from there he like saw it. And like that, what's weird to me is like there were crackdowns obviously nearing the end, but that's like, but that's kind of the evidence also of that thing of like it becomes unruly at a certain point, and like the people begin to rise up and start fighting back, and it starts getting harder and harder to control. And even so, Franco managed to die peacefully in his sleep or whatever. God, like a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think, and it's still, I mean, there's it bothers me that people don't talk about it. And I think that since 1975, there was this agreement to forget. There wasn't the same process that there was in, say, South Africa with the peace and reconciliation. And the problem is that now you get young people, like kids, teenagers, being nostalgic for him.
I mean, always though. Like I said, like I grew up with kids that like loved him. That fucking, you're just like, Viva Franco, like do you know Casa Pepe in Despeñaperros by any chance?
Casa Pepe.
Yeah, it's like a kind of famous. I happen to have this from it, Casa Pepe.
Oh, no, I've heard of this. This is the place where they've got all the Franco memorabilia.
Yeah.
No, I've heard of this. It's a restaurant down south, right?
Yes, exactly. That's literally always been there. And we would go skiing in Sierra Nevada, so we would stop there a lot. We would whatever. Not that we like loved. I mean, this was before the days where I would even have an opinion about shopping in a place like that, But it was just like, yeah, it's always been there. It's like it's always been viewed as like an acceptable, viable alternative opinion, where people were like, oh yeah, he's a franquista. Oh, okay, whatever.
I can't remember the last time I was just this interested in just sitting and listening to a conversation.
Yeah, sorry if this is rude, guys.
No, it's awesome.
It's lovely. I'm glad I stumbled across it. Like I said, it's nice to meet some rational, reasonable human beings on TikTok.
I'm waiting for Bob to tell us about Bear and the
Bayer? Oh, you mean A.G. Farben, the pharmaceutical company?
Yeah. And its history, I found it neat. I already know, but I don't ever find. I'm interested in the same kind of history you are, except for I don't never have the opportunity to talk about it. It never comes up. But you've done a fine job.
Don't be afraid to wake up and smell the lilies.
You could talk about the cyclone.
You could talk about the pharmaceutical company that produced a pesticide called Cyclone B.
Oh yeah.
I think that was Bayer or A.G. Farben, one of those.
Yeah, that was Bayer.
Yeah, and you know what that is, but we're not gonna. I don't think I'm allowed to talk about it.
It's got a different color.
Yeah. But you've got, I mean, like I say, Standard Oil, the American oil companies, Ford, General Motors. My area of knowledge is more in Spanish sort of history rather than in what you're talking about with the smart seas and all that kind of stuff. But corporations were up to their necks in it when it came to profiting from both sides of the war. And like I say, war makes money.
This is also just speak on the random fucking revolution side of things. I've been trying to film one History in Under 10 video that I've tried filming at least twice now, and it keeps ending up being too long, and so I'm gonna have to split it up into just mini episodes or something. I wanted to tell the story about the Iranian hostage crisis.
Right.
But I keep getting bogged down. I want to talk about whatever I do. I just want to give the background of the Iranian Revolution, which is one of the most fascinating revolutions in my opinion, just by the spread of who was involved and why and stuff. Just
Well, you'd have to talk about Mossadegh, I guess.
Mossadegh, are you talking about the Ayatollah?
No, Mossadegh, 1956.
No, I'm talking about the 1979 one.
Yeah, but I'm the background and one of the reasons.
I know you have to. So yeah,
She's trying to
talk
keep
about
under
that
10.
too.
We're going way past it.
But that's the problem. Because
CIA,
every time,
MI6
yes,
conniving to get rid of a democratic elected socialist who wanted to nationalize the oil company.
Yes.
I was going to ask earlier if you ever had trouble keeping them under 10 minutes, so Ken answers that question.
Fucking constantly.
I would love to see, like, I'm not putting in a formal request for this, but I would love to see someone with your research skills and like video skills to do like a whole series on the Arab Spring and like the overthrowing of
Yeah, that would be
certain
fun.
leaders.
Have you done the Spanish Civil War in under 10?
No, I haven't. No, I only did. So it all started accidentally. Sorry, I'm walking to grab my.
You'd have to talk like you were like in an old like medication room. Hello, my name is Bree. I'm going to internationally tell you about the Spanish War, and this is what happened.
You need your filter?
I know. I speak really quickly in the videos.
That's amazing.
I used to have a little party trick. Friends of mine used to say,
which is why they've turned into.
Oh, we're buffering.
Do you need your filter or still just doing laundry?
She's moving around.
I'm still just doing laundry. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Serge.
No, I used to do a party trick. Friends of mine used to challenge me to explain any war within a minute.
How would you do that? There's so much interesting history there. I mean, yeah, you can talk really fast, but
well, you
there's
have
just
to
so
boil
much.
it down to the basics.
Yeah, that's the
keyboards.
that's the hard part because, well, that's the thing with the Iranian.
But with
The Iran
films-
hostage crisis is quite simple, but what makes it so fascinating is the whole backdrop of it, right? And so I wanna, so yeah, I always the couple of times I've started doing it, I'm like, okay, no, I gotta simplify the whole revolution part, but then I just want to keep wanting. So what I think I'm gonna try to do is, God, do I have to go back to 1956? I probably don't.
Maybe like
Maybe.
it's hard to narrate and show film though. I can't imagine like, do you know what I mean? Like maybe if you were to narrate the backdrop, like, and tell the current, like to somehow do the backdrop as the past, or vice versa.
No, well, no. What I do is I just tell the story, and then the only thing that I then do is I add photos. It's very, very simple. You know what I mean? So I just try to tell the story, but I haven't. To answer your earlier question, no, I have not done like Spanish Civil War or anything like that. It started when I learned a couple months ago that a lot of people just didn't know what Watergate was. So I was like,
what?
I know, yes. So I was like, I have to tell you guys about Watergate. And so I told it in like the simplest way possible, and was just like,
oh my God, what happened when you said deep throat?
I didn't, because I can't say that on here, you know. But yeah, it was like a fun little thing, and it ended up being like it ended up being 8.5 minutes long, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, history in under 10, Watergate, and I told just the bare minimum, and I told it like I was telling gossip, basically, and I was like, this was so fun. I was like, I want to do more of this. So then I did one on the Nixon tapes, which didn't do so well. But then I did polio, the history of polio in the U.S. That one did quite well. That one I'm very proud of because I crammed a lot of information into 10 minutes. And then I did.
What's fascinating about that is like I knew about it, but like, oh my goodness, polio is scary.
Yeah.
It would be super horrible still today, but like today we have like ventilators rather than an arid lung.
Right.
But still very horrible. Don't want to get it.
Yeah.
And people
Yes.
don't even know what
So
it
get fucking vaccinated.
and how painful it was.
Yeah.
So get
Hey,
vaccinated.
it's coming back.
Yes.
America's coming back,
Thank
baby.
you, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Jeez, you Christ.
Yep. So I did that. Well, and then I did one on Jimmy Carter. And during the one on Jimmy Carter, I was like, I got to talk about the hostage crisis next time. And so, but I keep trying to do it, and it keeps turning into this giant thing. And so I keep putting it off, and I haven't pulled one out. But yeah, I really want to talk about the Iranian Revolution because it's fascinating. It's and it feels so present, right? Like, or prescient. Like, just the fact that it was like, long story short, for anyone who's unaware, for the 1979 revolution, the super extreme right-wing conservative religious leaders were able to trick, essentially, the leftist students, pro-democracy and leftist communist, younger 20-somethings, to basically fight a revolution for them, keep mums on what exactly their plan was for Iran, and they ended up going from a very westernized society to what we know Iran is today, very, very conservative, religious, authoritarian, right-wing, not great for women sort of thing. I think it just feels very accurate or very relevant to what the U.S.
A
recently
bit.
is kind of going through.
It's
Although
very
that's
interesting how that.
What isn't like?
Oh, I'm sorry.
From what I understand, Iran used to be very much how the U.S. kind of is.
No.
Was.
Not quite.
Not exactly.
A lot more free though.
Well, you do have the Shah.
Right. Yes, you had. So there was a.
You do have secret police and military dictatorship, and which came out of the. This is why I mentioned the coup in 1956.
Yeah.
Because there was a democratic elected government, but because they had the temerity to suggest that they might nationalise their own oil companies, the British and the Americans organised a coup.
Was it called Operation Ajax?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
You got to have a cool name for your.
It's just like very close.
Do you know whose dad was involved in that?
To Orange Fanta, which he was talking about earlier.
Probably Bush's.
No, Stuart Copeland of the Police.
Oh yes, of course, Miles Copeland.
Yep.
Yes, you're right. But he was in. He was also involved in the same thing with Nasser in the 50s in Egypt. Yeah, the drummer from the. Yeah, you're right. The drummer from the police.
The police. Yeah.
I think it would have been very funny if you. I think it would have been very funny if you had said Ted Cruz's dad.
I lost on it.
Anyway, do you have like a Discord?
I do have a Discord. I don't use it often, but people do.
All right, okay. Because I'm gonna.
But you're welcome to find it.
Where? What's it called?
It's called like Riz server, but the link is
in the link
my
tree.
link tree.
I will join. I will send you a.
Yeah, please.
Because I really have to go. I've got work. to do.
Normally, you have to open it outside the browser in order for it to take you where you need to be.
Yeah, that takes
So
it
I have to
outside
cut
of the
it
TikTok.
into another thing.
Yeah.
When are you likely to be on here again?
Well, Saturday, but it won't be like chatting.
Okay.
Because I'll be at the protest. It'll be the demonstration. I come on
This is in
here in
Washington.
the evenings. Yeah, I'm going to the DC. I'm probably going to the DC one. If I can't get to the DC one, I'll be at the New York City one. But it's.
And when you
there's
say
been-
evening,
U.S. evening, Eastern time. Whoop, Eastern time.
She says evening, but it's usually pretty late in the night.
I'm gonna. I need to put my.
it's a Spanish.
Where you're viewing from.
I need to
Spanish
remember to
evening.
put my.
You
So
get
it's
me.
Spanish evenings.
Spanish evening. So starting like 9 p.m. onward.
Well,
is
starting
usually
like
when I go.
midnight.
Sometimes, well, I'll also go live when there's like big, political, like live, news events and stuff. We'll live stream for that as well. But I don't know. I've been keeping much less of a live streaming schedule. I'm just so tired now by everything.
I mean, there's a lot of there's been a lot of protesting over here, especially like because Right. But unfortunately, a lot of people are uninformed and they're going about it the wrong way. And I agree with anybody has their right to voice their views. But they've been doing like, how do I even put this? The broken cross. They've been putting on a lot of cars out
The
here.
what?
They're called
symbol-
swastikas.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
Right.
Sorry.
Remember, people, do not touch the bricks.
Do not touch the bricks. That's right.
So they're like putting them on cars in my cities and around cities now.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's not what I'm doing. This is
No, I know
This
you're
is a march
and everything like that, but that's not the way to go about it.
Why not?
You know what? I'm not gonna pass judgment on how other people choose to express themselves.
I need to remember to charge my drone batteries.
I think there's a big difference between property damage and violence.
No, Bob, it's just that it's not a good idea to incriminate oneself on the interwebs.
No.
Regardless of your intentions.
Right here, we do not condone those things.
No.
We do not condone them, but we do enjoy
You could
seeing
not possibly comment.
But I also don't think that it's respectful either to
But we are constantly being told when we start getting angry that we need to be more polite and more respectful.
I don't, because I had family that like I don't.
Well, okay, no, but the point is, Cynthia, it's like, have you ever seen, God, what's the fucking
Aldo Rain, the fucking movie, the Tarantino
Yes.
movie, Inglourious Bastards. When
Yeah,
when he carves it into the guy's forehead, it's not done because he supports it. It's done to mark the recipient of it.
I understand. So there's also a lot of other things so when there's a lot of different actions that are taken. So when you steal something in a lot of different places and different religions and things like that, you lose a finger, you lose an arm, you lose something else. And I'm not donating or do you get what I mean? There are a lot of different, but I think that there is plenty of other ways than to use shock value like that. Come up with your own.
Okay. I mean, you want them to come up with a nicer symbol for the schmozzies.
No, I don't think that they should compare it at all. Like, if it's its own thing, then
Why
let
not?
it
What? You don't want it to okay, well, there you lost me. They're sending people to actual fucking camps, Cynthia.
Okay, but that has also not happened. But that has also happened with a lot of. Let's go to Egypt. We can go to Egypt. We can go to Chinese, Japan, and
also dictatorships.
I know, but
I'm sorry, but what is it going to take to convince you that every single metric proves that what you have in the United States of America is fascism?
Yeah.
I don't say you have
I've
to.
got a list.
I'm not saying I don't.
And what do you do?
With you.
What do you
But
do when
don't?
it's fascist?
I don't think you don't. I don't think you understand that. I'm not saying I don't agree with you.
If they don't want to be called Yahtzees, they need to stop doing a bunch
Don't
of
be a
Yahtzee
Nazi.
shit.
I think.
Don't be one. It's not comparing them to them. They are that. That's what they are.
And I think Cynthia, you're trying to say no, but the H cost was precious. Like you're being precious about it, being like no, but that was different. Use any other symbol for fascism because that one's like specific to the like protective of it. I disagree with you, Cynthia. I so disagree with you. That's not. It doesn't minimize what happened in the H cost. If any, like. You have to understand at what point in history we're at right now. We're at the fucking.
Oh no, it's at the crux. Yes,
Auschwitz, Auschwitz didn't just one day happen. Like
with the word.
It's at crux.
No,
it's me.
Yeah.
Like when they start rounding people up and putting them in concentrated areas. And they start running out of places, they're going to find other ways to deal with the situation. Like, we are there. This is happening.
It's been happening.
And
that's where we're going to agree to disagree.
What?
It has been happening. And
So why are you uncomfortable with people labeling it that as like? You don't want people using the symbol. You said because you had family.
It's up to us to not turn a blind eye to it happening again before it's too late.
I feel like a lot of people are using it because they don't understand the conversation about it, and they don't know what they're
Cynthia,
saying.
I think they understand it perfectly, which is why they're fucking using it. That's the thing. You don't want them to use it.
I didn't say I don't want them. I said that, but I don't think it's getting the right. I think it's giving the wrong reaction.
What's the reaction that you? I'm sorry. What reaction do you think is wrong? You understand he fucking Sikh-hiled, right? On fucking stage.
Oh yeah, I saw.
Oh, in the inauguration, and nothing happened.
What is it going to take?
Yeah. What do you mean? You think that it's sending the wrong message? People are getting reacting incorrectly. What reaction do you want, Cynthia?
I don't know if this is what you're saying, but it sounds like what you're saying is like, hey, don't compare it to that because that was so much worse.
No, it's not so much worse. It's that like it's you can't compare the Revolutionary War to World War II. You can't compare. Like this is its own. This is a new time. This is new. We have different values. We have different availability of exchange of information. We have a different ability to exchange information.
So you don't want us. So you don't want us to demonstrate the clear, obvious political and historical parallels between what is happening now and in the 1930s. You don't want us to do that. You don't want us to get angry and break things because that's not the right way to go about it. My question is, what do you want us to do? What should we do?
Who's us? Because it's all of us. We're all in this together. Is the bottom line.
So what do you want us to do?
I'm asking you. Yeah. What do you want us to do? What should we do? We're not allowed to say he's a schmartzy.
We need to actually be prepared and rise up and say no.
What the fuck does that mean, Cynthia?
What does it mean? Okay, then so what does it mean? What do you mean? What does it mean?
You don't agree with property destruction. You don't agree with
no, I completely agree. Okay,
that's what you said.
What I want to see is people be reminded of all these regimes that were harmful to their own people, that were overthrown by their people, and I want to make it crystal fucking clear that this country isn't immune from doing the same thing.
Oh no, completely. No, we're it's going to be 3 for sure.
You're more concerned.
I don't know. And all I know is that I don't know.
But you think you don't think.
I a lot of people that they I don't know. It's terrifying to me.
The thing is, like, this isn't to oppose you or anything, but just a take is that the people that are saying, "Oh, don't compare it to that," or "Hey, it's not that bad," are the people that want to downplay.
It's not that bad.
No, I'm not saying about you. I'm not saying about you, right? What I'm saying is that the people that are saying those things like, hey, this isn't like that, or that's not really what's happening, those are the people that are downplaying it because those are the people that are doing it. They want us to believe it's not happening.
When you brought up the numbers of like this, we were talking about like what the numbers meant, like for even like the Holocaust and everything like that. Like there were certain also numbers that were given to certain people that would meant that they were being used for certain things also as well.
And now it's going to be done with an IP address
or a social security number.
Yeah, exactly. So why don't you want us comparing them?
I don't know. I'm being honest. What do you want me to? I'm being honest. I'm just saying, like, but I'm fully aware and I'm well read.
We disagree.
You know, one of the scary things about the
keep comparing them because I think it's important to. I think the parallels are fucking important. They're absolutely crucial to be drawn right now, not after the fact. I don't want the parallels to be drawn once we're comparing body counts. Okay, Cynthia? The parallels need to be drawn.
But there has been body counts all over the world for decades. that the parallels could be drawn.
Who gives a okay, Cynthia? You're. This is whataboutism. Okay, yes, there have been body counts all around the fucking world. So what? So therefore, we must allow it to just continue to happen in the U.S. What the
What's
fuck are
the
you
pink
fucking
triangle?
trying to say, Cynthia?
I got body counts on my bedpost. Ha ha ha. Sorry.
It just seems like, Cynthia, what's your point? You're like, well, this has happened elsewhere.
I'm trying to learn. I'm listening, but I don't know.
With us calling them what we are calling them is the thing. Is like we had a snake. It attacked somebody. We're seeing snake now. We're saying snake to everybody else. That's what it is. We see what it is, and we're like, there it is.
Comparison.
Do you see this camouflage thing? This is what it is. I'm sure of it.
Yeah. And Cynthia, and what you're saying right now
I
is,
know I'm not probably supposed to promote my own links on here, but I did a couple of very short videos on my TikTok. I don't really have the video making chops to do it. Basically there are 2 sets of 14 points describing characteristics of fascism. One was by Umberto Eco, who's the guy who did the what do you call it? Name of the Rose and all that stuff. And there's another one by a guy called Dr. Brixit, I think is his name, 14 points characterizing fascism. And I made a short video with each point, and demonstrating where Trump had done the same things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very short, very easy. I hope, as I say, I'm not really a video maker, so I don't really have the ability. Another one I did was 6 points defining fascism. Again, looking at how Trump, each one of those 6 points, show how he is a fascist, and that definition came from Benito Mussolini. It's there. It's not, oh, he might be quite like it. This is empirically demonstrable. So check them out if you can. As I say, they're not great videos. They're not very well put together, and I'm sure I could, somebody else could do a lot better job. But it's there. Go away. Educate yourself. You don't. It doesn't take a lot of research.
Yeah.
No, Eric,
every single point,
before I thought
every
you were
single
saying me
definition.
myself. I apologize.
Prima facie case, prima facie evidence. Fascism is what it is, and this is what you are getting. And you can say, oh, well, it happened here and it happened there and it happened. People who have lived under those regimes are telling you that is what this is. People from Spain are telling you that fascism is this, and this is what is happening now. And if you don't do something now, then we're all screwed. Okay?
But you also, I also
didn't
believe
have
in
nuclear
the
weapons,
idea of
and you do.
preparedness. First of all, I believe in being prepared, and I think that's what scares me a lot, is that I believe in the idea of being prepared, and I believe
We're trying to be prepared.
You're
trying to be
saying,
prepared by.
yeah, you want to be prepared, but you're telling people not to. I mean, and like, listen, officially, we don't condone vandalism, yada yada. To the NSA, hi, hello, we don't condone this.
We also don't like undercover
But be
cops
ready.
acting like vandals either.
Not a fan of
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's not a fan
no,
either.
but
I'm
Cynthia,
with you
but
on
your
that
whole
one.
thing,
Even if you believe that you have the second.
Oh no, I'm completely with you on that.
But Cynthia, you were saying this whole thing started because you said, "Oh, I don't think they should be drawing those things on the cars." Like I don't think, because that's like,
because I think it kind of dismisses the cause a little bit as well.
How?
How?
Of course.
Because
Do you know why I think things like that are having an effect, and why they need to be that they, we don't condone it, but right? Do you know how I know that it is an effective tactic? Because
we're
it's
talking
driving the enemy crazy.
And not only that, but we're talking
no,
about
it's
it.
not.
And that is
Not
the
because
most
we're talking about it.
powerful
Not
thing.
because we're talking about
Not
it.
just because
It is
we're talking about
because
Jesus Christ.
it is because the
You
enemy.
don't give a fuck if
It
we're
is
saying
driving them insane. They are implementing. They are already implementing laws and repressions to go. When a tactic is effective when the other side go out of their way to make it illegal.
Yeah.
And
what
you
I
know
was
the
saying, Bob.
the media is going to find a way to downplay it, and they're going to find a way to go after us and criticize us. They're going to have these provocateurs, like any idiot could just go in and destroy something, and then they're just going to blame it on a movement.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that,
And that's
like,
why I'm
I'm
afraid that they're
personally,
using that as they're blaming it on movement.
They're
And I'll
always
give you
going to.
another
They're always going to
example.
do
Cynthia,
that.
that's part of the movement. Cynthia,
You
that's part
know
of
that
the movement.
Antifa, it was an effective way of dealing with the situation because the other side go out of their way
It's Bob
to
that's
demean
speaking,
it
Simon.
and critique it.
I'm personally against the idea of causing vandalism to say something like a Tesla, which is a product I don't like. And the reason I'm against that is because the more of them there are in the market, the less value they have. And it's harder. And it's harder to sell. Like,
Yep.
as the
Also,
value of those things
commodity.
plummet,
But you
Yeah.
voted for Trump.
Those things take forever to put out in a fire because of those large batteries. Either like that kind of scares me.
because the basically when you're putting a fire out on an EV, you basically just have to douse it until the battery runs out of power.
Just so yeah, it's crazy.
But what also sucks is that, like, I'm not mad at the people that were protesting, but a lot of them have been arrested because there's like 19 cameras. That's what happened in my area as well.
Okay. So therefore they shouldn't. That was okay.
If people are breaking the law and doing violent shit, they should be arrested. But
Sure. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean,
but often a lot of people cause
Unless you've got
violence to try to stir
34
up a
financial
crowd so that
felonies
they can.
on your record, you should be allowed to become president.
also, like when a sports team wins a championship, there's always like some type of vandalism going around, but you don't.
We're talking about
know.
the Deflategate.
No, I mean just like a World Series or a Super Bowl, people will trash their own cities, whether they win or lose. So I mean, there's going to be like the media won't focus on that much, but if it's Antifa or if it's Black Lives Matter, then if it's something political, they're going to crack down on that more.
No, that's not necessarily true. Like what happened, that's not true.
Yeah, they literally just named it T-ism. They literally just named it T-ism. You know what they haven't fucking named T-ism in this country? Pew-pewing children at school. Cynthia, of course they're fucking cracking down on it more because it's political. Of course they are. And not just political, because it's politics.
We don't want to get into it because we've discussed this about child abductions during Biden and everything like that. We have discussed it.
No, Cynthia, Jesus fucking, no, you're not listening. You're not hearing. You're not hearing what we're saying. Dude, Robe just pointed out that, like, oh yeah, when that type of vandalism, when people vandalize cars, for example, because in the name of a sports team, it's not made, they don't make that big of a deal out of it, right? And they don't. And Robe said they're making a bigger deal out of it because it's political, because they don't like what they're saying. And you said, no, that's not necessarily true. And I'm saying it's absolutely fucking true because they just named it. They said that is T-ism. And I'm pointing out that they've never even fucking designated school pew-pewers as T-ists in this country.
What is T? Can we
white
spell out what T
supremacist
is?
groups either.
Terror.
Oh,
okay. They have said that now it is T-ism.
I didn't. That's not what it's been referred to as here as of yet.
Okay.
You've been watching the news.
No, it's called something different, but it's probably soon because they're making a big deal about.
No, it's Nash. No. Elon and Trump said that it is T-ism to go after his cars.
Oh, ew.
Yeah.
Ew. Sorry.
They're making a much bigger fucking deal about it because it is political speech, and specifically because it's political speech that they do not like. They never had a fucking word to say about the shit that their fucking supporters destroyed. They said nothing about the fucking Capitol. All they do is excuse it. But now a rich dude's bunch of fucking cars, all insured, by the way. Now all of a sudden that's T-ism. They're absolutely going after it harder because of what it's supposed to do.
Which, and by the way, there's some evidence to suggest that there's actually a whole lot of like.
It's done
a lot of that being like insurance fraud.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was just gonna say.
No, it's a theory. There's not that much
But that,
evidence. But
yeah, that's
it's
true.
theory. There's not evidence.
But they also too, because they were allowing them to actually be rented out. So then a lot of other drivers. So with this is no, there is a big backlash at him because they took away people's jobs. Even before Trump was in, like with Uber, like for them to allow like people to rent that type of vehicle. There was actually a lawsuit that they were giving the rides from a certain German sounding name thing to people, drivers that had been leasing the vehicles from them. They were giving them precedent to the rides on a certain like German sounding website. No, I'll turn my camera on. No, I'm saying I'm against. This is a thing against.
No, she's talking about the Tesla cameras. No, they've been on.
No. I'm talking about the certain rider share thing.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lawsuit that conveniently somehow got dropped. So this is against the Orange Man and everybody. What I'm talking about, which is because they were leasing out for a discount for people to be part of Uber. And so they were getting the rides before people with their privatized cars. And this was conveniently dropped. And this is like for your guys' argument, actually. You can look it up. And I'm agreeing.
Actually,
What?
that would not surprise me.
Yeah, it doesn't. It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know what that has to do with vandalism.
Yeah, I haven't.
Well, I
haven't
think
heard
that
about
that's
it.
why a lot of people are against it as well. And I'm thinking about it, and you guys are. I'm processing, and I'm thinking, and isn't that the whole point of the live? Is that I'm hearing.
Well, a lot of people are just hating on well, yeah, a lot of people are boycotting Tesla because of, what Elon's involvement is with,
with being a fascist.
The catastrophic damage that he's doing to the government
In the country, not just the government.
and enabling fascism.
Not enabling, is embodying.
Yeah.
Embodying.
Well, it was like 2 years ago. They were lending out Ubers to any like Tesla Ubers.
Yeah, but if that was a thing, I mean, trucking
was a
companies can.
They
I
were
mean, they're not.
benefiting off it.
They're not. It doesn't matter. If you just give me a second.
All right,
Trucking
guys.
companies, they prioritize different drivers. There's no law against you doing that as a company. That's why you couldn't take that to court. They're not breaking any laws.
No,
if you're a
the
private
law
company,
was
you
that
can.
it's supposed to be open share due to proximity.
No, that
For
doesn't
Uber,
count.
and that's why
Whenever
it's not trucking. We're talking about.
it's the same concept though. Like Swift Trucking
Get it,
Company,
'cause
they
you
can
have to be-
prioritize whatever drivers they want to. They're not breaking a law. They're a private company. They can do that. They can say, we prefer these people or this group of contract drivers. There's no law against that.
And I'm agreeing with you, and that's part of the argument. I'm actually like making an argument.
Part of
It's
what
messed
argument?
up. I'm agreeing with you. Sorry, I'll never.
Sure, it ain't fair, but
Yeah.
I don't see how it's against the law.
Yeah.
I mean,
But since then it's gotten changed. Supposedly. In my story. It's fine. It's all right. We've switched so much. Like it was mostly Spain, like, and then we've gone all over the world. I'm sorry I came back.
Yeah, the J6ers get pardoned for multiple injuries and some that are now no longer with us. Yeah, that too. And the fact that it was an actual attack on our fucking capital to stop democracy. Like, I can't fucking believe that we're here right now. I just can't fucking believe. I mean, I can perfectly, but also, like, what the actual fuck? What the actual fuck?
It's interesting to see like the history of some pretty brilliant minds from like comedians like George Carlin and other artists and stuff in interviews talking about like more or less predicting what's going on now, and people would be like, "Oh no, you're crazy." Well,
That's yeah. I wish not just Carlin, but like Frank Zappa.
that's the one I was
Like
looking for.
yeah, him and Frank. Like those are two guys. I wonder like what they would think if they were alive today, because Frank Zappa died like over 30 years ago.
I've told this before. I got to thank my friend recently. I have a friend who, like mid-pandemic, it was when the George Floyd stuff was going down, all the protests and whatnot, and people were starting to wake up to a lot of what's happening now, right, in this country under Trump and whatnot, and just yeah, whatever. It was obviously an era of lots of waking up. And I went to their birthday party, and I didn't really know many people there and stuff, but they, kind of introduced me, and they're trans, and so they had a lot of, friends, from marginalized communities and stuff there, and they were like, okay, I have to introduce you to Brenna, guys. Like, she, for everything that's happening right now, she's been warning about it for years. Every single thing that's happening right now, she predicted it. So you have to listen to her. And it was one of the most validating fucking moments in my life, because even especially around then, also I was getting really fucking depressed because it felt like I was screaming from the rooftops about all these things that were going to happen, that like just fucking were happening, and people were like, you're too much of an alarmist, whatever. And I think that there's a lot of people that, I think a lot of this has been very predictable. I do think that many Americans, especially if you're not from a marginalized community, and I mean an extremely marginalized community, right? Not just being a woman, not just, I think it's hard for a lot of
Going
Americans
to a purple box and getting your food.
No, I think there's a lot of people in America that have difficulty seeing past the exceptionalism narrative that they were raised on. Every bit of American culture, has that narrative steeped into it. The American dream narrative and the American exceptionalism narrative. And there's this refusal to recognize some of the patterns that in other countries all around the world where they have seen this happen before, they clock it and they go, that's what's happening. You know what I mean?
I've said before that for me at least, part of loving this country is calling out its flaws and addressing those things to try to make them better.
Yes.
Right.
Not just turning a blind eye saying, "Oh, we're so star-spangled fucking awesome that
it couldn't happen here."
Yeah, it couldn't happen here.
It is
It
happening.
can happen anywhere. I don't believe that.
Yeah, people say, "Oh, it couldn't happen here." What American
It
exceptional?
did happen there. You were talking about how it did happen there in the past.
That's what he's saying.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay. I thought
You've been telling yourself for 100 years it couldn't happen here, and we're telling you it could.
It could, and it
And it is doing.
Yeah, and it has. By the way, that's another thing. It has. The U.S. has done this shit before. It has rewritten the ways in which it's done these sorts of things. You know that Serge, I feel like you're trying to say, no, it hasn't quite happened here.
No, it's happening.
It's happening, but also every piece of, that I can't say the word, but like eugenics.
Yep.
I mean, it was invented by a Brit. Sorry, Bob, but
Why did everybody say bra?
It was really perfected by the Americans, right? And then they shipped all of their fucking eugenics research and conclusions over to Germany, where a certain man with a mustache picked up some of the literature and was like, you know what? This sounds pretty fucking cool. That's all born out of this fucking country.
No, I think it's worth pointing out that two governments and two states that that particular individual particularly admired and praised to the rooftops. One was the British Empire, the other was the United States of America, because he recognized, as most Americans and Brits don't seem to have recognized, that a lot of the systems that he implemented in regard to, oh, I don't know, segregation of people on the basis of their ethnicity were first practiced and were first perfected in the British Empire in India and in the United States of America in the Deep South.
Also, breeding slaves, they
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
got that
Well,
from
and
them
also-
too. The eugenics.
Careful with the word, please.
Oh, sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Like he, because the U.S., especially in the 1920s and 30s, was really into genics, and slightly earlier in the 19 teens and then 20s, started forcibly sterilizing people based on their version of genics at the time, and really popularized that. And then the whole idea, by the way, of using gas chambers on people was proposed by some guy in California. So,
Interestingly enough, did you ever do any deep diving into the Stokes monkey trial? You know the monkey trial, the one where it was a teacher was prosecuted for teaching evolution in a
Oh,
southern
with
school.
William Jennings Bryan.
Yeah,
right.
that was like a Supreme Court case. I
No,
think we
but
learned about that
I'm
in high
talking
school.
specifically at the case in the
Oh, okay.
in the court in I think it was in Stoke,
Alabama, somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Apparently, one of the reasons that it was the trial was encouraged was because the people in the town thought it might attract national media attention, and another reason that the introduction of laws about evolution in that particular state were being opposed was because they were seen as possibly ushering in an era whereby the E word became part of state policy.
wait,
That
what?
by teaching the science of evolution,
Oh.
there was an argument politically within the state and within the world as a whole, whereby that science could be used to justify the thing that you said we're not allowed to talk about, and I'm calling it the E word.
Yeah.
That's also
That
been used to justify a
scientification
lot
of
of
basically
different-
selective breeding of people, which is what that is.
Right.
But the argument was
Yeah.
the argument was that by teaching this, and there was certainly within evolutionary science at that time a strong support for
Rohan, we can't use the fucking words for everything here because we get banned. Drives me crazy when people.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Galton and all these people who were supporting, and there's an interesting list.
There's
of
a
people
lot
who
of
did
other
support.
subtext to that as well, though.
Yes.
Power
Again, they
and
seem to be very good at boiling down to specifics that ultimately kind of slightly muddy the water with what we're talking about.
What year was that?
The Stoke monkey trial is again,
1910s, 1916 or
A little
17
later
or
than
something.
that. Hang on, I'll look it
Oh,
up.
maybe it was the early 20s. Because
I mean,
Hang on,
at the
I'll
time-
go and look it up.
1923.
At the time-
1923. Okay.
At the time, Gen X was still quite the rate. I mean, there's a lot in California.
Yeah, but as I say, Gen X was supposedly one of the reasons that some people opposed the promulgation of the theory of evolution,
Right.
because they saw that as possibly leading to the implementation of Gen X type policies.
Yes, and Erica, that
Another
also
thing,
has
if you
a lot to
talk
do with our
about
numbers.
10-minute history, do you know who Mary Stopes was? Or the founders of Planned Parenthood?
Yes, yeah.
Such a
Okay,
that
I will
should
not.
be a story that you do.
Margaret Sanger.
Yes, both of them were eugenicists.
Oh, I know, but
Oh, yeah.
but Bob, but that's
No,
not.
I'm not saying that Planned Parenthood should be denied. And
No.
But it's just,
But also,
It's
but
an
the thing
interesting
is,
story.
you're the what's crazy is they were that at a time when, like, that's often used as like, yes, not good, right?
no,
But at the time it was such a fucking popular thing in the US. Also, like prominent black leaders at the time were as well. And it was, and there was like, this was at a time when literally there were like at fairs, there would be these contests for like the, you know, best, you know, man and super human and all this stuff. And there was like this large scale popular fucking concept. It was pop culture that they wanted to
Pop out babies.
no, breed
Create the perfect person.
the perfect American and these superhuman Americans and stuff. And so when people say that, it just bugs me because it's like, yes, you're right, but also you're missing the that's not. They
No, no,
want
I'm
like
not.
evil
I'm
women.
enough of a
I know you're
historian.
not, but I'm just trying to give.
No, completely.
the context to the audience, like that. That's part of the fucking. The you know, people use that to discredit Margaret Sanger and stuff. And it drives me crazy because it's like, no, she wasn't walking around being this like evil old woman, like underhandedly trying to fucking Gen X everyone. She was a woman who tried to popularize birth control. I don't know if I can say that. BC. She wanted to make it accessible to people. She was this was
People were
during-
dying.
This was in an era when it was illegal for her to like push any sort of idea like that or to make it accessible to women, let alone families. So the way she got a foothold in there was by teaming up with prominent black leaders at the time who were Geneticists strongly because they were fighting for rights of black Americans. And so there was this big idea at the time. They were like, we have to be the best of the best. We have to, like, in order to basically like fucking prove ourselves, we need the best of the best, you know, whatever. Da, 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 da. So she basically teamed up with, and I want to say it was Booker T, but I don't know if I think it was Booker T. Washington, who she teamed up with and like basically was like, hey, this is what you're into. How about helping me make family planning accessible to women? So that's how she ended up basically.
Thank you for using it.
First, what?
Family planning. That's the exact term that was used. Thank you. I was trying to. Thank you. No, I was saying thank you because no one else had said the exact term. So thank you.
Okay. So she basically pitched it to, believe it was Booker T. Don't fucking. Was it Booker T? It was Booker T, right? Booker T. Washington?
Pretty sure it was.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And so that's why, but now, like 100 years fucking later, now people try to discredit her by being like, no, she was a geneticist who was trying to weed out, who was trying to basically like snuff out black Americans, which is not, she was working with a black American leader who wanted to make family planning accessible to black Americans who had obviously been denied that right for most of their fucking. It's a complicated fucking history.
I'm gonna go on mute for a little while because I'm gonna go out and I don't want I don't want to leave,
Okay.
but I don't want the background noise to drown you out. So I'll still be here.
Thank you.
I
I want you to know that I appreciate you and everything, and no matter how much I disagree with anybody ever, I just all people are lovely, and you know that's all it is. She wouldn't let me in here if she hated me. She let.
Yeah, well, I let a lot of people up here. Thank you.
Yeah, but I've been here for a long time. Thank you.
I let a lot of people up.
I hoped you build a fort. God dang.
Yeah, I'll do it again. But I gotta get to sleep soon anyway. Soonish. But yeah.
I still want to try to like introduce you to my friend Pete with the podcast one of these evenings.
Okay.
I think you do it. I think you'd find that it's a community of like-minded people, and he's very interesting.
Nice.
And I think he would find you very interesting as well. And
I'm not
sure if
interesting,
any of the
but I know a lot
networking
of
connections.
interesting things.
Yeah, and he knows. He's one of those guys that's like really well connected to a lot of different places politically in media.
Oh, nice.
Um,
Oh yeah.
you know, he's he's like the warm up comic for John Oliver. He goes and
What?
does that.
I get
Yeah.
I get compared to John Oliver a little bit less these days, but I get compared to him a lot, and
Oh, that's cool.
to him and to Jon Stewart a lot, which is always my favorite. Those are my favorite fucking comparisons. Jon
He
Stewart.
says what he says one of the highlights of his life was getting to interview John Lewis. He's fairly recently interviewed Jasmine Crockett.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
And I don't know if you know who Tim Wise is, but
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, isn't he
good friends with
Bulwark?
him.
Is he the Bulwark guy?
He does like anti-racism work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tim Wise is one of the regular guests on his show. This guy, Professor Eric Siegel, he's a constitutional law professor at, I think, Georgia State University. So he gets a lot of really interesting people on and is in regular communication with them. And he makes regular appearances on CNN. So he knows a whole bunch of people in that crowd as well. So
You seem to have gone. Hello?
Hello?
Yep.
Hello, we're still here.
We're still here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you miss us?
All the people on the panel seem to have disappeared off my screen.
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
That's odd.
Uh-oh.
I was going to say that.
I assure you we're still here.
Serge said he agreed with me tonight, so that was one of the highlights of my day.
Yeah, I forget what that was about.
It was about taxation. No tax on tips.
Oh yeah, yeah, right on.
Oh god. I gotta get some sleep, I guess.
If you are interested in joining one of our evening hangouts, we usually do them on Monday and Thursday nights. I can just send you a invite to the
Yeah.
Zoom right in your Discord.
Okay. Or if you were it's a Zoom thing you're saying? It's not on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Send it to me. I'm not always on Discord, but I'll try to remember Mondays and Thursdays to keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't know if email's a better
No,
form of
nothing
communication.
together.
No.
I
Okay.
get it's honestly it's just I get way too many notifications these days. I have way too much spam email.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know what the fuck happened. I feel like I cannot for the life of me get.
Do you owe money to your Easy Pass? That's my new favorite.
What's that?
Do you owe money to your Easy Pass?
Yeah, I wonder how many people have
yeah.
fallen for that scam.
I'm sorry, that's my new favorite. I'm like, are you
I don't
serious?
even fucking drive. I don't even have a license. I'm like, and the worst part is every time it comes in, part of me is like, wait, do I? And I'm like, no, I fucking don't. Of course I don't. Yeah. It's frustrating. All right. But
I'll send you his TikTok profile through here, but then when like the actual Zoom comes up, I'll send you an invite to that, and when I see you in there, I'll try to introduce you. There's
Okay.
usually like 60 people in there, so it might take a minute.
that's good. That's a lot of people. That might overwhelm me.
It is fairly well organized, so
Me and Serge like to argue.
he MCs pretty well.
Oh, great. All right. I'm going to try to get some sleep-ish, or at least some rest, you know? It was really
Well,
lovely.
everybody, rest your
for hanging
lovely
out.
brains. Thank you for
Yeah,
being
thanks
you.
for hanging out. It's been fun. Hope to see you all again soon.
It was great
Take
to meet
care,
you,
comrades.
Yep.
Good night, you too. Good night.
Pleasure meeting you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Everyone, thank you. Like tomorrow to a total economic collapse. Yeah, I know, right?
One can only expect. Thank you everyone in the audience. Thank you everyone who gave to my goal. I appreciate you. Please don't forget to follow, and please give some of my my recent posts, a gander if you can. If you give it a full watch through, it's much appreciated. My account is in trouble right now, so all my views have basically tanked, unfortunately. It was very sudden. It has been brutal.
You rely on this app to pay my bills, and now I can't. So
Am I still on here?
yes, you are.
Yeah, okay, I found you through YouTube of all places, though, and I'm hoping you get bigger on YouTube because left media is kind of exploding right now.
On YouTube, or exploding or disappearing?
Yeah, like it's a lot of people I've been following for years are starting to get more views now.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know how long that'll last. There's always a cycle of who's president or what's going on in the news, but yeah, it would be cool if you.
That would be cool.
Because I'm not used to this. Is my first time being on a TikTok panel, and I don't know like what words I can use on TikTok.
Yeah, it's very good.
I have a friend who's got he's got 1,000 followers on TikTok. He has no videos, but he has like popular comments, and he gets reported. Like he called somebody a cactus, like the plant in the desert, and got reported for that, and got a strike against his channel. So it's just, yeah, it's just, I'm not used to TikTok really, but
it's rough, and it's getting a lot rougher for us on the left here. Yeah, my account is in trouble for sure. And yeah, I would love for my YouTube account to grow. Yep.
that's all pretty much I have to say. But I'm gonna let you.
Robe, good job on your first panel. You did great.
Thanks.
Your band ran over something you didn't do. Ugh, sorry, make democracy. Great, 7-day ban. I hate those. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. All right. Thank you guys. I'm gonna try to get some rest. You too. Try to get some rest. If anything crazy happens, please let me know. Please don't hesitate to fucking DM me or whatever. Let me know what I should make a post about that won't get seen.
Good night or good morning or whatever it is.
Good morning. Good night.
Yeah. Good morning.
Right.
Ako'y nagpadala sa maling akala. Excuse lang po ako saglit na. Sana ay mapatawad